Chapter 889, The Polite Master Kingping. Chen Mobai brought Yun Yangbing back to the immortal sect, and then took out all the satellites in the realm and placed them in a special maintenance area of the Sky Curtain and Earth Network Administration. This is currently Yun Yangbing's responsibility. After reaching the core formation stage, he planned to further study his weaker area, the heavenly array, so he proactively applied for this position. When Chen Mobai learned of this, he also asked the Wookiee lineage to help him with the application. "I'll let you know once it's fixed." After inspecting everything, Yun Yangbing said to Chen Mobai, "These satellites are basically from different eras, so they are quite troublesome to repair." Chen Mobai, "Thank you for your hard work." After finishing this matter, Chen Mobai returned to the Hall of Righteous Law and then summoned Lin Yin, who was now in charge of the Heaven Mending Group. "Chen Mobai, Bu Hui died at my hands. Remove him from the Patching Heaven Group's files." When Lin Yin was brought in by Hua Zijing, he was still wondering what Chen Mobai wanted to talk to him about, and he was slightly surprised when he heard this. Jinqian is not bad. He is second only to the major figures of the Ascension sect. Although he is only at the core formation stage, he is listed as a dangerous person of the 4th level. Even if a nascent soul cultivator from a celestial sect were to make a move, only a few individuals, such as Qi Yuheng, would be absolutely certain of killing them. Unexpectedly, he died so easily at the hands of Chen Mobai. "Yes, Vice Hall Master." Lin Yin nodded, and then gave a brief report on the work of the Sky Mending Group, which Chen Mobai listened to patiently. "According to our scouts, the high-ranking cultivators of the Ascension sect have been making frequent contact recently. They are probably planning to infiltrate the other world that is about to approach and see if they can obtain more resources before our immortal sect enters. The Heaven Mending Group has many spies within the Ascension sect. Chen Mobai knows the specific list, which was basically arranged by Lan Haitian when he was in charge." Chen Mobai followed the old rules. After his promotion, Hua Zijing also focused on maintaining stability, having those people lie in wait to protect her and avoid doing anything dangerous. However, after they came into Lin Yin's hands, due to the unusual activities of the Ascension sect, she began to use these spies again. "Yes, tell our people to be careful not to expose themselves. The Ascension cult is just a minor threat." Only after reaching Chen Mobai's position will one realize that the Ascension sect is not a major enemy to the immortal sects. The only reason they are kept is because they still have value. For example, the Zixio Palace. However, the immortal sect has a bottom line regarding the Ascension sect. They are not allowed to have any cultivators at the nascent soul stage. This is why cultivators who break through to the nascent soul stage from the ancient heretical sects generally have a long lifespan. After Lin Yin left, Chen Mobai dealt with some matters that had accumulated in the Zhengfa Hall. It mainly involves some key personnel changes, etc. Hua Zijing has already made a list, and he just needs to check if there are any changes needed. "Then let's do it this way." After Chen Mobai signed the document, Hua Zijing went downstairs to begin carrying it out. After the news of Nangong Xuanyu's departure to another world was confirmed, even those from the Patching Heaven lineage in the Zhengfa Hall's military department defected to him. However, these people are definitely not sincere, so we need to use various means to transfer them away and arrange for our own people to replace them. The people of the Heaven Mending lineage obediently accepted this. After all, that's how politics works in the immortal sects. When you lose power, you have to endure it. From then on, the Zhengfa Hall became the sole dominant force in the dance weapon lineage. After dealing with this matter, Chen Mobai stayed in the office for a few more days, waiting for Zhuang Jialan to return. "Then I'll have to leave my work to you two from now on." After Chen Mobai's 2 secretaries returned to their posts, he immediately handed over his work to them. Chen Mobai roughly assigned them their work scope. Zhuang Jialan was mainly responsible for his various personal matters, while Hua Zijing was responsible for liaising with the major departments of the 3 halls in his name. After listening, Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan both nodded respectfully, expressing their gratitude for Chen Mobai's trust. For the next period of time, Chen Mobai stayed in Wangwu Cave. After the news of his mastery of the void shift technique spread, people came to visit him in droves. Chen Mobai refused almost everything he could. However, there are also people who are really hard to refuse. For example, one of his idols was Master Kingping. Besides breaking through realms, Master Kingping was most interested in various escape and teleportation techniques. He had always coveted the void shift, the highest level of immortal escape techniques, but unfortunately, he had been limited by his previous cultivation level and had no way to achieve it. Now that he heard that Chen Mobai had actually mastered it, he immediately took the initiative to call him. Since his idol had taken the initiative to call him, Chen Mobai naturally dared not neglect him and told him about the void shift and void substitute techniques without any concealment. After listening to the conversation over the phone, Master Kingping still felt confused and puzzled, so he came directly to Wangwu Cave to pay his respects. Chen Mobai swept the couch to welcome him. I have studied the void shift technique diligently for a period of time, so it should not be difficult to comprehend. The difficulty lies in the fifth-tier spiritual material required for the void substitute. I don't have enough spirit stones to provide for it. After Kingping Shangren finished his conversation with Chen Mobai, he sighed and spoke. Master, the Ling Xiao jade pendant of your Taiyuan Academy is still on my daughter. Why don't I have her return it to you? Chen Mobai immediately spoke up, saying that after passing through the 9 yin meridians and achieving the pure yin body, the Ling Xiao jade pendant was no longer necessary for Xiao Hai. Since Master Kingping wanted to practice the void shift, he naturally couldn't let Xiao Hai keep it. Huh, is that little girl your daughter? Unexpectedly, Master Kingping was greatly alarmed after hearing Chen Mobai's words. To be honest, Xiao Hai is indeed my daughter. I didn't know that before, and I found out by chance during an investigation. Now that my job has stabilized, I plan to go to the relevant department to get a marriage certificate in a while and give them a proper status. Chen Mobai expressed his inner thoughts. After all, Shi Wanyu had given birth to a daughter for him and had been with him for so many years. Calculating her lifespan, she would only have 20 or 30 years left. We can't let her pass away without a name or status. Chen Mobai would never do something like that. So now that he has the situation under control, Chen Mobai is no longer concerned about saving face and is preparing to announce that he and Shi Wanyu have a daughter. He had thought about this carefully, and if he made the announcement, the person he would feel most sorry for would naturally be Yan Bingxuan, who was devoted to him. After all, she even offered up her most precious Yuan Yin True Cold to help him form his nascent soul. But upon further reflection, he felt even more guilty if he kept the fact that he had a daughter a secret from Yan Bingxuan. Especially after becoming Taoist partners with Qing Nu in the Heavenly River realm, Chen Mobai felt that he was getting old and needed to settle down. That is why, after he formed his nascent soul, he avoided seeing Yan Bingxuan, fearing that if he met her, he would lose control and things would become an unresolved mess. His 3 women in the immortal sect. Even without him, Meng Huinger is still a renowned superstar, and a Xuan Yin Dao seed cultivated by the immortal sect's arts and literature department. Needless to say, Yan Bingxuan has been diligently cultivating her ice spiritual root for many years. With her help, she will soon be able to unleash her full potential and become the second Yan Qiangji that the immortal sects are watching. Only Shi Wanyu had long ago clearly rejected the proposal to establish her foundation, wanting to dedicate the rest of her life to this family. Chen Mobai wondered how the weak and indecisive Shi Wanyu would survive without him. Especially after having such a happy family life with her current family of 3, Chen Mobai can't imagine how desperate and helpless she would feel if she lost all of this. Therefore, after considering all the circumstances, Chen Mobai decided to give her a formal status at the end of her life. That way, at least after she dies of old age, she can be buried in the Chen family cemetery in Dangxia City. Having made up his mind, Chen Mobai decided to gradually begin to publicly announce to the immortal sect that he had a daughter. He happened to be talking to Master Kingping about Zio Hai, so he told him the truth. Master Chen Yang is truly amazing, no wonder. After being shocked, Master Kingping suddenly understood many things that had puzzled him before, and his attitude towards Chen Mobai became even more respectful. Not at all, I feel deeply ashamed about this matter, having kept it a secret until now. Chen Mobai thought that Master Kingping admired him for being able to hide his illegitimate daughter for so long, and immediately sighed and repented. Let my niece Chen continue using the Ling Xiao jade pendant for now. I am of meager means, and even if I were to retrieve it, I doubt I could persuade the spirit of this magical artifact to agree to use it as my ethereal substitute. Master Kingping also rejected Chen Mobai's earlier suggestion at this time. Whenever you need the Ling Xiao jade pendant, please let me know in advance. I will bring my daughter to deliver it to Taiyuan Academy in person to thank you. After hearing this, Chen Mobai felt that Master Kingping was giving him too much face, and he was deeply moved. Master Chen Yang, you are too kind. You have shared with me everything you have learned from the heavenly book without reservation. I should be the one thanking you. As the two exchanged polite and modest greetings, it grew dark. Shi Wanyu came in and said that dinner had been prepared, and Chen Mobai immediately invited Master Kingping to stay for a meal. This is my first time visiting, and I'm sorry to have troubled you and my sister-in-law. I didn't bring any gifts, please excuse me. At the dinner table, after Master Kingping took his seat, he politely expressed his gratitude to Shi Wanyu. Chen Ziohe, who had just returned from get-off work, was also there. Chen Mobai opened a bottle of good wine and asked her to pour it for Master Kingping. Thank you, niece. Master Kingping raised his wine cup with both hands and spoke politely to Chen Ziohe. It was during this dinner that Chen Mobai discovered that his idol was not only powerful and humble, but also exceptionally polite. Brothers, please grant me one more day. I was dizzy and disoriented after recording the show, and it was almost 11 o'clock when I got back to my place. I managed to put together one chapter with what I wrote during the day. I'm really sorry for the missing chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 890, Nether Dragon Blood, talking about the Spirit Lord. Chapter 890, Nether Dragon Blood, talking about the Spirit Lord. After seeing off Master Kingping, Chen Mobai went to Kaiyuan Hall the next day at Qi Yuheng's invitation. As the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the immortal sect, Qi Yuheng felt that the world had been changing too fast lately. He had always been proud of his ability to perform the great shift of void at the nascent soul stage. Who would have thought that after Chengxuan left the pass, he would say that he was capable too? However, Chengxuan achieved nascent soul cultivation earlier than Qi Yuheng, and he also used the flower blooming moment technique, so Qi Yuheng accepted it. But not long after, Chen Mobai also comprehended the secrets from the universal heavenly book. When the news came that Chen Mobai had applied to the Sky Curtain Network Administration Bureau for location permissions for the void teleportation, Qi Yuheng remained silent for a long time. Given that Chen Mobai has only just reached the nascent soul stage, Qi Yuheng is very worried that the void shift will become a standard skill for nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sects in the future. After thinking it over, Qi Yuheng decided to invite Chen Mobai to meet. I see. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, Chen Mobai brought up the key to his ability to perform the void shift. Upon hearing that he needed a 5th-tier magic weapon as a substitute, Qi Yuheng suddenly understood and breathed a sigh of relief. However, this still provides a path for the nascent soul stage of the immortal sect. Previously, only the 5th-level body tempering was possible, but after Chen Mobai, the 5th-level innate body tempering was added. As expected of the most talented person in the history of the immortal sect, you are the one who has the most profound understanding of the universal heavenly book over thousands of years. After their conversation, Qi Yuheng was genuinely impressed by Chen Mobai's talent. Although he had previously thought Chen Mobai was indeed impressive, Qi Yuheng felt that he was at most comparable to himself. But after comprehending the heavenly book this time, Qi Yuheng realized that he was not as good as Chen Mobai. because he had also studied the 7 great heavenly books and had some understanding of the universal heavenly book. His ability to master the void shift at the nascent soul stage was partly due to this. Comparing the two, he realized that his talent was inferior to Chen Mobai's. Qi Yuheng, who was always proud and arrogant, quickly came to terms with it. After all these years, Chen Mobai has gone from foundation establishment to nascent soul. His outstanding talent has been widely known by the immortal sects, and Qi Yuheng has also been subtly influenced by it. If the person in front of you surpasses you, then it's not unacceptable. Thinking this way, Qi Yuheng rarely took the initiative to praise someone. You flatter me, Lord Kaiyuan. You are a role model for me to learn from. I hope that I can also achieve the 5th level of body tempering when I reach the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai genuinely admired Qi Yuheng. After all, he was well aware that his achievements were entirely due to the accumulation of resources. The difference between the 4th and 5th tiers is like heaven and earth. If Qi Yuheng had these resources, he would probably have already entered the nascent soul stage. I also owe my achievements to the drop of nether dragon blood bestowed by the Spirit Lord, along with the dragon transformation scripture of ancestor Zhongli. Qi Yuheng also took the initiative to talk about his cultivation foundation. Since the blood of the candle dragon was lost, it has become almost impossible for the people of Kunpeng Academy to master the complete 6 imperial scriptures. However, the dragon transformation scripture of Patriarch Zhongli also opened up a new path for the Kunpeng lineage. When the immortal sect bordered Pluto, the Spirit Lord fought a great battle with a nether dragon, cut off its tail, and extracted a drop of its essence blood. As the oldest being on Earth origin star, the Spirit Lord's cultivation level is probably close to the void refinement stage. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was also impressed by the profound foundation of Kunpeng Dao Academy. With the presence of the Spirit Venerable, it was as if the existence of nascent soul cultivators had never ceased. We don't know what realm the Spirit Lord is at now, but what we can be sure of is that it is currently the strongest being on Earth origin star. The true form of the Spirit Lord has been dormant for a long time, because if it were to open up and absorb the essence of the Earth origin star for cultivation, the planet would probably be depleted in less than 100 years. When a new nascent soul appears in the sea, the Spirit Venerable will leave this planet to pursue a higher level of the Great Tao. When Qi Yuheng faced Chen Mobai, he also revealed many secrets which greatly surprised the latter. Based on this description, the Spirit Venerable's cultivation level is probably the strongest in the history of the immortal sects. However, the sea has been under the protection of the Spirit Lord for thousands of years, yet no second nascent soul cultivator has emerged, which is truly a bit unfortunate. As Chen Mobai was internally criticizing himself, he suddenly thought of Shui Xian, the head of his own Zhengfa Hall. It was said that she came to the immortal sect in order to become a god. Could it be that she also wanted to refine the rules? However, he soon realized that he was being delusional. Putting aside Narcissus's lazy nature, even if she wasn't lazy, the rules that the immortals and all living beings had created could never be refined by the creatures of the sea. Next, Chen Mobai and Qi Yuheng talked for a long time. Because the two cultivated different nascent soul techniques, they focused on exchanging their experiences in combat. Qi Yuheng couldn't resist inviting him to fight in the Little Crimson Heaven. Chen Mobai was also quite curious about the fighting skills of the top nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect. He was very disappointed in Nangong Chunyu back then, fearing that the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sects were all of this caliber and would be of little use when it came to waging war. But his encounter with Qi Yuheng made him realize that he had been overthinking things. Qi Yuheng's combat skills far exceeded Chen Mobai's expectations. Although there were not many life-or-death battles due to the peaceful environment of the immortal sect, Qi Yuheng truly deserved to be the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the immortal sect. Besides the 5th-order body tempering, he has also cultivated many techniques from the 6 imperial scriptures to the 5th order. If they were to fight seriously, Chen Mobai would probably only be able to withstand one move at most. However, Qi Yuheng disliked bullying the weak or suppressing others with his cultivation level. So in his battle with Chen Mobai, he used the little crimson heaven to suppress himself to the first level of the nascent soul stage. Even so, Qi Yuheng was still exceptionally powerful. Under the dragon transformation scripture, he manifested the black serpent phantom after the nether dragon deteriorated. The obscure technique of the 6 imperial scripture complemented this bloodline perfectly, almost reaching 80% of the power of the candle dragon's blood. This was the first time Chen Mobai had faced someone of the same cultivation level, and he was immediately at a disadvantage in the first exchange. Fortunately, he was incredibly resilient, and his talent in combat was exceptionally high. After holding the Daoshui fire above his head and enduring the initial boundless darkness that enveloped the world under Qi Yuheng's gaze, Chen Mobai began to steadily defend and counterattack. He used various spells from the Pure Yang scroll to test Qi Yuheng, and finally used the square-inch book to discover Qi Yuheng's weakness, tearing apart the boundless darkness formed by the black snake with the extreme Yang slash. However, after this layer of darkness was torn open, an endless stream of darkness immediately surged in, filling the gap that had been torn open. But after reaching this point, the battle of wits can be considered over. What follows is simply a repetitive cycle of Chen Mobai continuing to tear through the darkness, and the darkness continuing to surge forth, a contest of the two sides' foundations. Chen Mobai and Qi Yuheng stopped fighting at the same time and withdrew from Zhao Chishan. This game ended in a draw. Master Chen Yang, when you have time in the future, the two of us can try our skills together more often. After coming out, Qi Yuheng seemed a little unsatisfied. He hadn't encountered an opponent who was evenly matched with him for a long time. Many times, he had to suppress his cultivation level to be lower than his opponents in order to feel that sense of life and death crisis in battle. Therefore, he was genuinely delighted to encounter someone as skilled in combat as Chen Mobai. He hoped that Chen Mobai could grow up as soon as possible, and ideally, when both of them were at the peak of their nascent soul cultivation, they could have a peak battle, and at that moment, their essence, energy, and spirit would burn at their most intense, taking the step of becoming a divine transformation expert. Of course. Chen Mobai responded with a smile, but in his heart, he was thinking that he would pretend he hadn't seen Qi Yuheng's challenge next time. Just kidding, he's a master of spiritual cultivation, just like Master Kingping, and he always believes in using spiritual cultivation to intimidate others. Qi Yuheng's pursuit of the ultimate is only relevant in Zhao Chishan. In reality, one mishap would mean certain death. Anyway, given Chen Mobai's steady personality, he felt that he and Qi Yuheng would never be a good match. Yun, could you see Master Chen Yang off for me? After escorting Chen Mobai to the office door, Qi Yuheng called over Yi Yun from next door and gave her some instructions. Yes, Lord. Yi Yun nodded in agreement, and then led Chen Mobai toward the gate of Kaiyuan Hall. Master Chen Yang, would you like me to arrange a vehicle to take you back? Yi Yun, who was walking in front, asked. No need, my secretary is already waiting outside. Chen Mobai could actually use the void teleportation technique to return directly, but the time spent traveling by car was also when he talked with his secretary and handled official business of the Zhengfa Hall, so he had always maintained this habit. Will Master Chen Yang be available next March? Yi Yun nodded, then suddenly asked a question. I don't have any plans right now, but I can't guarantee I'll be available. Chen Mobai, after all, was under the control of two major forces in two realms, and something unexpected might happen to him at any time. In addition, he was not familiar with Yi Yun, so he wanted to hear what it was about. This is my wedding invitation. If Venerable Chen Yang is available, you are welcome to attend. Yi Yun stopped a little embarrassed and handed a red invitation to Chen Mobai. Vice Prince Yi is getting married. I wonder who is so lucky. Chen Mobai was also taken aback. As a nascent soul cultivator, he had already reached the pinnacle of the immortal sects, and his pursuit was basically to achieve the Tao transformation. Few people would think about things like marriage. After all, those who are at the nascent soul stage can only look up to other nascent soul stage cultivators, but it is difficult for someone who has reached this level to accommodate another one. Therefore, many unions between nascent soul cultivators end in divorce. My husband graduated from your Wuki Dao Academy, so I very much hope to invite Master Chenyang to attend. Yun said something that made Chen Mobai's eyes widen even more. Master Chengshuan is not the type to date a young girl, and he would never be interested in someone so old. That means Yun's husband is not a nascent soul cultivator. Could it be? End of this chapter. Chapter 891 We Are True Love. Chapter 891 We Are True Love. At this moment, Chen Mobai thought of something. At the meeting to distribute the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill, Yi Yun defied public opinion and reserved one for Jiang Yuyuan of the dance weapon lineage. Those who attended the meeting at that time felt something was amiss. Although Jiang Yuyuan was her subordinate and the person most likely to succeed in cultivating the mysterious sound technique over the years, he was, after all, a member of the dance weapon lineage. However, Yi Yun later stated that she had persuaded Jiang Yuyuan to switch allegiance to the Kunpeng lineage, and everyone accepted this explanation. After all, while it's not common for people to switch allegiances within the immortal sects, it's not unheard of. For example, Lan Haitian graduated from Kunpeng Academy, but is now a key talent being cultivated by the Patching Heaven lineage. But at that time, some people were already secretly speculating that Yi Yun was trying to seduce a younger man. However, Yi Yun was already a nascent soul cultivator, so even if someone guessed this, they wouldn't dare to say it without solid evidence. I wonder which member of the dance weapon lineage is so fortunate to have caught the eye of Vice Hall Master Yi. Chen Mobai had guessed this as well, but still asked to confirm it. Yi Yun pointed to the invitation. When Chen Mobai opened it, he saw that the groom's name was indeed Jiang Yuyuan. Vice Hall Master Yi, your wedding may attract a lot of criticism. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mobai said this. Marrying a nascent soul cultivator with a lower-level cultivator, especially since Yi Yun is a female cultivator, Jiang Yuyuan will likely carry the label of being a gigolo for the rest of his life. Of course I know that, which is why I waited until he formed his core before holding the wedding. That way, there would be less criticism. Also, I will have Kunpeng's mouthpieces report on his talent, expressing that he is likely to form his nascent soul and that marrying me would be a good match. How could this be a perfect match? Besides being a nascent soul cultivator herself, Yi Yun's father, Master Baiming, was also a nascent soul cultivator and even a disciple of a spirit venerable. His background was incredibly powerful. Jiang Yuyuan is also a big star in the immortal sect. Although he has retired in recent years, he is still the brother in the hearts of many women. The news of their marriage will definitely cause a huge uproar in the immortal sects as soon as it gets out. Jiang Yuyuan will be criticized for being a gigolo, and Yi Yun will definitely be seen as abusing her power, sexually harassing her subordinates, and seducing pretty boys, etc. Even Chen Mobai had the same suspicion. Vice Hall Master Yi, may I ask if I may, did you two get married because of true love? When Chen Mobai was at the Taoist Academy, he had several encounters with Jiang Yuyuan and had a fairly good impression of him. Therefore, if Jiang Yuyuan's desire to marry Yi Yun is not genuine, Chen Mobai feels that, as the current head of the Wuki lineage, it is necessary for him to inquire about it. What do you mean by that? Yu Yuan and I are mutually in love, unlike you, who's just playing around and not taking responsibility. Chen Mobai's question made Yi Yun's eyebrows furrow, and she became very angry. Then she turned around and started to criticize him. What do you mean by that? Don't think that just because you have a powerful background, I won't dare to make a move. Chen Mobai hated it most when others slandered him, and his expression turned cold. HMPH, you can hide your affair with Meng Huanger from others, but you can't hide it from me. Yi Yun's words made Chen Mobai feel a little less confident, but he was always the type to not shed tears until he saw the coffin. Chen Mobai, you need evidence to support your claims. Yun snorted coldly and said, "There are too many traces. As the head of the literature and art department, what I care about most is those Xuan Yin Dao seeds. I could tell at a glance that Meng Huanger's Yuan Yin has been lost. For example, I once investigated her exchange records for breakthrough pills and found that you gave her a large sum of merit points. I have a lot of similar evidence. Do you want me to list them all?" Chen Mobai, "Can this be used as evidence? It only proves that Meng Huanger and I have a good relationship." Yi Yun, "From a legal point of view, it is indeed insufficient to make a judgment. But how do you think the public will view this matter after these things are made public?" "I have nothing to fear if I am upright," Chen Mobai said with an air of righteousness, but he immediately changed the subject. "But in that case, Meng Huanger will indeed be caught in a vortex of public opinion. I hope that Vice Hall Master Yi will not mention this matter again in the future." Chen Mobai has always cared about the people around him. Meng Huanger hasn't even formed her core yet. If these things were to spread, she would definitely be ridiculed by the people of the immortal sects, who would think that she was being kept by him, a big shot. After all, even Yi Yun only dared to publicly marry Jiang Yuyuan after he had achieved the golden core stage. Whether you believe it or not, Yu Yuan and I are truly in love. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten to the point of getting married. At this moment, Yi Yun spoke up again to emphasize the point. "If it's true love, I will naturally wish you happiness and hope you will be together for a long time." After careful consideration, Chen Mobai concluded that Jiang Yuyuan's ability to marry Yi Yun was truly a stroke of good luck. After all, although Yi Yun was a bit older, she was very well maintained and was at the most beautiful time of her life. If Jiang Yuyuan marries her, he might have a chance to form a nascent soul in the future by leveraging the resources of the Kunpeng lineage or even the sea. This would be a good thing for him. After all, Chen Mobai was well aware of Meng Huanger's aptitude and didn't have high hopes for her to achieve nascent soul and play the divine melody. Jiang Yuyuan is an undisputed genius. Then I would like to ask Vice Hall Master Chen to attend my wedding with Yu Yuan. At this point, Yi brought up the matter again. "No problem." Chen Mobai thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. He had figured out why Yi Yun wanted him to participate. It was because Jiang Yuyuan was a graduate of the Wuqi lineage, and if Chen Mobai went, it would give the public the illusion that Wuqi and Kunpeng were getting married. Furthermore, it would give people the impression that Jiang Yuyuan is supported by Chen Mobai, which would reduce the controversy surrounding him being a kept man, and could guide public opinion to the conclusion that this marriage was a higher-level political transaction. He went to great lengths for Jiang Yuyuan. Regardless of what happened back then, it seems that she is truly in love now. After Chen Mobai agreed, his relationship with Yi Yun suddenly became harmonious. Both sides felt that the other was the same kind of person as themselves. Zhuang Jialan had already driven over to the door, but Chen Mobai asked her to wait a while and chatted with Yi Yun for a bit longer. It was at this moment that he learned that, when he first came to Kaiyuan Palace, Yi targeted him because of Meng Huanger. She felt that since the two of them were already together, they should announce it openly and honestly. Chen Mobai concealed this relationship, which clearly makes him a scumbag who only intended to have fun and not take responsibility. However, as Chen Mobai's cultivation level increased, Yi Yun gradually came to understand him. The gap between the man and woman is too large, so it's a bit difficult to announce. In particular, Yi Yun revealed that Jiang Yuyuan had actually got to know her during their university years, which made Chen Mo's eyelids twitch. "I plan to keep this wedding low-key, but the Patching Heaven lineage will definitely target us. So if a war of words breaks out, I would appreciate it if Vice Hall Master Chen could ask your dance weapon lineage to lend a hand." Finally, he mentioned this, and Chen Mobai readily agreed. When they left by car, Chen Mobai told Zhuang Jialan about it, and the latter was also shocked. "Please note the time and remind me when it's time." Chen Mobai left the invitation with Zhuang Jialan, who immediately nodded. "There's one more thing. Let's get our media ready. It's going to be a big event, and I can announce that I'm married at that time." Chen Mobai then spoke up, saying that Zhuang Jialan, who had been a secretary for many years, also understood things very quickly. At that time, I will guide the public's discussion to focus on the marriage of Vice Hall Master Yi and Jiang Yuyuan, and handle the news that you have a family discreetly. Chen Mobai nodded in satisfaction, and then asked about the recent events at the Zhengfa Hall. After returning home, Chen Mobai also went to check on Meng Huinger. With the void shift technique, he had already arrived at the summit of Dangxia Mountain. Meng Huinger, who was meditating and refining her pure spiritual power, opened her mouth wide in shock when she saw the silver light flashing in midair and Chen Mobai stepping out from it. How did you get here? She was in seclusion in Dangxia Mountain, focusing on forming her inner core, and had deliberately shut down all communications. Therefore, she was unaware that Chen Mobai had mastered the void shift technique and assumed that he had come to Dangxia City on his own initiative. I sensed your inner fear and felt that if things continued this way, you would never be able to take that crucial step in your life. So I felt it was necessary to come and help you take that critical step. Through the perspective of his formless puppet, Chen Mobai could see Meng Huinger's seclusion in Dangxia Mountain. It could only be said that, after several failed attempts to break through to a higher realm, Meng Huinger's confidence had been severely damaged. Every time she wanted to take a pill, images of her failed foundation establishment and core formation attempts would involuntarily flash before her eyes. I was terrified that this would be another failure. In her view, this was also her last chance to form her core. Even with Chen Mobai, the deputy hall master of the righteous law hall, behind her, it was impossible for him to break the rules of the immortal sect and give a foundation establishment cultivator a third core-forming elixir. With this mindset, Meng Huinger was plagued by anxieties and dared only to hone her spirit and energy each day, without daring to truly take that step towards a breakthrough. I'm sorry I'm so useless. Meng Huinger knew that her mindset was wrong. When she saw Chen Mobai come over in person, she felt that she had let him down and she even started to sob slightly. Take the pill, and I will protect you during your core formation process. Chen Mobai knew that nothing else he said would make a difference. Meng Huinger had completely lost confidence in herself, so he spoke directly in a commanding tone. What if it fails? Meng Huinger's voice trembled slightly. Chen Mobai, I have never failed before, and with me by your side you will never fail. End of this chapter. Chapter 892 Phoenix forms its core, ultimate Tao array. Chapter 892 Phoenix forms its core, ultimate Tao array. Dangxia Mountain. As the place where Master Chunyang formed his nascent soul, it has become a sacred place in the hearts of all the people of Dangxia City. It is precisely for this reason that the two universities located on the spiritual veins of Dangxia Mountain have seen their enrollment rates soar in recent years, rising from the middle ranks to the top 10. Today, the students of the academy who were cultivating at the foot of the mountain suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Before long, wisps of mist and fog appeared on the mountaintop due to the gathering of spiritual energy. A clear pipa melody began to play, and countless tiny fragments of spiritual energy began to rise and gather into a brilliant radiance. As time goes by, the spiritual energy at the top of Dangxia Mountain flows continuously toward Guanghua, making it shine ever brighter as it absorbs the old and absorbs the new. However, most teachers and students are used to seeing this. This must be Teacher Meng from the Literature and Art Department forming his golden core. It looks quite dazzling, but compared to when Master Chunyang formed his nascent soul, it's rather plain. Some of the teachers who were leading the new students commented on the unusual phenomena of core formation that kept appearing in the sky. At this moment, the radiance in the sky seemed to have reached its peak, condensing and blooming with a crystalline brilliance. One after another, heavenly sounds appeared, like natural chanting, melodious and pleasant, yet carrying a clear and lingering coolness that penetrates the heart. The teachers and students of the two universities only thought it sounded very nice, but Chen Mobai truly enjoyed the profound sound of the great Tao that was triggered when a cultivator of the mysterious sound technique broke through to a higher realm. With him there to support her, Meng Huinger finally took the core formation elixir. Her spirit and energy had long been honed to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. With the addition of the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill and the water element golden core pill, she successfully completed the three-stage breakthrough this time. So sometimes, it's just a lack of courage to take that final step. After Meng Huinger successfully formed her core, Chen Mobai was afraid that she would get too excited and her cultivation level would drop again. So he listened to her and gave her guidance throughout the process, using the sound of a secluded valley. Unexpectedly, this process yielded an unexpected reward. Due to her limited cultivation level, Meng Huinger could only hear a very superficial part of the profound sounds of the Great Tao when she reached the core formation stage. However, Chen Mobai was a nascent soul cultivator, and what he could hear was more than 10 times greater than what Meng Huinger could hear. At that moment, he felt as gentle as flowing stream water, or as light as a feather floating in the air. It was as if a peerless musician was playing in his ear, the sound melodious and gentle, like a light rain, fresh and elegant, turning into notes that drifted into his heart, making him feel as if he were bathed in a spring breeze. Chen Mobai was unable to express the beauty of these notes in words. He was completely absorbed in them. The phoenix phantom in his purple mansion was also singing, as if echoing the celestial music played by the great Tao. As he wandered amidst the poetic and picturesque celestial music, his consciousness began to grow at an astonishing pace. Gradually, Chen Mobai felt his mind break free from the shackles of his body and merge with the entire world. He suddenly had a strange perspective, as if he had become an observer of time. He saw the mountain range beneath his feet, from its initial flatness to volcanic eruptions, the constant compression caused by the collision of the Earth's crust, and after countless years of change, it finally became what it is today. During the process of the mountain range taking shape, the sight of a spiritual plant calming the underground fire poison and transforming it into a fire vein that benefits all living beings deeply moved him. In that instant, Chen Mobai felt the flow of spiritual energy throughout the entire Dangxia mountain range. Whether it was the morning sunlight or the starry night sky, it all resonated in his mind amidst clear and beautiful melodies. It was during this process that the vast and mighty spiritual energy of heaven and earth transformed into a seven-colored rainbow and rapidly converged towards him, as if the entire spiritual vein of Dangxia Mountain was blessing his cultivation. Chen Mobai instinctively used the pure Yang scroll to refine it, and his mind, under the influence of the great Tao profound sound, merged with this world and became a part of it. Standing atop the mountain, he felt the flow of the wind, the pulse of the earth, and the operation of the entire spiritual vein. At this moment, Chen Mobai felt that the power he had mastered had reached an unprecedented level of strength. Just then, the morning bell rang, waking him from the profound sounds of the great Tao. Chen Mobai suddenly realized that his pure Yang scroll and phoenix facing the sun diagram had both made breakthroughs at the same time. The pure Yang scroll reached the second level of the nascent soul stage, while the phoenix facing the sun diagram broke through to the crucial, responding to the spirit of the earth realm. This is his current limit. If he continues to indulge in the profound sounds of the great Tao, it will backfire. Not only will he not improve further, but he may even fall from his current breakthrough. Chen Mobai sat upright under the jade parasol tree and began to consolidate his realm using the burning lamp technique. To be honest, I was quite surprised to have this achievement. His original intention was simply to help Meng Huinger overcome her mental barriers and take the step towards core formation. It just goes to show that good people get good rewards. Without this baptism of the great Tao profound sound, it would have taken him at least 5 or 6 more years to break through to the second level of the nascent soul stage. However, compared to this, the breakthrough of the phoenix facing the sun diagram made Chen Mobai marvel at the power of the mysterious sound technique even more. Although he accelerated the cultivation of this divine sense technique by using the devouring God technique, if it were an ordinary cultivator of the phoenix rising sun diagram, It would take at least several decades or even hundreds of years to possibly break through to the level of the Earth Spirit. The profound sounds of the great Tao triggered by breaking through to the core formation stage are already this powerful. If it were the nascent soul stage, it would be even more incredible. No wonder the cultivator of the mysterious sound and wonderful method could play the divine melody, which could assist those who had reached the nascent soul stage. At this moment, Chen Mobai felt that perhaps he should pay more attention to Meng Huinger. What if she has already formed a nascent soul? Thinking this, he looked up at Meng Huinger, who was sitting in meditation with her eyes closed not far away, her face as beautiful as a jade flower. It was clear that she was very happy. Even while consolidating her cultivation level, she couldn't help but smile. However, anyone who successfully formed their core would feel the same way. Chen Mobai was even more outrageous than her back then. Several more days passed. After confirming that Meng Huinger would not regress, Chen Mobai transmitted a message to her. Consolidate your strength and call me when you come out of seclusion. Meng Huinger's fair and delicate ears twitched slightly, and then she nodded quickly with her eyes closed, indicating that she had heard. After replacing his formless puppet with a high-grade spirit stone, Chen Mobai used the void shift technique to leave. After the phoenix facing the sun painting broke through to the level of the earth spirit realm, Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't waste it. He began to study formation techniques at the immortal sect. As for formations, all 4 major academies of the immortal sect are extremely skilled in them. No matter which lineage of inheritance one learns, one can directly reach the 5th level. Even among the 10 great academies, there are many inheritances of 5th-order formations. The foundation of the 6th order, heavenly curtain earthly network, array lies in mastering all the 5th order, array knowledge of the immortal sect. It can be said that the celestial canopy and the earthly network are the end of the immortal sect's array. Chen Mobai naturally started learning about formations from his own family's Wuki Dao Academy. With the void shift technique, he could go to Chicheng Mountain to seek guidance at any time, and both Master Chengshuan and the 3 golden core cultivators of the array formation department were very willing to teach him. Relying on his profound spiritual attainment, Chen Mobai mastered the 1st to 5th level of array formation knowledge passed down by the Dance Weapon Academy in just half a year. Even by the standards of the immortal sects, he would be more than qualified to pass the exam for a 4th-tier array master. To pass the 5th-tier exam, you also need to learn all the 5th-tier courses from the other academies and schools. However, for Chen Mobai, it was only a matter of time. This was the first time he felt that knowledge was such a simple thing. His progress in learning formations also amazed Master Chengshuan and others from the Wuki Dao Academy. However, Chen Mobai did not hide the fact that this was because of the phoenix facing the sun diagram. After all, although very few people practiced this technique, the descriptions of each level were still recorded in the ancient books of the Dance Weapon Academy. Within just 6 months, he mastered all the essence of the array formations of the dance weapon lineage. This cannot be explained by comprehension and talent. It can only be described as cheating. Master Chengshuan was even more shocked by this. After all, in the thousands of years of the immortal sect, no one has ever been able to cultivate the phoenix rising to the sun painting to such a level. The most accomplished cultivators from the Dance Weapon Academy in this technique are all stuck at the Tengxianji realm. Based on the notes left by these predecessors, they speculated that it was because the heavenly heart of the immortal sect had been assimilated by the fruit of Tao law, so they could not sense the purest changes in the heavenly heart, and the Tengxianji realm could never be perfected as a result. I did not expect that you would actually cross this chasm. Indeed, your talent is superior to those nascent soul sages. Chen Mobai was unaware of this matter, and after hearing Master Chengshuan's praise, he broke out in a light sweat. He achieved his Tengxianji realm on the other side of the heavenly river realm. The heavenly heart there is indeed very pure and natural. Especially with the blessing of the heavenly crown of all beings, the heavenly heart of the eastern wilderness is basically unguarded against him, allowing him to come and go as he pleases. He also tried to sense the heavenly heart through the heavenly wisdom at the immortal sect, and it did feel quite different from the eastern wilderness. It lacked naturalness and had more rules. Chen Mobai never expected that the fruit of the Tao law could actually change the will of heaven. However, it was precisely this point that led him to come up with a reason for explanation. Perhaps it is because I have made some progress in comprehending the Tao Law heavenly book that I was able to cut through the shroud of rules and regulations and directly point to the laws of the great Tao and the most fundamental changes of the heavenly heart. That is why I was able to perfect the Tongshan Jai and then naturally advance to the realm of Yingdi Ling. Chen Mobai's words made Master Chengxuan nod repeatedly. In his view, only the mysteries recorded in the heavenly book could unravel the enigmatic secrets of the heavenly heart shrouded in rules. Master Chengxuan said, "Then you must not waste your talent. You must study the Tao of formations well. Perhaps in the future you may be able to create the ultimate Tao formation that unites heaven and earth as the master of the immortal sect." Chen Mobai, what is this ultimate Tao formation? Chen Mobai suddenly realized that, although he was already a nascent soul cultivator in the immortal sect, there were many things he had never heard of before. Master Chengxuan, the heavenly canopy and the earthly network are both sixth-order grand formations. When the two are combined, it is the ultimate transformation of the immortal sect's formation method and is known as the ultimate Tao formation. The heavenly canopy is the ultimate of the heavenly formation, and the earthly network is the ultimate of the earthly formation. The Tao formation is based on people, refining the heavenly canopy and the earthly network into the body. Master Chengxuan, the former master of the immortal sect, used a Tao array to activate the boundary gate, carrying the ancestors of our 4 Tao academies across the universe and the vast void, to arrive on this earthly star and establish the foundation of the immortal sect. Master Chengxuan, it's a pity that the earthly star has limited space and space. The celestial canopy and earth network that can be evolved can only barely reach the 6th level. Therefore, in his later years, the master of the immortal sect used this as the foundation to reorganize the Tao array and tried to cultivate the void, but failed. After hearing all this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. As one of the very few cultivators in the history of the immortal sect who attempted the void refinement stage, Zhang Daosun, the sect's leader, is widely recognized as the person with the highest level of cultivation. Unfortunately, traversing the starry sky consumed too much of his power. After arriving at the Earth star, he reportedly encountered a powerful enemy. Although he suppressed and killed him, he also lost a large amount of his essence. Even so, Zhang Daosun still spread the methods of cultivating immortality on Earth origin star and bestowed the art of longevity. Under his guidance, the Cloud Fang ancestor and others from the 4 major academies also established their own lineages on the spiritual veins of various places, continuing their family traditions on the Earth origin star. After thousands of years of evolution, the immortal sect was established, and the 3 great halls were created. In a sense, the reason why everyone in the immortal sect can cultivate immortality is because the founding patriarch of this sect was Zhang Daosun. Even though he himself suffered loss, he never forgot to teach and benefit all beings. Chen Mobai, who aspired to become an official under the influence of his maternal grandfather when he was young, had Zhang Daosun as his first idol. However, after Zhang Daosun passed away, the 3 main halls of the immortal sect were basically filled with people from the 4 major academies, so there are not many records about him. It was only because Master Chengxuan was the principal of the Wuki Daoyuan that he knew these secrets. I hope that one day in the future, I will be able to make the Tao formations of the immortal sect reappear on Earth origin star. Chen Mobai said it from the bottom of his heart. With your profound understanding of the heavens and the earth, learning all the 1st to 5th order array knowledge of the immortal sect is a piece of cake. However, the heavenly curtain and earthly network are the essence of all the arrays of the immortal sect, and only the 2 ancestors possess them. When you have time, you can go to the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain more often, play games with Ancestor Kaingsing, and learn from him. Master Chengxuan began to offer Chen Mobai advice. Although nascent soul cultivators could generally download knowledge about the immortal sect, the heavenly curtain and earthly network were the bottom line concerning the safety of the immortal sect and even the entire earthly star, so there was no information about them online. Although the two immortal saints preserved the contents of the heavenly curtain and earthly network formation, the white light ancestor of their weapon-wielding lineage only knew how to fight and was completely ignorant of formations. Therefore, if you want to learn, you can only go to the star-piercing ancestor. That's all for today, only 4,000 words. I wrote until 3 a.m. last night, then got up at 5 a.m. to catch my flight. I arrived in Shanghai in the afternoon and then rushed back to my hometown from Shanghai, arriving after 9 p.m. Luckily, I managed to write over 1,000 words on the plane, and with what I wrote last night, I managed to reach 4,000. Please forgive me, everyone. I'll get some rest tonight. End of this chapter. Chapter 893, Hexagonal Development. Chapter 893, Hexagonal Development. After listening to Master Chengshuan's guidance, Chen Mobai became interested in the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. After all, due to the spiritual vein resources on Earth Star, even the ultimate Tao array based on this by the immortal sect master cannot be used for void refining. But what if it were placed in the heavenly river realm? The eastern continent alone has already surpassed the immortal sect. If Chen Mobai can cover the entire heavenly river realm with the heavenly curtain and earthly network in the future, he will probably be able to do something that even the immortal sect master cannot do. However, since he wasn't very familiar with Ancestor Kaingsing yet, and had just obtained the seed of Tao Law, Chen Mobai planned to wait until he had learned all the Fifth Order array knowledge of the immortal sect Tao Academy before bringing up this matter with him. He can also get a Fifth Order array master certificate by then. At that time, even if Chen Mobai doesn't ask, Ancestor Kaingsing will probably take the initiative to invite him to teach him. After finalizing his plans, Chen Mobai consulted Master Chengshuan about weapon crafting techniques. Although thanks to the Cantong Qi, he possessed almost top-tier weapon refining skills for the magical artifacts he owned, he could only rely on his true abilities when creating and refining a new magical artifact out of thin air. That's why the 5th-tier Taiyuan blue pearl in his hand has been idle for a long time. Because of my lack of skill, I really don't know where to start. Moreover, this precious material is not available in the immortal sects, and he dared not show it to Master Chengshuan to ask for his help. The only thing I can do is try to improve my weak foundation in weapon crafting. However, this was his original plan. After reaching the nascent soul stage, the improvement of cultivation was no longer a matter of a day or two. Breakthroughs in each minor realm often took more than 10 or even decades, so it was time to mold himself into a flawless, all-around cultivator. Because Qing Nu is in charge of alchemy, and Chen Mobai has no way to cheat in this area, he will put it aside for the time being and plans to first improve his two major skills, array formation and weapon crafting, to the 5th level of the immortal sect. Of these, Chen Mobai mainly focused his energy on weapon crafting. Because of the blessing of the heavenly blessing and earthly spirit states, he found it easy to learn formations. No matter how obscure the knowledge was, he could easily master it. It was precisely this rapid progress in learning formations that made Chen Mobai feel that his decision to first improve his cultivation level, and then, in turn, cover cultivation techniques from top to bottom was absolutely correct. In terms of weapon crafting, although it's not as easy as array formations, progress has been rapid. Thanks to the dual fire and the various buffs from the phoenix facing the sun diagram, it remains effective. At least the auspicious energy will allow him to tilt the scales toward success in refining materials and synthesizing magical artifacts, as long as the results aren't too outrageous. Time passed slowly like this. That day, Chen Mobai was asking Master Yuangsu about the array formations of the Bushan Dao Academy when Meng Huanger called. Finding the line busy, he immediately hung up and sent a text message. Meng Huanger, I've emerged from seclusion. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai immediately ended the call with Master Yuangsu. He used a teleportation technique to arrive at Dangxia Mountain. Today, Meng Huinger wore a white long dress, her full chest accentuating the perfect curves of the fabric. Her long, black hair fluttered in the wind, with a few strands swaying on her beautiful face and delicate collarbones. Combined with her long, slender white legs exposed beneath the skirt and her sparkling eyes, she exuded feminine charm. Thank you for guiding me to form my core. As Chen Mobai stepped out of the void, Meng Huinger immediately bowed deeply to him in midair. There's no need for such formalities between the two of us. Chen Mobai waved his hand, and an invisible, gentle surge of true energy caused Meng Huinger to involuntarily stand up. Has your realm been consolidated? Show me your hand. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Meng Huinger immediately came to his side and gracefully extended her fair and delicate right hand. Not bad, your foundation is solid. If you continue your cultivation step by step, and with the various resources I provide, you will have no problem reaching the golden core stage. Chen Mobai lifted his fingers off Meng Huinger's wrist with satisfaction. Breakthroughs in major realms mainly depend on the cultivator's own foundation. At most, he could only provide some pills as assistance. However, it is possible to force one through minor realms using elixirs and resources, but due to the conditions of the immortal sects, very few people would do so. Thank you so much, Venerable One. Your kindness and virtue are beyond repayment. Upon hearing this, Meng Huinger's already sparkling eyes became even more alluring, and she unconsciously leaned closer. You've just consolidated your cultivation level, so it's best to avoid strenuous exercise and emotional fluctuations. Chen Mobai, however, was determined to settle down, so when faced with the alluring figure of the big star who was pressing against him, he politely declined in a serious manner. Yes, the master's reprimand is correct. Meng Huinger stopped awkwardly and started to speak, but suddenly seemed to remember something, her jade-like face turning deathly pale. Master, are you going to abandon me? Hearing Meng Huinger's seemingly random, tearful words, Chen Mobai was filled with confusion. How could I abandon you? At this moment, tears streamed down Meng Huinger's fair cheeks as she softly sobbed. Master, I know you must have owed many favors for the elixir that helped me form my core. The favor I did for you in helping you form your core has long been used up. I will not bother you in the future. I only hope that you will remember that there was once someone like me who accompanied you. After listening, Chen Mobai was speechless at Meng Huinger's thought process. He really intended to settle down and let her enjoy a free life from now on. This is actually considered abandonment. Don't overthink it. From now on, we'll just be normal friends. You can train in the literature and art department. If you need any resources, just tell me and I'll arrange them for you. Chen Mobai reprimanded her with a stern face. After hearing this, Meng Huinger burst into tears. She became even more convinced of her idea that these resources were the breakup fee provided by the former. Although she did not cry loudly, her eyes were mournful and her expression was sad. Come here. Chen Mobai couldn't stand it anymore, and decided to teach her a lesson for always having wild thoughts. Meng Huinger sobbed and quickly moved closer to him. A moment later, the long white dress had fallen onto the lawn, and intermittent sobs began to echo. After Chen Mobai's profound lesson, Meng Huinger finally stopped overthinking. Her delicate cheeks flushed slightly, as if she was embarrassed by her misunderstanding. Yi has already realized our relationship, but she herself isn't clean either. She's about to marry Jiang Yuyuan. Hearing this, Meng Huinger looked surprised. She was clearly unaware that Jiang Yuyuan had gotten involved with Yi Yun. No wonder he had easily succeeded in establishing his foundation in college, while she had to go through countless hardships, and in the end, Chen Mobai even sacrificed himself to guide her in mastering the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique before she could break through. I am now the Deputy Hall Master of the Zhengfa Hall, and you will be a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall after you form your core. If our relationship gets out, it will have a bad impact. So I plan to treat you as a normal friend in the future, so as to avoid ye finding any trace of us. Who knew you could think so far ahead? Hearing Chen Mobai's words, Meng Huinger blushed. She had thought that after helping her form her core, Chen Mobai disliked her low aptitude and wanted to end their relationship after their affection had run its course. However, it turned out that she was overthinking things. Chen Mobai isn't such a scumbag. Master, I misunderstood you. Please punish me. Meng Huinger spoke with a flushed face. After she formed her core, her recovery ability had become much stronger. Her legs, which had been weak and trembling just moments before, suddenly regained their strength. If I don't contact you in the future, you shouldn't contact me either, to avoid being caught by Yi Yun again. Focus on your cultivation. If you can reach the peak of core formation, I will help you obtain the nascent soul elixir. With your status as the Tao seed of the profound sound mystic method, and with my efforts behind the scenes, getting one shouldn't be a problem. As they were preparing to leave Danxia Mountain, Chen Mobai spoke to Meng Huinger, who had changed into a new dress. I'm so useless, yet you're still willing to help me with the nascent soul elixir. Meng Huinger was deeply moved after hearing this and couldn't help but cry again, but this time it was tears of joy. According to the standards of the immortal sects, given her qualifications, which required 3 attempts to successfully form her core, she was directly excluded from the list of elixirs for nascent soul formation. However, only the 2 of them knew this. In the eyes of the common people of the immortal sect, she was a favored daughter of heaven. As a top star in the immortal sect for decades, she has been diligently touring the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands, using profound sounds and magical method to help people awaken their spiritual consciousness. She even successfully passed the golden elixir formation stage with a single golden elixir. The news of Danxia Mountain's formation of a celestial body had been circulating for more than half a year, so it was already considered a symbol of a perfect idol. Not only is she stunningly beautiful and has an outstanding temperament, but she has also successfully formed her core on her first try, and her score is almost maxed out. But Meng Huinger knew her own limitations. Without Chen Mobai's support, she probably would have fallen from grace long ago, from top tier to third rate, and might even have been kicked out of Wangwu Cave Heaven's headquarters by the literature and art department. After all, in the eyes of Yi and the other upper echelons of the immortal sects, only those at the golden core stage, or those with the potential to form a core through the mysterious sound and wondrous method, are worth cultivating. The resources of the immortal sect are limited. If you fail to demonstrate superior talent and potential, there are plenty of people below you who can take your place. The immortal sects have no shortage of people. I hope you will always remember one thing. You are my woman. As long as I am in the immortal sect, I will arrange everything you need. Chen Mobai said this last sentence. At this moment, Meng Huinger's heart was completely filled with his domineering figure stepping into the void. End of this chapter. Chapter 894 Meeting Yan Bingxuan. Chapter 894 Meeting Yan Bingxuan. After returning to Wangwu Cave Heaven, Chen Mobai explained Meng Huinger's situation to Zhuang Jialan. After successfully forming her core, Meng Huinger was to enter Kaiyuan Hall and become a new counselor. Although she shouldn't be given any difficulties given the current situation at the Dance Weapon Academy, Chen Mobai still instructed Zhuang Jialan to guide her through the procedures. Yes, Master, there is one more thing. The water element golden elixir has been successfully sealed in the furnace. We may need to finalize the list of successful candidates by the end of the year. After writing down Meng Huinger's story, Zhuang Jialan mentioned something Chen Mobai had asked her to keep in mind. I understand. Let Zijing compile a list internally first, and then I'll discuss it with Ying Guanghua and the others. Chen Mobai spoke up, but he mainly wanted to get one of these water element golden pills for Yan Bingxuan. Thinking of this, he called Yunhai again. Of course, it's impossible to just say it's about Yan Bingxuan right off the bat, because Yunhai would definitely suspect their relationship. Chen Mobai first consulted Yun Haren about fifth-order formations, who was the only fifth-order formation master in the immortal sect at the nascent soul stage. He is also the current president of the Array Masters Association. You want to take the exam to become a fifth-tier Array Master. Come to the Natural Academy, and I'll explain to you in detail how to take the exam. To everyone's surprise, as soon as Yunhai heard Chen Mobai's purpose, he warmly invited him to come and visit. In the past, Chen Mobai could have used the excuse that the journey was too far, but now the entire immortal sect knows that he has mastered the void shift technique. You can't just say you're too busy with official duties. Chen Mobai was somewhat conflicted, fearing that he would have difficulty explaining things to Yan Bingxuan after going to the Natural Academy. However, given the warm invitation from Yun Hai, he thought about it and realized he also needed to discuss the matter of forming a golden core with Yan Bingxuan, so he went anyway. The examinations for these fifth-tier professions were all personally set by Ancestor Kaixing. However, the scope of the question will definitely be within the framework of the fifth-order formation knowledge of the immortal sect. At most, there will be a slight variation, requiring you to create a new fifth-order formation using the knowledge system of the immortal sect. I lost a few points on this very question because, although the newly created fifth-order formation was theoretically perfect, the immortal sects did not have the conditions to set it up, so it was impossible to prove whether it was feasible or not. After listening to what Yunhai Shangren had to say, Chen Mobai suddenly felt a bit of sweat on his back. Is the fifth rank of this immortal sect really that difficult? It's not enough to just learn all the fifth-order knowledge. One must also integrate and innovate upon it. His ability to communicate with the heavens and respond to the earth is of no use in this regard. However, immediately afterward, Yunhai said something that made Chen Mobai breathe a sigh of relief. Although this last big question is worth a lot of points, it's not that crucial, because as long as you get all the previous questions right, you'll pass. Being able to learn all the fifth-order knowledge of the immortal sect is enough to meet the standard of a fifth-order formation master. Next, Yunhai Hearn imparted his insights on the art of formation to Chen Mobai. The news of Chen Mobai's achievements in achieving both heavenly blessing and earthly spirit had already reached his ears, so he had been waiting for Chen Mobai to come and ask him for advice. After I became a fifth-order array master, Ancestor Kaixing taught me the heavenly curtain earthly network array. Unfortunately, after so many years, I have only grasped one-third of the essence of the earthly network. In the immortal sect, although knowledge is not lacking, there is a lack of like-minded people to communicate with, especially for those of us who stand at the peak. The only one we can communicate with is Ancestor Kaixing, but you know the nature of the ancestor. He would rather play a few more games than spend that time on that. If you can pass the fifth-level array master exam, I will have a fellow practitioner to exchange ideas with, and perhaps I can even use this opportunity to truly comprehend the heavenly canopy and the earthly network. After imparting his insights on fifth-order formations, the master of the Cloud Sea also shared his heartfelt thoughts, expressing his strong desire for Chen Mobai to grow up quickly. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will do my best. Chen Mobai didn't dare to make any guarantees. After all, as the end of the immortal sect's formation, he didn't know if the two realms of the phoenix rising to the sun diagram, Tengxianji and Yingdaling, could help him comprehend it. Are you going back tonight or staying here for a while? I'll arrange accommodations for you. After listening, the man from the Cloud Sea asked with satisfaction. The way of arrays is profound and complex, easy to learn but difficult to master, especially the knowledge of the fifth rank. Basically, one needs to thoroughly understand all the basics before one can truly grasp it. Even if I were to personally teach it, it would take me a year and a half to finish explaining it. Therefore, if Chen Mobai wants to improve his skills in array formations, he needs to continuously exchange and learn from the people of Yunhai at the Natural Academy. Because he possessed the void teleportation ability, the man from the Cloud Sea asked this question. Please arrange a dormitory for me, Venerable Master. I think we'll stay here if we're not too busy with official business at Wangwu Cave. After thinking about it, Chen Mobai chose this option, since performing the void shift also requires a lot of true energy and divine sense. I've asked Qiangji to make the arrangements. You're already familiar with her, so you can always turn to her if you encounter any problems at the Nature Academy in the future. After Yunhai Shangren finished making the call to Yan Qiangji, he spoke to Chen Mobai. Then I'll take my leave. I happen to have a good friend I haven't seen in a long time at the Nature Academy. Since I'm here, I should at least visit her." As Chen Mobai spoke, he also subtly reminded Yun Herrn not to forget to submit Yan Bingxuan's list. "You mean Teacher Yan? By the way, when will the immortal sect finish refining this batch of water element golden pills? I'd like to prepare to inform the Kunpeng Dao Academy." As expected, as soon as Chen Mobai spoke, Yun Hai understood his meaning and immediately remembered what he had promised. The Natural Academy is a subordinate academy of the Kunpeng Academy, so if you want to submit Yan Bingxuan's list, you need to go through them. The training is complete, and the list should be finalized internally before the Kaiyuan Hall conference at the end of the year. Chen Mobai immediately followed up with his words, and Yun Hai nodded in agreement, then said he would go and arrange the matter. At this moment, Yan Qiangji also came over. She happened to hear the second half of the conversation and looked at Chen Mobai with a strange gaze. "Thank you for your concern, Venerable Chen Yang, regarding Xuaner's matter." After the two left the principal's office, Yan Qiangji bowed her head and thanked Chen Mobai. "No, there's no need for thanks between us." Chen Mobai was unaware of his relationship with Yan Bingxuan, and Yan Qiangji was unaware of it either, so he only dared to offer some polite words in return. "Will I be able to move into the place where Qing Shi and Master Qing Jing once lived?" While arranging accommodations, Chen Mobai suddenly recalled the scene of his first visit to the Natural Academy. It was here that he obtained the purple and green demon refining heavenly book. However, at that time, he could only watch the sword marks left there by the two masters with amusement. Chen Mobai felt that with his current level of understanding, he should be able to understand it, so he wanted to go over there and put an end to his worries. As for Master Chen Yang, there is naturally no problem. Yan Qiangji nodded gently. That place was one of the famous historical sites of the Natural Academy, and over the years, only Chen Mobai had ever lived there. Others, even the most talented students who practice the sword manuals of the two masters, can at most go and study them for half a day after receiving approval. "Does Bingxuan have class today?" On the way to the Mingjing house on Huagai Mountain, Chen Mobai asked Yan Bingxuan about her. "She doesn't have class tonight, should I let her know?" After Yan Qiangji answered, she asked a question. "I'll talk to her." Chen Mobai shook his head. If Yan Bingxuan found out he was here from someone else, wouldn't that be too despicable? Yan Qiangji thought Chen Mobai was going to give Yan Bingxuan a surprise, and nodded after hearing this. After retrieving the key, she led Chen Mobai to the foot of Huagai Mountain and then took her leave. "If you need anything, please feel free to contact me." After Yan Qiangji left, Chen Mobai walked to the top of the mountain with a conflicted expression, pacing back and forth, his fingers repeatedly pressing on Yan Bingxuan's number. Finally, under the influence of a clear and frosty sword intent, he made up his mind. We always have to face it. He originally wanted to go find Yan Bingxuan himself, but because he was so famous, he was afraid of being recognized, so he could only ask Yan Bingxuan to come. Less than 15 minutes after the phone call, Yan Bingxuan, with her aloof demeanor and beautiful appearance, arrived at Huagai Mountain. "What brings you here?" Yan Bingxuan saw Chen Mobai standing on the stone path of Huagai Mountain waiting for her, and a surprised smile appeared on her face. She blurted out a question. "The immortal sect has successfully refined the water element golden elixir." Just as Chen Mobai began to explain his reasons, Yan Bingxuan's soft, delicate body rushed into his arms. He couldn't utter the next half sentence because she had already silenced him with a kiss. Once the ice flower blooms, it is more direct and beautiful than any other flower. Chen Mobai couldn't utter the words he had prepared. Moreover, considering that she is about to form her core, if she is upset because of this matter, she may develop inner demons when she breaks through the realm, which may lead to failure in forming her core. Forget it, let's wait until she forms her core. After the thought flashed through his mind, Chen Mobai felt the amazing elasticity pressing against his chest, and no longer resisted his inner desires, raising his hands. Before I knew it, the sky was covered with nebulae. Chen Mobai held Yan Bingxuan, whose cheeks were flushed and who had been freed from all restraints, and lay her in the wooden house talisman he had just drawn, listening to her pour out her longing over the years. The more this happened, the less Chen Mobai could say what was in his heart. I thought you would come to see me as soon as you mastered the void shift technique. In the end, Yan Bingxuan said something with a hint of resentment. Every time I use this void shift technique, I need to apply for a location from the Sky Curtain and Earth Network Administration Bureau. As you know, I am walking on thin ice in the three great halls on behalf of the dance weapon lineage. Many political enemies are watching my every move. If they find out that I came to see you, I am afraid that it will cause you harm and disrupt your peaceful life. End of this chapter. Chapter 895 Large and Small Meetings. Chapter 895 Large and Small Meetings. Chen Mobai was telling the truth. Every time he uses the void shift to locate someone, it leaves a record at the Sky Curtain and Earth Network Management Bureau. However, once he reaches his position, no one will be so foolish as to investigate these things. Moreover, with Yun Yangbing helping to keep an eye on things, Chen Mobai would know immediately whoever accessed these records. Because this content also involves Qi Yuheng and Master Chengshuan, the Tianmu Dilu Administration Bureau is very cautious. To rashly check these records would basically be to cause trouble for the three nascent soul cultivators. Even so, Chen Mobai was still very cautious. He went to Dangxia Mountain to see Meng Huanger because it was his hometown, and it was only natural for him to visit his sister as the year was drawing to a close. Before going to see Meng Huanger, Chen Mobai actually visited Wang Xinying and gave her 4 loquats. He said they were the latest spiritual fruit researched by a secret department of the immortal sect, which could enhance the metal and wood spiritual roots. However, because they were still in the experimental stage, they needed to be kept secret, and he told her not to tell anyone after eating them. Wang Xinying naturally understood how precious the items in the immortal sects that could enhance spiritual roots were, and she was extremely grateful to Chen Mobai, her only remaining brother. Besides Wang Xinying, Chen Mobai also prepared 4 for Meng Huanger. Both of them were practicing the alchemy technique, and the 4 points of improvement in their golden spiritual root would save them a lot of time. Meng Huanger was even more grateful for this, and felt even more that she had chosen the right man in her life. Chen Mobai didn't forget to bring 4 of them for Yan Bingxuan this time, since her ice spirit root was transformed from a metal and water spirit root. Moreover, besides spirit roots, these fruits can also increase comprehension. Although they're not much for Qingnu, Chen Mobai felt they would still be somewhat useful for the 3 women. Especially her younger sister, Wang Xinying, whose talent is only above average. When Yan Bingxuan saw the loquats in Chen Mobai's hand, she didn't ask what they were. She just opened her mouth and took a bite, quickly finishing all 4. It's delicious, is there any more? Yan Bingxuan has a hidden gluttonous nature. This loquat is a pure natural spiritual fruit from the eastern wilderness. Over the years, it has been nurtured by abundant 4th-order spiritual veins, resulting in rich juice, smooth flesh, and a sweet but not cloying taste that is simply exquisite. This item is quite precious. It's part of a certain project within the immortal sect that cannot be made public. After eating 4 loquats, they will no longer have any effect on improving one's spiritual root. Back then, Chen Mobai obtained 24 loquats from Loquat Valley. After trying them with Qingnu, he gave 4 more to Mo Duguang, so that each of the 3 women received exactly 4. Giving me something this precious, you must have made a mistake, right? Yan Bingxuan was shocked to hear that loquat fruit could enhance one's golden spiritual root and comprehension. She got up from Chen Mobai's arms, and the violent ripples caused by this action made the latter's eyes blur a little. How could that be? Don't worry, as long as you don't tell anyone, I'll be fine. Chen Mobai was afraid that Yan Bingxuan would continue to press him for answers. He had only made up an excuse on the spot, and to avoid any inconsistencies in his explanation, he simply shifted her attention to something more enjoyable. In the time that followed, Chen Mobai immersed himself in the joy of learning. During the day, he sought instruction in formations from the master of the Cloud Sea, and at night, he would go back and carefully contemplate what he had learned during the day. One thing that bothers him is that Yan Bingxuan comes to keep him company whenever she has free time, which greatly reduces his study efficiency. But that's another kind of fun. At the Natural Academy, Chen Mobai spent the most fulfilling period of his life since achieving nascent soul. It wasn't until Zhuang Jialan sent him a message saying that the Immortal Affairs Hall had invited him to attend an internal meeting of the finance department to determine the quota for this batch of water element golden elixir. Chen Mobai reluctantly bid farewell to Yan Bingxuan. Before leaving, he naturally had to bid farewell to Master Yunhai. There were many things in the three main halls that required his personal attention at the end of the year, so his studies had to be put on hold for the time being, and he would come back when he had time after the new year. No rush, you have the void teleportation ability, you can come anytime. Yunhai didn't mind at all. After returning, Chen Mobai first attended an internal meeting on the water element golden core formation. Everyone was very rational this time, and they fully exchanged their opinions. Through repeated consultations, they reached a consensus. Seeing that Yan Bingxuan was finally on the list of 10, Chen Mobai nodded secretly. This time, with the help of Yunhai's people, he personally called Yi Yun, and Chen Mobai also got the approval of the Wookiee lineage. With the support of two lineages, Yan Bingxuan was easily selected. After this internal meeting, the finance department will hold a formal review meeting. There were no surprises this time. Everything went according to the list from the small meeting. The Wookiee lineage received one of these pills this time, which Chen Mobai gave to Gong Ranran, Wang Xingyu's wife, and one of the original members of the nascent soul class. Since this is a water element golden core with suitable attributes, we should try our best to obtain it. Wang Xingyu called personally, and Chen Mobai will definitely give him face. With the added influence of Wang Xinfu, Gong Ranran became the only person who would protect Wu Qi. Originally, there was another spot for the dance weapon, but considering that Master Chengxuan had come out of seclusion last time and Master Yuxiao had been waiting for quite a while, Chen Mobai gave this spot to Lingbao Academy, which can be seen as demonstrating that everyone has a chance. This time, the main competition is between the Bushan and Kunpeng lineages. After all, the Wookiee lineage already had enough from the previous 2 batches of Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation pills. Bushan wants to take this opportunity to make up for its shortcomings, while Kunpeng needs it the most. After the distribution of the water element Golden Elixir was completed, the Kaiyuan Hall Council meeting was held immediately afterwards. Chen Mobai sat with Shuixian at the front, listening to the conversation for a long time out of boredom. The only thing that caused a stir at this conference was the confirmation that a war was about to begin, and the order given to Nangong Chuanyu to lead a small team from the immortal sect to enter the other world to gather intelligence. After the conference ended, Chen Mobai, suppressing the lazy Shui Xian, convened the Zhengfa Hall conference. In previous sessions, the Deputy Hall Master presided over the ceremony on behalf of the Hall Master. During the meeting, by referencing the content of the recently concluded Kaiyuan Hall Conference, it was announced that while Nangong Chuanyu was away in another world, in order to prevent the military from being left unmanaged and disciplined, Vice Hall Master Chen Mobai would temporarily take charge during this period. The military was also arranged by the Wookiee faction within the same year, and everyone raised their hands in approval. Following this meeting, it was announced that Chen Mobai had completely taken control of the Zhengfa Hall. However, the reason why both the Bushan and Kunpeng lineages are watching is not only because Chen Mobai does have the strength, but also because if a war breaks out, the Zhengfa Hall, who is in charge of the military, must take the lead. Qi Yuhang also stated that if he felt the responsibility was too heavy, he would be willing to take charge of the military as the master of Kaiyuan Hall. Although Chen Mobai was a steady person, as the current head of the dance weapon lineage, he could not possibly agree to this proposal. This indicates that as long as there are still nascent soul cultivators in the Zhengfa Hall, there will be no need to trouble the Kaiyuan Hall Master. This dialogue took place at the last meeting of the year, a small gathering of all nascent soul cultivators from the three main halls. However, this event is not held every year. This year, it was at the invitation of Guanghua, because the other world is about to border the immortal sect, and it is necessary to divide the territories of the three halls in advance. The contents of this small meeting will also be reported to the star-piercing ancestor. Therefore, Chen Mobai and Qi Yuheng also attended. After this short meeting, the heavy workload of official business has finally come to an end. At this moment, Chen Mobai also missed the time he spent holed up in Dangxia City. Back then, there weren't so many problems. He governed by doing nothing, and everything under him would be taken care of. At the end of the year, Chen Mobai also gave his two secretaries a holiday. However, only Zhuang Jialan returned to her hometown, while Hua Zijing stayed in Wanggu Cave to ensure that someone could help Chen Mobai handle things. Originally, Zhuang Jialan took the initiative to ask to stay, since Hua Zijing had worked hard when she was forming her core. However, the latter said that she had just successfully formed her core, and if she did not return home in glory, it would be like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Neither of them aspired to reach the nascent soul stage. Reaching the core stage would already be the pinnacle of their lives, and they would definitely return home in glory. Zhuang Jialan thought it made sense, so she booked a plane ticket back to her hometown, Wunecheng. During the Chinese New Year, Chen Mobai's family of three received a series of visits from people who brought gifts. After receiving Wang Shui, Zhongli Tianyu, and other members of his own group, Chen Mobai was about to use the excuse of seclusion to avoid receiving guests when Pei Qingshuang arrived. As the most important ally of the dance weapon lineage in the three great halls, it is certainly impossible for them not to be absent. Pei Qingshuang would come to give gifts every year because she felt that the Daoshui fire given to her by Chen Mobai was too precious, and she would seem heartless if she didn't give it to him for decades. In addition, she would also come to check on her azure frost sword every year. After Chen Mobai formed his nascent soul, he was able to condense the 9 heavens pure purple qi into the Duluo fire on his own. Therefore, the azure frost sword was dispensable to him, and he wanted to return it voluntarily. But Pei Qingshuang and Qingshuang's sword became anxious. Qing Xuanjian didn't want to go back to those dark days of not having enough to eat and being hungry every day. Pei Qingshuang knew that Chen Mobai had upgraded the purple lightning sword to the 5th level and felt that the azure frost sword had a better future in his hands. Therefore, for the sake of the sword's future, she took the initiative to ask Chen Mobai to take in the azure frost sword. Since she'd already said that, Chen Mobai couldn't just throw the azure frost sword at her, could he? So having no other choice, they could only continue to nurture the azure frost sword. Fortunately, he has plenty of spirit stones now. Although the azure frost sword failed to upgrade to the 5th rank through a heavenly tribulation like the purple lightning sword last time, its spirituality has increased considerably. After being promoted by Chen Mobai using the covenant of the same, and with no material defects, it only needs another opportunity similar to a heavenly tribulation, preferably one with the attribute of frost, to be able to upgrade to the same rank. This kind of opportunity can only be obtained by staying by Chen Mobai's side, so as long as Chen Mobai doesn't drive it away, the azure frost sword is determined to stay and not leave. Guarantee 1. End of this chapter. Chapter 896, The Lesser Positive and Negative Sumeru 9 Palaces Formation. Chapter 896, The Lesser Positive and Negative Sumeru 9 Palaces Formation. As soon as Zhuang Jialan got off the plane, she found that all the officials from Wu Neicheng's immortal sect were waiting for her at the airport. Not far away, a huge banner fluttered, "Welcome Secretary General Zhuang back to his hometown." Meanwhile, many people around noticed this scene and raised their phones, while many media outlets also had their cameras and microphones. Zhuang Jialan had an indescribable feeling. She felt a little ashamed, but deep down, she also felt a sense of honor. She was quickly surrounded by the crowd. Nai Menjian, the city lord of Wu Nai City, said with a look of honor that his hometown was proud of her, and even asked her if she had any plans to return to take charge of the area and develop her hometown. Zhuang Jialan naturally shook her head and refused. Although she was just an ordinary secretary and a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall in Wangwu Cave, even the three hall masters had to nod politely when they saw her. Having witnessed the bustling prosperity of the capital city of the immortal sect, she would no longer allow herself to be confined to the small, shallow waters of Wunai City. At this moment, another person walked up to Zhuang Jialan and greeted her with the brightest smile. He was Gu Shaokan, the superior director of Huyang Cave Heaven, when Zhuang Jialan was the president of the Wunai City Talisman Makers Association. The two often had disagreements while working together. He came here specifically to apologize in person because he almost blocked Zhuang Jialan's file back then, preventing her from going to Wangwu Cave. After Gu Shaokan apologized, a light sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was given a death order by the president of the Talisman Makers Association of Huyang Cave Heaven. If Zhuang Jialan did not express her forgiveness, he could start preparing for retirement. After all, Zhuang Jialan is now working for the deputy hall master of the Zhengfa Hall, and judging from the current political situation, it won't be long before Chen Mobai becomes the true hall master. As Chen Mobai's closest secretary at work, Zhuang Jialan could easily find an excuse to implicate even the president of the Huyang Cave Heaven Talisman Makers Association, who is also a golden core cultivator, and force him to retire to his hometown. So as soon as Gu Shaokan heard that Zhuang Jialan had returned to her hometown, he was sent over. Gu Shaokan had already prepared himself to apologize and resign, but he did not expect that Zhuang Jialan would simply reply with a casual remark, "It's all for work." After speaking, Zhuang Jialan left the airport surrounded by people. At Zhuang Jialan's level, such petty grudges have long been forgotten. However, if she hadn't said those words, her subordinates would have remembered them for a lifetime and lived in constant fear. Is this what power is? Zhuang Jialan suddenly had an epiphany. After returning home, since his parents and other relatives had long since passed away, only a few cousins of the same generation came to visit with their children and grandchildren. They were all visibly nervous when facing Zhuang Jialan. Study hard and strive to get into a Taoist academy in the future. A good university can change your life. Zhuang Jialan spoke gently and kindly to her 7- or 8-year-old grandniece, who was the most talented among them. The grandniece, led by her parents, nodded blankly. This was also the most profound realization Zhuang Jialan had ever made in her life. She owes her success today entirely to being admitted to the Dance Weapon Academy. That's why she felt that the immortal sect's claim that studying could defy fate was the most correct truth. Why are you back so soon? Chen Mobai, who was flipping through the Kunpeng Dao Academy's array formation textbook, saw Zhuang Jialan come to report for duty and spoke with some surprise. My hometown is relatively small, and I don't have many relatives, so 3 days should be enough. Zhuang Jialan answered with a smile, and then gave Chen Mobai a box of local specialties that she had brought from her hometown. Why are you being so polite? Although Chen Mo said that he had already taken the box and opened it, his grandfather had taught him since he was a child that receiving gifts could make people in the same camp closer. These are talisman paper and talisman ink, special products of Wunai City. Zhuang Jialan majored in talisman making at the Wuki Dao Academy because the atmosphere of talisman making was quite strong in her hometown. Her parents worked in a talisman factory, similar to Chen Mobai's. However, she had already been practicing talisman making with flawed talisman paper and ink since she was a child. In a while, a friend of mine will be coming to Wangwu Cave Heaven to exchange for a water element golden elixir. My identity is rather special, so it's not appropriate for me to appear in public. I'd appreciate it if you could pick her up for me. Chen Mobai was referring to Yan Bingxuan. He trusted Zhuang Jialan because she was meticulous in her work. After Zhuang Jialan left, Chen Mobai also took the initiative to go to the Natural Academy, ostensibly to ask the Cloud Sea Elder about the fifth-order formation knowledge of the Kunpeng Academy, but actually mainly to tell Yan Bingxuan about this matter, and the latter expressed her understanding. Do you think I'll be able to successfully form my core this time? After the passionate night, Yan Bingshuan lay in Chen Mobai's arms, feeling somewhat insecure. I believe you can do it. Chen Mobai held her hand and encouraged her. Well, with the water element golden core, plus the water spirit pearls and sky blue ice jade you gave me before, if I still fail, I will have let you down. Yan Bingshuan also felt that she had asked a somewhat inappropriate question, so she changed her answer and said some more positive things. As she spoke, she activated her divine sense, and the ice marrow jade that Chen Mobai had given her fell from her realm. This can increase the probability of a cultivator with an ice spirit root forming their core. The immortal sects also have it. It's a specialty from the depths of the sea and is called sky blue ice jade. Chen Mobai gave it to Yan Bingshuan a long time ago, and the latter has been nurturing it with her own spiritual power over the years, just waiting for the core to be formed and refined into her body. I have another gift prepared for you, which I will give you after you obtain the water element golden core. Chen Mobai took the ice marrow jade from Yan Bingshuan's hand. As he was speaking, his hand suddenly slipped, and the jade fell from his palm, running along the delicate and smooth ice skin and disappearing into a deep groove. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. With a gasp, Chen Mobai reached inside and painstakingly groped around before finally managing to retrieve the piece of ice marrow jade. At this moment, Yan Bingshuan's fair cheeks were flushed. After a year, the three main halls of the immortal sect suddenly went from a leisurely and carefree state to a state of tension and busyness. After announcing the start of the war last year, the immortal sect must prepare for war, regardless of the neighboring other world. This was especially true for the Zhengfa Hall military headquarters. Chen Mobai inspected the 10 military regions one by one, which were also the 10 key nodes of the Heavenly Canopy Earthly Network Array, and were of great importance. After observing them up close, his knowledge of the fifth-order array formations of the immortal sect began to be integrated into his mind. At this point, he could be considered the second-best array master in the immortal sect after Ancestor Kaingsing and Master Yunhai. Even if he were to take the fifth-tier array master exam, he would probably only fail the last big question, and he was confident that he would get full marks on the rest. Of course, even though he had learned it, he would still go to the Nature Academy to reinforce his knowledge with Master Yunhai whenever he had free time. After mastering the formation, Chen Mobai immediately returned to the eastern wilderness. His first task was to rebuild the great formation of Baiyuan City. However, it wasn't completely overturned. After all, this Sumeru Nine Palaces formation had consumed a lot of resources from the Five Elements sect. An excellent formation master needs to design and arrange formations according to local conditions, rather than spending a lot of manpower and resources to change the world just to arrange formations by rote. It was only after becoming a fifth-order array master that Chen Mobai realized that the Sumeru Nine Palaces array, which reassured all cultivators in Baiyuan City, actually had so many loopholes and flaws. He used the concept of the fifth-order positive and negative nine palaces formation of the immortal sect and combined it with the terrain of Baiyuan City to modify and upgrade it. Due to the limitation of the spiritual veins and the lack of core fifth-order spiritual objects, Chen Mobai only completed the blueprint to upgrade it to a fourth-order superior grade. This upgraded city-protecting formation is based on the original Sumeru Nine Palaces formation, incorporating the positive and negative nine palaces formation of the immortal sect, so he named it Small Positive and Negative Sumeru Nine Palaces Formation. If conditions permit in the future, and it is upgraded to the fifth tier, then it will be able to grow from small to large. After the blueprints and theories of the Small Positive and Negative Sumeru Nine Palaces array are completed, practical operation is still required. This is also a good opportunity to see if the array masters on the sect side are worth training. Thinking this, Chen Mobai immediately called over Yishaoking from the array department. Over the years, Yishaoking had shown the highest talent in the way of arrays, and he was also diligent and hardworking. When Yishaoking saw the formation, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had studied formations his whole life and had never seen such exquisite and detailed blueprints. Some of the characters and symbols marked on it were incomprehensible, but it was definitely a profound array formation inheritance, the sect's top secret, so Chen Mobai didn't explain, and Yishaoking didn't dare to ask. This is the city protecting formation I modified. Take a look, and ask me anything you don't understand. After we finish explaining this, we'll go and check out the other major immortal cities and academies in the eastern wilderness, and try to get those formation blueprints out as soon as possible. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yishaoking, who had been holding back his questions for a long time, suddenly blurted them out one after another. After studying the blueprints of the minor positive and negative Sumeru 9 palaces array, Yishaoking unexpectedly entered a state of enlightenment. He sat atop Mount Baiyuan, overlooking the radiant, brightly lit immortal city below. The blueprints in his mind materialized in his eyes, appearing as twisted and straight dotted lines that stretched across the immortal city. The intersections of these lines marked the locations of spiritual pivots and the places where array flags were embedded. And all the lines eventually converge at the center, which is the top of Baiyuan Mountain where he is located. But Yishaoking knew that this formation had two cores, one positive and one negative. It's just that the front and back are now overlapping, so we can only see a little bit. He couldn't help but stand up and ask Chen Mobai for the core array plate of the Sumeru 9 palaces array. The latter smiled and gave it to him. Yishaoking immediately left Baiyuan City with the array plate. At this moment, the two originally overlapping positive and negative cores began to change. The fourth-order longevity tree, which is located at the very core, is still suppressed on the top of Baiyuan Mountain. The anti-core array plate, which is the one in Yishaoking's hand, moves with him. During this process of movement, the lines extending from the two core elements are constantly changing, making the small positive and negative Sumeru 9 palaces array also change unpredictably. This means that even if all the blueprints for this formation fall into the hands of the five-element sects rivals, they will not be able to follow the blueprints to break this small positive and negative Sumeru 9 palaces formation. The art of formations can be so exquisite and unpredictable. Yishaoking's eyes were open to a whole new world. After returning to the summit of Baiyuan Mountain with the array plate, he immediately bowed deeply to Chen Mobai. "Thank you, sect leader, for leading me into the true gate of array formations." At this moment, Yishaoking realized that the knowledge of formations he had learned before was so simplistic and crude. "Get up. You are indeed quite talented to become a third-tier array master in an environment like the eastern wilderness." Chen Mobai was gratified to see that Yishaoking had grasped the essence of the immortal formations after just one explanation from him. He couldn't teach the formations from the immortal sect, but he could mention the basic knowledge when explaining the blueprints. Chen Mobai was very surprised that Yishaoking was able to comprehend it, because it requires extremely high talent and comprehension. It can only be said that the lack of knowledge in the eastern wilderness has caused many talented people to be buried. If this were a sect of immortals, Yishaoking's achievements would be no less than Yun Yangbing's. "Sect leader, I have some new questions I'd like to ask you." At this moment, Yishaoking was completely absorbed in his newly comprehended understanding of the Tao of formations. He took out paper and pen and began to describe the problem he encountered during his enlightenment process. Why the lines were winding and turning when the small positive and negative Sumeru 9 palaces formation was combined with Baiyuan City. Aren't there quite a few houses built there? If we don't go around them, they'll be demolished. The owners of those houses probably won't be willing to accept that, and it will definitely cost a lot of spirit stones." Chen Mobai explained, but he still couldn't escape the mindset of the immortal sects. As everyone knows, the most troublesome thing about land acquisition in the immortal sects is demolition. If the people are unwilling, even if the 3 hall masters come, their land cannot be demolished. "Sect leader, if our 5-element sect is to be demolished, who in Baiyuan City would dare to disagree?" Yishaoking said strangely, "The more the array lines go around, the more difficult it becomes to set up. That's why Chen Mobai's new city protecting array is much more crooked and winding in the main city area. In his view, all of this was unnecessary. It seems you're right. After being reminded by him, Chen Mobai also realized what was going on. This eastern wilderness isn't a celestial sect, so why is he so concerned about the people below him? He said he wanted to demolish it, and I reckon even if he demolished the entire Baiyuan city, no one in the eastern wilderness would dare to say a word against it. However, this cannot be blamed on him, because the principle of putting the people first has always been written into the rules of the immortal sects array formation knowledge. He has been studying it recently and has formed a fixed mindset about it. Forgot that in the eastern wilderness, he is the one in charge of the bigger picture. End of this chapter. Chapter 897, The Unique Civilization of the Eastern Wilderness. Chapter 897, The Unique Civilization of the Eastern Wilderness. Once the idea was clear, Chen Mobai immediately revised the blueprints for the small positive and negative Sumeru 9 palaces array. In order to train Yisheaking, Chen Mobai took him to conduct an on-site inspection when revising the blueprints. This sudden enlightenment about the formation allowed Yisheaking to break through a bottleneck that had lasted for decades and reach the peak of the foundation establishment stage. He was cultivating the longevity scripture, and Qing Nu was currently preparing to refine a batch of wood element golden pills. Chen Mobai had already reserved one for him in his heart. Chen Mobai told Yisheaking about this matter directly. The latter was very excited after hearing it, but also very apprehensive, fearing that he would fail to form his core and waste resources. Because Yisheaking was considered an older generation foundation establishment cultivator, when Chen Mobai had just established his foundation, he was already in the late stage of foundation establishment, and most of his cultivation was improved by pills. It was precisely because of this that he was stuck in the late stage of foundation establishment for nearly 60 years. He even despaired and thought that he should just let the rest of his life be like this. Unexpectedly, he entered a state of enlightenment under the impact of the immortal sects array formations, and with the significant improvement in his mental state, he forcibly broke through the bottleneck. Your talent is enough to form a core. Although your foundation is flawed, you should have confidence that you can overcome it. Chen Mobai spoke to Yisheaking in an encouraging tone, but after using the Wuxiang puppet to deduce that the latter's success rate in forming a core was indeed not high. In that case, once Yisheaking leaves, it will be necessary to cultivate the next successor of the formation department. Chen Mobai wasn't in a hurry. After all, with Zhu Ming around, and given her talent beyond the Earth Master level with a little training, she would soon reach the 4th level in Earth formation. But if everything was piled on Zhu Ming, Chen Mobai was worried that his precious apprentice would get overworked, so he thought of his grand apprentice Song Huangda. Song Huangda also has good talent in geomancy. Chen Mobai had planned to train him to become a formation master. I wonder how he has been learning all these years. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately called him over. Since Yi Yun became the acting sect leader, the Unicom project has been officially handed over to Song Huangda, who is leading a group of disciples specially selected from the 5 Elements sect to set up the Tongshan Yi in the entire eastern wilderness. Upon hearing that Chen Mobai had summoned him, Song Huangda, who was in Yunmeng Immortal City, immediately handed over his affairs to his subordinates and then took the teleportation array to Baiyuan City as quickly as possible. I need to upgrade the city's protective formation, so I called you over to learn together. After Chen Mobai gave a brief explanation, Song Huang excitedly followed Yisheaking to conduct an on-site inspection. Although the main solution when encountering obstacles was demolition, they would try to minimize the amount of demolition, since Chen Mobai intended to follow the rules of the immortal sect and provide compensation for the demolition and new houses as subsidies. The 5 Element sect spirit stones are hard-earned, so every little bit saved counts. After the new blueprints were finalized, Chen Mobai immediately called Yi Yun up and informed him of the matter. Sect leader, isn't this compensation of 1.2 times the market price a bit too much? After listening to the report, Yun looked at the blueprints and roughly calculated the number of houses that needed to be demolished. Then, thinking about the high housing prices in the center of Baiyuan City, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. There has to be a premium, and this amount of spirit stones is also included in their temporary working capital after losing their house. We also need to arrange resettlement housing for them in the new district as soon as possible, which will be considered as compensation. When a new policy is implemented, you have to spend a lot of money to buy the horse bones at the beginning, so that the people will be more enthusiastic when it comes to demolition and relocation in the future. Don't be sad about the spirit stones. Think about the current rise in housing prices in Baiyuan City. You can make back these losses in just a few years. Based on the experience of immortal sects, Chen Mobai believed that this was a surefire way for their five-element sect to make money. Although it would require a huge amount of spirit stones to be spent in the short term, this group of cultivators who became rich overnight from the demolition would, in turn, further drive up the housing prices in Baiyuan City. In a few years, once the new district planning and housing construction at the large teleportation array are completed, and the news of the city's protective array being upgraded to a fourth-tier superior grade spreads, Yun will find that the soaring housing prices alone not only offset the losses from the demolition, but also boosted the value of all houses in Baiyuan City. According to Chen Mobai's rough estimate, it would at least increase the book value of Baiyuan City by several hundred million spirit stones. Once they reached that point, the five-element sect, which controlled the entire Baiyuan City, could claim to have assets of nearly 1 billion even if they only had tens of millions of spirit stones in their treasury. Outsiders might even think that the five-element sect is being modest, because just by estimating the housing prices in Baiyuan City, they feel that it is worth about 1 billion spirit stones. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai suddenly felt that being a tribulation cultivator was actually just so-so, with little future prospects. After all, he robbed the entire Xuanxiao Dao Palace, and even including the spirit stone mine on Duju Mountain, he only actually obtained 200 or 300 million spirit stones. His simple capital operation and new demolition policy in Baiyuan City were enough to easily generate a paper appreciation of hundreds of millions of spirit stones in housing prices. Compared to this, robbery is utterly inferior in both style and reputation. Chen Mobai dared to say that after this round of demolition, those who got a resettlement house for free and became rich overnight should at least have a longevity plaque erected for them. Compared to destroying a clan and wiping out an entire family, manipulating housing prices will not only avoid creating enemies, but will even earn you praise and admiration. Could there be some merit involved? Chen Mobai felt that it was not impossible for the heavenly heart to be located in the eastern wilderness. After listening to Chen Mobai's economics lecture, Yun suddenly realized something and immediately went down the mountain to start arranging the demolition work. After Yun left, only Chen Mobai and Qing Nu remained on the top of Baiyuan Mountain. The latter was holding a jade box and looked very curious. "King Nu, how do we use this seed of Dao Law?" Chen Mobai came to the eastern wilderness, this time not only to upgrade the great formations of the major immortal cities, but also to sow the seeds of Dao Law, since these seeds need the nourishment of civilization to grow and sprout. Although the core of the eastern wilderness is Baiyuan City, the seed of law requires the thoughts of all living beings, so I think the most suitable place should be the capital of the great Zhao dynasty, Zhengcheng. After comprehending the Dao Law heavenly book, Chen Mobai's understanding of the Dao Law fruit was basically at an expert level. Since the Dao Law fruit from the immortal sect has already matured, there are no problems within any area of the immortal sect. However, all the seeds of Dao Law that have not yet grown and sprouted are basically carried by the three palace masters and nurtured by the Earth Origin Star civilization in the center of the Wangwu Cave Heaven, the Immortal Gate. Although Baiyuan City has gathered nearly half of the cultivators in the eastern wilderness, it is still a drop in the ocean compared to the millions of mortals. The birth of civilization requires the reproduction and development of generations. Cultivators may not even have one generation in 100 years and are almost insignificant in the process of nurturing the seed of the Tao. This matter is very important. Do you want to arrange it personally? As Qing Nu spoke, she returned the seed of Tao Law in her hand to Chen Mobai, who shook his head. Although this seed of Tao Law is also a path to nascent soul, for me it is merely a test of my external avatar, a Tao fruit left for the 5 Elements sect, so that the sect will not decline after the two of us ascend in the future. Chen Mobai was always very confident in front of Qing Nu, and his words showed that he no longer took the threshold of nascent souls seriously. I don't even know if I can become a god yet. After hearing this, Qing Nu was very happy, but she also had some worries. With her heavenly spiritual root foundation and the resources of the eastern wilderness, she was already very confident in achieving the nascent soul stage, but it was hard to say whether she could reach the deity stage. After all, she can't sense any of that so-called embryonic essence right now, and she doesn't know if she'll be able to use it in the future. As for the pill formulas from the Jellyfish Palace, she doesn't know if the resources in the eastern continent can be collected in full. Don't worry, the upper limit of this world is the nascent soul stage. After I reach the nascent soul stage, I think the Jellyfish Palace will have to give me face. I can even take you back to the immortal sect and go to the sea to seek guidance from the spirit venerable on the great Tao of water. Chen Mobai was naturally trying to relieve Qing Nu's pressure, but according to his plan, if she could truly reach the divine transformation stage, he could at least develop the 5 Elements sect into a holy land in the eastern continent. By then, he would also have a better grasp of the immortal sect situation. Combining the resources of both realms, he believed that with Qing Nu's talent, she should be able to steadily reach the divine transformation stage as well. After all, in his heart, the only woman who could accompany him to the end was probably Qing Nu. Since you're busy traveling between the two realms, should I arrange for this seed of Tao Law to be placed in Jingcheng, the capital of the great Zhao dynasty? After hearing what Chen Mobai said, King Nu smiled, her anxiety disappeared, and she even took the initiative to ask to plant the seeds. No need for that. This thing needs the right person to react. I let you play with the seed of Tao Law for so long, but there was no fluctuation at all, which shows that you are not suitable. Chen Mobai shook his head and took the seed of Tao Law out of the jade box. Suddenly, a thread began to emerge from the deep blue seed in his palm, as if the seed was sprouting and swaying gently. Master, your disciple requests an audience. Just then, a clear voice rang out. Chen Mobai smiled slightly and lifted the restriction on the doorway. A short while later, Jiang Xingheng, looking radiant and with eyes like lightning, walked in. Qing Nu could tell at a glance that her little apprentice, Chen Mobai, had already successfully formed his core. You've arrived. Your cultivation level should be consolidated by now. When Chen Mobai returned to the eastern wilderness, he received a message talisman from Jiang Xingheng, saying that he had successfully formed his core. This disciple is arguably even more suitable than Chen Mobai for cultivating rules in the eastern wilderness. Although the seed of laws requires a shared civilization to germinate and grow, the customs of each world are different. Therefore, each seed of laws separated from the source Tao fruit needs to be adapted to local conditions to grow. For example, the mature Tao Law fruit of the immortal sect is a Tao fruit that follows the cultivation philosophy, characteristic of the Earth origin, star's technological civilization. Although the main body is still cultivators, they are inevitably assimilated by the civilization of the Earth origin star. Chen Mobai comprehended the Tao Law heavenly book and knew that the core of the rules of the immortal sects was humanity, as well as the most basic moral concepts, humanism, and so on. As long as these ideas are instilled in the mortals of the eastern wilderness, and they sincerely accept the concept of putting people first, respect each other, be equal and confident, and strive for progress, a unique small immortal sect civilization will be formed in the eastern wilderness. In such a continuous civilization and prosperous world, the seed of the Tao Law will sprout and grow, gradually becoming the Tao fruit. Chen Mobai possessed the basic moral values of the immortal sects, but he had never truly delved into the local customs and concepts of the eastern wilderness, especially those of ordinary people. Therefore, if the seeds of Tao law are to be sown and grow in the eastern wilderness, Jiang Xingheng is the most suitable candidate to carry them out. It is probably very difficult for your master to cultivate this seed into a Tao fruit from scratch in the eastern wilderness. I can only trouble you. Although Chen Mobai has integrated into the cultivation world in the eastern wilderness, he is still not grounded enough in the mortal world, hence this statement. If he were to forcefully implement everything from the immortal sect in the mortal realm of the eastern wilderness, it would only lead to incompatibility. The clash between overly lofty ideals and local customs would only cause a greater disaster than war. Many thanks to Master for imparting the great Tao. I am deeply honored to be Master's representative. But after listening to everything about the seed of Tao law, Jiang Xingheng felt that Chen Mobai had imparted the true Tao to him. In his view, if everyone could do and abide by the fundamental principles contained in this seed of the Tao, then there would be no doubt that the problem that had puzzled him since childhood could be solved. Moreover, once the Tao seed becomes a Tao fruit, the person who refines this Tao fruit will go to maintain the foundation of the Eastern wilderness civilization. With the power of the nascent soul realm as a guarantee, peace can undoubtedly exist for a long time. Furthermore, because the fruits of the Tao law will continue to evolve with the development and progress of the Eastern wilderness civilization, it can also prevent the Eastern wilderness from becoming a stagnant pool. This is the answer to lasting peace. At this moment, Jiang Xingheng was absolutely certain that he had passed on the Supreme Tao. Just do your best. It's okay if you don't succeed. After all, this is just one alternative path of cultivation. Chen Mobai, however, gave Jiang Xingheng a heads-up beforehand, since the Tao law fruit was not easy to obtain, and even if it was, the restrictions would be too great. If possible, he did not want Jiang Xingheng to use this to achieve divine transformation. I am already extremely honored to have this path. However, Jiang Xingheng felt that he was born in the eastern wilderness to practice this great path. Especially after forming his core, he felt that it was his destiny to lay the foundation for eternal peace in the eastern wilderness. In that case, you should go and experience the mortal world again. During this time, I will also take you Shaoqing and Song Huangda to visit the various immortal cities in the eastern wilderness. By the time I have finished designing all the array blueprints, you should have almost finished your business. Then, together with me, we can compile and organize the contents of the books in the Northern Abyss City Library into a set of scriptures that can be passed down for thousands of generations. Chen Mobai briefly explained his work plan for the next few years, or even more than a decade. Jiang Xingheng already knew about the compilation of scriptures before he formed his core. Now, combined with the seed of Tao law, he felt even more strongly that unifying thoughts and moral concepts was the key to bringing eternal peace to the eastern wilderness. Jiang Xingheng, then this disciple will take his leave. After memorizing all the rules about cultivation that Chen Mobai had taught him, Jiang Xingheng respectfully accepted the seed of Tao law with both hands. Before leaving, he took out the green gourd from his storage bag and handed it to Chen Mobai. He had already refined the Yiwood spirit liquid and Yiwood divine lightning during the process of forming his core. This made him, despite having just formed his core, have more abundant essence and energy than Ning Leshan, Luo Zuer, and others. He even mastered the Yiwood divine lightning spell to the level of perfect third rank. Although he cannot compare with Chen Mobai, Jiang Xingheng is already among the top in the eastern wilderness and even the eastern continent, especially among those who have just formed their core. Even after the green gourd lost the Yiwood spirit liquid and divine thunder inside, it was still a fourth-grade spiritual material. It just so happens that Chen Mobai's Yuanyang sword aura has always been stored in a sword box, which is somewhat inconvenient. This green gourd belongs to the wood element, and as long as it is placed in a place rich in spiritual energy, it can naturally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transform it into Yiwood spiritual energy. Since the Yuanyang sword aura can absorb wood element spiritual energy to enhance itself, placing it in it for nurturing is very suitable. However, Chen Mobai did not intend to take back the green gourd he gave to Jiang Xingheng. However, Jiang Xingheng learned from his senior brothers and sisters, including Liu Wenbai, that Chen Mobai had always missed the yellow gourd that nurtured the Yuanyang sword demon. So after he formed his core, he thought of it and returned the green gourd. Chen Mobai accepted it with a smile, without any hesitation. King Nu, the disciples you've taken on are all very good. While Chen Mobai and his apprentice were talking, King Nu kept pouring tea for them. After Jiang Xingheng came down the mountain, she sincerely praised him. Liu Wenbai is kind and honest. Zhu Ming is diligent and hardworking. Luo Yixuan is beautiful and well-behaved. And Jiang Xingheng is resolute and has an open mind. If they were placed in the immortal sects, their achievements would probably be even greater, especially for Zhu Ming and Jiang Xingheng. Qing Nu believes they have the potential to reach the nascent soul stage. The main reason is that they are all willing to work hard. If people are not self-reliant, no matter how much I help them, they will not be able to make a difference. Chen Mobai's biggest impression of the people in the eastern wilderness was that they were all very ambitious. Given an opportunity, they would do their utmost to seize it. In comparison, the people on the immortal sect side are a bit lazy. For example, Zhongli Tianyu, Narcissus, etc. It can only be said that the conditions are too good, and there is nothing that can motivate them to pursue anything. I've already improved the formula for the wood essence golden elixir. When are you free? Could you help me ignite the Duluo fire then? At this point, King Nu began booking Chen Mobai's schedule. Are the main and auxiliary medications ready? As Chen Mobai spoke, he held the green gourd in his hand, dispersed his Yuan Yang sword qi into strands, and slowly poured it into it, demonstrating the weapon-refining skills he had been catching up on during this period. Even without the Cantong Pact, he is still a respectable fourth-tier weapon refiner in the immortal sect. The main medicine is ready, and the auxiliary medicine has also been ordered. With the 5-element sect's strength, it should be able to gather them and deliver them here in at most half a month. Qing Nu spoke up, saying that the 10,000 acres of medicinal fields in the eastern wilderness under her command, coupled with the even more extensive medicinal herb market in the eastern barbarian lands, meant that even if the Divine Wood sect and the returning Heaven Valley joined forces, it would take them a long time to gather all the main and auxiliary medicinal herbs. Now, she could easily collect them all with just a word. However, the speed of this operation was mainly due to the large teleportation arrays built in the eastern wilderness and the eastern barbarians, especially the one in the eastern barbarians, which was directly connected to the core of the eastern continent. Even the medicinal materials for the infant nourishing pill had been collected, with only a few rare main ingredients missing. Then let me finish setting up the formations in those immortal cities first. Once these projects are completed, this is the only thing left. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai decided to postpone the matter of refining the wood element golden elixir. Qing Nu nodded in understanding. After all, the elixir for forming the golden core only concerns a small number of people. The newly established immortal cities and academies in the 19 prefectures of the eastern wilderness are all related to the future of tens of thousands of cultivators, and can be described as of great importance. Moreover, the 5-element sect has to pay a huge amount of spirit stones and sect contributions for every day these projects are started. Completing them as soon as possible can also save a lot of unnecessary project expenses. Chen Mobai spent 3 days perfectly combining the Yuan Yang sword and the green gourd to create a 4th-tier sword gourd. He then placed the sword gourd on the heavenly origin pearl of the realm. Under the influence of the spiritual energy of this 5th-order spiritual vein, its ability to transform into wood qi could be maximized. If Chen Mobai were to make a move against the immortal sect in the future, he would definitely try his best to use the Yuan Yang sword fiend. He suffered some setbacks when dealing with Bu Huai last time, which made him realize that he should improve this skill. It just so happens that in the deepest part of the Wanbao cave of the Wuki Dao Academy, there is a complete 5th-order fire Yang Sha being nurtured. Master Chengshuan has already given him his assurance that he can come and refine it whenever he needs it. However, for the immortal sect to refine 5th-tier resources, In addition to going through the procedures with the relevant departments of the three great halls, the consent of the immortal sect's two saints is also required. Bai Guang Laozu had been in seclusion for a long time and had not shown his face. Chen Mobai had not thought of asking her for permission, so he could only talk to Qian Xing Laozu about this matter. Back when they were at Five Peaks Immortal Mountain, he mentioned it in passing, but Ancestor Qianxing said that the fifth-order fire Yang Fiend was also one of the core elements of the Chicheng Mountain spiritual vein. If Chen Mobai refined it, it would cause the spiritual vein to decline slightly, which would slow down the server on Little Chishan and even cause fluctuations in the heavenly curtain Earth network array associated with it. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, this was a clear indication of rejection. There's no way around it. The resources of the immortal sects are just that precious, especially those of the fifth tier, which are basically one of a kind. Of course, Ancestor Qianxing didn't make any absolute statements. He indicated that if, during a future war, they encountered a different world similar to Pluto, and Chen Mobai's cultivation had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, he would reconsider the matter. Chen Mobai humbly accepted the decision, indicating that everything was to be decided by the patriarch. After mastering the fourth-tier sword Gord, Chen Mobai immediately sent a letter to Yue Zhudao, who was in charge of the Five Elements Merchant Guild in the Eastern Land. He asked Yue Zhudao to check if there was any news about the fifth-order fire Yang Fiend in the East. Besides making arrangements for Yue Zhudao, Chen Mobai also inquired at Tianqinlu, only to receive an answer that was neither good nor bad news. It turns out that the core of the fifth-order spiritual vein of Golden Crow Immortal City, which is also the place where the Sun God tree is rooted, is the fifth-order fire Yang Sha cave. However, the fire Yang Sha in that cave is basically the Sun God tree's resources and the key to nurturing the Sun's sacred fruit. Without the nourishment of the fifth-order fire Yang Fiend, the Sun's sacred fruit would not even be able to ripen. This news, on the other hand, indicates that the Sun's sacred fruit can replace the fifth-tier fire Yang Fiend. After checking, Qing Nu found it to be true. No wonder the Sun's sacred fruit could replace the vermilion fruit. However, Chen Mobai would certainly not waste such a precious resource, since the value of the infant nourishing pill is much higher than that of a fifth-tier Yuan Yang sword fiend. Qing Nu has also improved the formula for the infant nourishing pill based on Yan Shayan's work. She believes that if she and Chen Mobai work together to refine one Sun's sacred fruit, they should be able to refine 4 infant nourishing pills. If either Mo Duguang or Zhou Yi can successfully form a nascent soul using the nascent soul pill, then the Five Elements sect will be a top sect even if they go to the Eastern lands. Chen Mobai stayed in Baiyuan City for another 2 days. By this time, Ayun had already begun the demolition compensation work in an orderly manner. When the masses heard about the compensation conditions, they reacted very positively. Even a few households that were not directly affected strongly demanded that their houses be demolished. Chen Mobai was relieved, knowing that things had been settled. Afterwards, he told Qing Nu, and then took Yishaoking and Song Huangda away from Baiyuan City via the teleportation array to inspect the various immortal cities in the eastern wilderness. Our first stop was naturally Jumu Ridge. Chen Mobai had heard of the myriad wood array before joining the sect, and at the time he thought it was something miraculous. But now, with his level of fifth-tier array mastery, he realizes that it's not all that great. However, the cultivator who set up this formation also had his own unique skills. He took advantage of the fact that there were many spiritual trees in the giant tree ridge and adapted to local conditions to complete this 10,000 trees formation, which was also the pinnacle of his life's work in formations. Chen Mobai had met this person before. He was Qi Guzi, the patriarch of the Wangu sect, one of the 16 golden core forces in Dongyi, and a renowned fourth-order array master. Qi Guzi was originally a disciple of Kongseng Valley. Later, he had a fortuitous encounter in the eastern lands. After achieving foundation establishment and core formation, he returned to the eastern Yi and established his own sect. Of course, he still recognized Kongseng Valley as his main sect. At that time, Kuzhu was expelled and Mukin was seriously injured, so the core formation cultivators in Kongsang Valley did not care about him. In Chen Mobai's view, Chi Gyuzi's array formation skills were genuine, and there was not much room for improvement. However, Zhou Shenking had previously told Chen Mobai that he planned to refine one of the longevity trees into a tree seed, but he had not yet taken action because he was worried that the myriad trees formation would fail. Now, he could make a major modification to the myriad trees formation to meet his requirements. In that case, the power of the formation will definitely be greatly reduced. Chen Mobai didn't care about this. After all, after the unification of the Eastern Wilderness, Giant Wood Ridge, as the central area of the 19 counties of the Eastern Wilderness, would not be attacked by the enemy unless the entire Eastern Wilderness fell. With this thought in mind, Chen Mobai simply changed the core of the Myriad Woods formation to a longevity wood. He planned to condense 2 fourth-order tree seeds for Zhou Shenking. It's always better to have a safety net, especially since the 5-element sect has that capability now. End of this chapter. Chapter 898 Myriad Transformations Immortal City. Chapter 898 Myriad Transformations Immortal City. Chen Mobai stayed at Giant Tree Ridge for 10 days, and with the efficiency of the Fangkun book, he easily completed the blueprints for the transformation of the 10,000 trees array. He unbound the 3 longevity trees that were originally locked to the core of the myriad trees formation, and replaced them with a system that allows any 1 or more longevity trees to be designated as the core when activating the formation. The reason for doing this was not only to allow Zhou Shenking to condense the longevity wood into a tree seed, but also because Chen Mobai, after reaching the nascent soul stage, unlocked all the fruits of the magic treasure tree in the divine tree secret realm, bringing out all the longevity soil within. Therefore, under the great technique of Yuangxi Yanwo, 3 more golden sun spirit trees have been selected at Giant Tree Ridge, and it can be predicted that in the near future, there will be even more 4th-tier longevity woods at Giant Tree Ridge. After the 10,000 woods formation was modified, only 1 longevity wood was used to regulate the Earth's veins and distribute the spiritual energy of the various caves within the immortal city. However, if a powerful enemy were to attack, the other longevity woods that were originally outside the formation could be linked together to increase its power. Chen Mobai's ideas and solutions for reform greatly impressed Yishaoking and Song Huang. Everyone has brilliant ideas, but turning those ideas into reality requires overcoming numerous obstacles. At least for Yishaoking and Song Huangda, they couldn't even manage to untie the 3 longevity trees at the core of the myriad woods formation. When Chen Mobai completed the design of the entire array blueprints on his own, Yishaoking and the other person felt as if they were watching a heavenly book take shape. Fortunately, they were both talented in arrays, and Chen Mobai taught them carefully during the process. Although they did not fully understand all the knowledge behind it, they at least knew how to construct according to the blueprints and modify the Wanmu array. After completing the blueprints and explanations, Chen Mobai let Yishaoking and the other person digest and understand them, while he went to the divine tree secret realm. He cast the devouring god technique on the great tree once more. After Dan Feng Keientu broke through to the realm of Yingdi Ling, according to the Tianhe realm, his spiritual strength had reached the level of the mid-nascent soul stage. Therefore, his efficiency in devouring the wandering spiritual consciousness of the great Tao tree was even greater than before. However, Chen Mobai knew that the core of the great Tao tree was the Tao fruit of the heavenly venerable, so he was very careful when using the devouring god technique to avoid being contaminated by it. Fortunately, the heavenly venerable's Tao fruit was clearly in a dormant state, and as long as Chen Mobai did not actively contact it, it would not actively release Tao aura. After the bell rang in his purple mansion sea of consciousness, Chen Mobai stopped the devouring god technique. He felt that the strength of his divine sense had increased by another 1%. Counting the time he would need to purify and refine it with the burning lamp technique, it would take him about 30 years to cultivate the earth spirit realm to its peak and begin to try to break through to the 6th level of the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram, the 5 tones of music. It's no wonder it's a forbidden technique. The training efficiency is just too fast. Of course, if other cultivators cultivated like him, they would probably lose themselves quickly due to the explosive increase in their spiritual sense, or even have their purple mansion sea of consciousness explode. Chen Mobai was also lucky. With the help of Meng Huanger's Dao Xuan Yin during her core formation breakthrough, he easily broke through the bottleneck of his sea of consciousness. In addition, with the profound knowledge and experience gained from the burning lamp technique, he was able to achieve such success. However, during this training of the devouring God technique, Chen Mobai also felt the limits of this great Tao tree. He felt that once he reached the late nascent soul stage of spiritual awareness, using the great Tao tree as the object of his devouring God technique would have minimal effect, because the great Tao tree is only at the peak of the fourth tier. At that time, if we wanted to maintain such rapid progress, we would probably need to find higher-level spiritual plants, or try to filter them and absorb the heavenly venerable Tao fruit. However, it's too early to consider this now. Perhaps he will find other solutions before he reaches the late stage of nascent soul. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai stood up, bowed, and raised one hand to the great Tao tree in salute. He owed his achievements today to this spiritual plant. After leaving the divine tree secret realm, Chen Mobai led Yisheaking, Song Huangda, and the others to conduct on-site investigations of the remaining immortal cities. Currently, there are a total of 6 immortal cities among the 19 prefectures of the eastern wilderness. They are Beiyuan, Shenmu, Jingguang, Yunmeng, Huazhen, and Hunyuan. They visited each city in turn according to their distance. Among them, the 3 immortal cities of Jin Guang, Yunmeng, and Huozhen were newly built, so they were the simplest to visit. They only needed to set up a fourth-order formation according to the local conditions. But at the final stop, Hunyuan Immortal City, he gained an unexpected reward. There's even a Xuanji 5 elements array blueprint left by the primordial ancestor here. I don't know if it was brought from the one primordial Tao Palace or obtained from the one primordial true monarch's inheritance. In any case, it's now a bargain for Chen Mobai, because this mysterious 5 elements array actually has 5 levels. However, since the primordial ancestor's own array formation skills were only at the 4th level, and he did not have a 5th level spiritual vein, the mysterious 5 elements array of the primordial immortal city was only at the 4th level. After Chen Mobai conducted an on-site investigation, he discovered that the formation here was arranged in a typical way that forced the surrounding environment to change, establishing 5 core spiritual pivots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and then connecting them with earth veins to activate the great formation. It emphasizes that one person can overcome nature. According to the theory of immortal formations, such a rigid application is not economical and is not recommended. But in the heavenly river realm, none of these things matter. In other words, activating it requires many cultivators to hold the array flags and transmit the 5 elements of spiritual power, and also wastes a lot of spirit stones. Some large projects in the immortal sect are limited by manpower and budget. It's impossible for them to open up mountains and rivers and plant trees for a single formation. But here, as long as Chen Mobai gives an order, no one would dare to say a word if Hunyuan Immortal City were to be razed and rebuilt. After being enlightened by Yisheaking, Chen Mobai successfully changed his approach to the immortal sect. After reviewing the blueprints for the 5th-order mysterious 5 elements array, he removed the city-protecting array based on the terrain of Hunyuan Immortal City and replaced it with the 4th-order yellow earth dragon trapping array. As for the mysterious 5 elements array, he arranged an even bigger stage, preparing to reproduce it on the eastern wilderness plain, so as not to waste his 5th-order array master's achievements. To this end, he readjusted the array diagrams of the 5 immortal cities of Shenmu, Jingguang, Yunmeng, Huazhen, and Hunyuan, turning them into 5 4th-order grand arrays with the 5 elements attributes. At the same time, he also transformed these 5 immortal cities into the 5 elements spiritual pivot. Once the 5 immortal city formations are completed, They can be used as the core to set up a mysterious 5 elements formation that covers the entire eastern wilderness plain. However, to upgrade the formation to the 5th rank, a 5th rank spiritual vein and a 5th rank core are also required. This wasn't a difficult task for Chen Mobai, as he happened to have a suitable one. A 5th-tier heavenly origin pearl. It is both a spiritual vein and a core. However, he carried the heavenly origin pearl with him for his cultivation, and he would not give up his cultivation progress in order to set up the mysterious 5 elements array. Therefore, Chen Mobai planned to use the ultimate secrets of the immortal sects formation. This refers to the method of the heavenly curtain and earthly network. Although he had not yet received instruction from the star-piercing ancestor, the Cloud Sea Elder had already informed him of this part of the content in advance when he communicated with him. In the immortal sects, acquiring knowledge is quite simple once you reach a certain level. The 6th-order spiritual vein of Wufeng Immortal Mountain is formed by the gathering of the spiritual energy of the entire Earth star, as well as the essence of the sun and moon in the vast starry sky, through the heavenly curtain and earthly network. Chen Mobai could also follow this example. The 5 4th-tier spiritual veins of the 5 immortal cities, plus the other 4 4th-tier spiritual veins in the 13 counties of the eastern wilderness covered by the Xuanji 5 elements array, dozens of 3rd-tier spiritual veins, and countless 2nd-tier and 1st-tier spiritual veins, etc. All of these combined are enough to create a powerful 5th-tier spiritual vein. Moreover, in this way, the 5 elements sect can also use this great formation to control the spiritual veins and spiritual energy of the entire eastern wilderness plain. When the time comes, any cultivator who needs spiritual energy to cultivate in their own cave will first have to pay the 5 elements sect. Only in this way can it be called a minor immortal sect. Chen Mobai thought about it more and felt it was good, but there was one problem. In the eastern wilderness, many spiritual veins were controlled by small sects of cultivation families. According to the local customs, they belonged to them. In other words, the fees cannot be collected from these people. That's quite a pity. However, Chen Mobai believed that as time went by, these families and small sects would decline one by one. At that time, the 5 elements sect could send people to buy them. Given the locals' tendency to take risks, they would probably be willing to exchange these for foundation establishment pills, core formation elixirs, and so on. Furthermore, if Chen Mobai's plan truly completes the urbanization process of the eastern wilderness, then the high-ranking members of these families and minor sects will not be willing to stay in the countryside. They might even be able to exchange their residences for high-level spiritual energy caves in various immortal cities, which they would probably be more than willing to accept. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai no longer felt regretful about it. After completing the overall blueprints for the 5 immortal cities and the mysterious 5 elements array, he took Yishaoking and Song Huangda to the last stop. That is, where Zhu County is located. After the Snowfall Palace surrendered, according to Chen Mobai's wishes, a new district resembling a celestial city was built here, which is also the 7th celestial city planned for the eastern wilderness in the future. The planning of this immortal city was mainly for the myriad transformations Thunder Pool. Chen Mobai had long had the Wanhua project on his mind, but he lacked manpower, and the location was difficult to find. The only suitable places in the eastern wilderness are Wind and Rain Dock and Snowfall Palace, but the former is not very safe because it is constantly attacked by monsters. Therefore, the Snow County where Fubuki Palace is located is the most suitable. And most importantly, Qingnu has arrived. Although Song Huangda has been working hard over the years, he can only set up 1st or 2nd order myriad transformation thunder pools at most. At Chen Mobai's level, he can only look up to 4th order ones. However, setting up the myriad transformations thunder pool requires not only expertise in alchemy and medicine, but also a certain level of knowledge in weapon crafting and formations. With Chen Mobai and Qingnu working together, they can set up a 4th order myriad transformations thunder pool. The Wanhua Immortal City in Zhejiang is currently carrying out these preliminary works, which are almost complete. Because Chen Mobai had to travel back and forth between the two realms frequently, he entrusted this matter to Qing Nu. So after he arrived, Qing Nu also came via the teleportation array. The two of them worked together to check all the preparations for the myriad transformations thunder pool. After confirming that everything was in order, they began to set up the array and restrictions according to the blueprints that Chen Mobai had obtained from the immortal sect. King Nu then placed the various medicine packets and coagulants she had prepared beforehand into the large pools that were emitting white steam, in that order. In addition to the myriad transformations thunder pool, Chen Mobai also built hundreds of other medicinal pools with different effects in this myriad transformations immortal city. Since King Nu arrived here, she has been talking about this issue. In this heavenly river realm, most people use fire-based alchemy, but her skills are mostly in water-based alchemy. Moreover, the precious pill formulas in the Water Mother Palace are all made using water-based alchemy. With a variety of excellent medicinal pools, Qing Nu could refine many low-grade pills for the immortal sects. These could improve the quality of the lower-level disciples of the Five Elements sect by at least 20%, which could potentially result in 1 or 2 more foundation establishment cultivators every 10 years. Chen Mobai kept this matter in mind and simply planned a myriad transformations immortal city, specifically for developing and constructing various medicinal pools, as a model for an industrialized alchemy immortal city. However, what he was mainly concerned about was the most precious myriad transformation thunder pool. As for the remaining thunder pools, Qing Nu doesn't need many right now. She can fulfill the requirements on her own with the weapon refiners and formation masters of the Five Elements sect. Chen Mobai originally entrusted the care of Wanhua Immortal City to Luo Zuer, but because there was a shortage of manpower in Dongyi, she was sent there after the core formation ceremony. So this place is temporarily under the management of Gu Yan of the Qingnu sect. Chen Mobai also asked Zhu Ting for help, and with her cooperation, Gu Yan managed the Wanhua Immortal City very well. After the Snowfall Palace disbanded, those who stayed and were assigned houses in the Immortal City basically followed Zhu Ting's lead. After all, they all knew that Zhu Ting had studied in Zio Nanshan for a period of time and was able to talk to Chen Mobai. Setting up the Fourth Order Myriad Transformations Thunder Pool was a bit more difficult than Chen Mobai had imagined. He and Qingnu spent a full month here to complete all the work. Chen Mobai injected the last wisp of lightning into the pool. Qingnu, standing beside him, used an old machine she had acquired from the immortal sect to test the proportions of various elements within the pool. After confirming that it met the standards for a fourth-order lightning pool, she shared this good news with him. We still lack capable people here. After the construction of the myriad transformations thunder pool is completed, it will need to be nurtured for a period of time. Since only Chen Mobai understands the myriad transformations Azure Thunder, he will have to do it himself if he wants to condense the myriad transformations thunder water. Didn't your little apprentice master, the Third Order, perfected ye would divine thunder? See if you can guide and train him a bit. Maybe he can break through and comprehend the myriad illusions Azure Thunder. As Qingnu spoke, she entered many commands into the device, sealing off the newly constructed medicinal pool and activating the warming mode. Zhang Heng's Yi Would Divine Thunder was all forged using the gourd, so his foundation is unstable. It will probably be difficult for him to upgrade it into Myriad Illusions Azure Thunder. Chen Mobai shook his head. It wasn't that he thought Jiang Xingheng lacked the talent, but rather that Jiang Xingheng had only recently formed his core. Perhaps by the late stage or even the peak of the core formation, Jiang Xingheng might have the foundation to comprehend the myriad illusions Azure Thunder. Then you'll just have to work hard by yourself for now. As Qingnu spoke, she walked over and naturally took Chen Mobai's hand. It won't be too strenuous, since the myriad transformations thunder water isn't used in many places. When he didn't have it, Chen Mobai felt that the myriad transformation thunder water was very precious, but now that he could produce it himself, he felt that it wasn't so important anymore. After all, for him now, the most important thing is to cultivate the 5 element spirit tree in the realm. The rest, whether it is the 4th-order immortal peach, the golden sun spirit tree upgraded to the longevity wood, or even Yin Qingmei's jade wudong, are all dispensable to him. After completing the myriad transformations Thunder Pool, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu did not return to Baiyuan City, but instead began refining the wood element golden core right here. From now on, this myriad transformations immortal city will be the pharmaceutical factory behind Qing Nu's Danxia Pavilion. In the future, the medicinal herbs from her 10,000 acres of medicinal fields in the eastern wilderness will be continuously transported here, and then refined into various pills suitable for the cultivators here through various medicinal pools. Danxia Pavilion's reputation has long been established in the eastern wilderness through the 3 treasures of foundation establishment, and it is now the undisputed #1 pill shop in the eastern wilderness. Even in the eastern Wu and eastern Yi regions, many forces have gone so far as to buy houses in Baiyuan City at high prices, just for the chance to win the lottery for the 3 foundation establishment treasures. Needless to say, the other independent cultivators in the eastern wilderness have already made buying a house in Baiyuan City their life's goal. Even if you can only afford the down payment, you should still secure the house. If you can't pay it off on your own, then have a child and pass the house on to your child to pay off the debt. If this continues life after life, there will eventually be a day when the debt is fully repaid. Moreover, if they happen to win the foundation establishment 3 treasures in the lottery during this process, and a foundation establishment cultivator appears in their family, they will be able to easily earn more spirit stones and pay off their loans faster. With this in mind, housing prices in Baiyuan City have been rising day by day and remain high. So when the demolition took place, they heard that they would be given a resettlement house with lottery eligibility, and all the cultivators nodded in agreement. Because their cave dwellings were demolished at market price, the spirit stones they received from the 5 element sect were an enormous sum that they couldn't earn even after working for several lifetimes. Once the 5 immortal cities are completed, Chen Mobai plans to have Qing Nu open the Danxia Pavilion there, using the 3 foundation building treasures and lottery qualification to attract nearby cultivation families and small sects to buy houses and settle down. According to the experience of the immortal sects, urbanization is an essential step. While contemplating his future plans to build a small immortal sect in the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai used the Daoshui fire to help King Nu refine the wood element golden elixir. This elixir formula involves refining with both water and fire. To extract the medicinal properties, a medicinal pool is needed, while the process of fusion, condensation, and removal of toxicity requires the Daoshui fire. The two had long been in perfect harmony in their alchemy collaboration. Under Qing Nu's guidance, Chen Mobai and she were of one mind and worked together perfectly, quickly sealing the furnace. This means the elixir has been successfully refined. 10 pills have been made, but 2 of them have excessive levels of toxicity. Should they be destroyed? King Nu used her unique method to examine each of the 10 pills inside the pure yang cauldron, and then told Chen Mobai the results. She was, after all, a cultivator of water attribute techniques, so when she refined the water element golden pill before, all 10 pills were of perfect quality. However, it is slightly inferior in terms of forming the golden elixir from wood element. Chen Mobai, how much erysipelas is present? King Nu, 0.3%. After hearing this, Chen Mobai waved his hand dismissively. In the eastern wilderness, this is already considered top quality. Let's keep it warm for now. Maybe the erysipelas will be gone by the time it's finished. Qing Nu had exchanged alchemy techniques with Yan Shaiyan and others, and knew that the locals didn't care about the trace amounts of toxicity in the pills. However, since she came from a celestial sect, she would destroy any pills with trace amounts of toxicity that she had made in the past. After completing this batch of wood element golden elixir, Chen Mobai returned to Baiyuan City with Qing Nu. Yisheaking and Song Huang followed naturally. After arriving in Baiyuan City, The two of them immediately began issuing tasks in the Lingbao Pavilion to recruit manpower and start setting up the formations in the major immortal cities of the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai went to Dongyi to discuss with Zhou Shenking the condensation of fourth-order tree seeds and the distribution of wood element golden elixir. I'm still not feeling well, so the word count is a bit low. Please forgive me. End of this chapter. Chapter 899, Fifth Order Azure Dragon Wood. Chapter 899, Fifth Order Azure Dragon Wood. Zhou Shenking was also excited after hearing what Chen Mobai had done. After all, as a nascent soul cultivator, his cultivation level cannot be improved. If he wants to increase his combat power, he can only find a way through these external things. The tree seed, as the perfect match for the longevity scripture, is not only a magical artifact, but also a spell, and even an array. If he had possessed a fourth-tier tree seed, he certainly wouldn't have been defeated so easily when he encountered Ancestor Golden Wind. Junior brother, I only need to refine the longevity tree in my dojo into a seed. However, after careful consideration, Zhou Shenking felt that using 2 longevity woods to condense a tree seed was too wasteful. After all, even if he possessed a top-tier fourth-order tree seed, he would at most have normal nascent soul combat power. If even one tree species' evolutionary domain cannot stop an opponent, then 2 are just freebies. It's better to keep them in the sect, so that if someone later uses the longevity scripture to form a nascent soul, there will be another option. That's fine too. Senior brother, you can refine your own first. I can wait until the 5th order spiritual vein in the eastern wilderness is completed. Maybe I can even transform it into a 5th order one in the future. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded and shared his thoughts. Are there still undiscovered 5th-tier spiritual veins in the eastern wilderness? Little did Zhou Shenking know that he misunderstood what he said and asked in shock. There are no wild ones, but I recently went into seclusion and perfected the array formations of the longevity sect, comprehending the method of many trees forming a forest, which can merge and enhance multiple spiritual veins. Chen Mobai briefly explained to Zhou Shenking the method of combining numerous spiritual veins into a single super-spiritual vein. After hearing this, the latter felt even more awe for the ancient longevity sect, as they even possessed a method for creating high-level spiritual veins. Considering that the celestial venerable attained enlightenment through spiritual wood, Zhou Shenking had no doubts about Chen Mobai's method of creating a forest from many trees. Junior brother, where do you plan to place this 5th-order spiritual vein in the future? Zhou Shenking asked about the details, and when he learned that he could designate any spiritual vein within the range of the mysterious 5 elements array, he asked a question with a selfish motive. That is naturally Giant Tree Ridge of our wood vein. Chen Mobai spoke up as a matter of course, and Zhou Shenking felt relieved after hearing it. In fact, theoretically, the most suitable core of the mysterious 5 elements array is the earth element spiritual pivot. This 5th order array and the primordial Tao fruit are basically of the same lineage. However, when it comes to something like a 5th-tier spiritual vein, Chen Mobai definitely has to consider his own base. He owes his success to the strong support of the wood vein, so he will only choose to upgrade Giant Wood Ridge to a 5th-tier spiritual vein. After discussing this matter, the two then talked about the distribution of the wood essence golden elixir. The first thing to do, naturally, is to arrange for our own people. Because there are very few foundation establishment cultivators in the wood vein, less than 10 in total, they are considered lucky to have obtained one each. The two made a list: Chu Zuoshu Yisheaking Menghang Ma Wunyang and Quan Shanlin. As a result, Menghang failed to form a golden core in the past due to the shattering of his external golden core. In order to save his life, Zhou Shenking consumed most of his spiritual power, and his source was exhausted. Therefore, although he is still at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, it is actually impossible for him to try to form a golden core again, because it's certain that there's no chance of survival. So only 4 wood element golden elixir pills were used. However, there are many in the wood vein who are about to reach the foundation establishment stage, such as Yan Yuanhao, Mu Yuan, Dong Xuans, and Wei Liuding. Among them, apart from Mu Yuan, who is a young person, the other three are all Foundation establishment cultivators who took the initiative to guard a country when Chen Mobai implemented his new policies. Yan Yuanhao, in particular, has worked diligently in Hongzhen for decades and has also contributed to the efforts in controlling desertification and opening up rivers. Chen Mobai has also given him guidance several times. Over the years, he has worked hard to hone his body, consume spiritual rice, and eliminate elixirs, and he has the hope of forming a golden core. However, since they haven't reached the Foundation establishment stage yet, the most they can do is let them know about the existence of the wood element golden core and encourage them to cultivate diligently. However, Chen Mobai was afraid that they would be too eager for quick success and make rash advances in order to obtain the elixir of immortality, thus weakening their foundation. Therefore, after discussing with Zhou Shenking, they decided to stick to the previous rules. First, put 4 wood element golden pills on the shelves at Lingbao Pavilion for Chu Zuoshu, and the other 3 to exchange. It's a pity that the other 4 lineages don't have any cultivators who have reached the Foundation establishment stage of wood attribute cultivation techniques. Zhou Shenking spoke with some regret, but he couldn't hide the smile on his lips. Although the 5 elements and 5 veins had been merged, he certainly hoped that his wood vein would become stronger and stronger. It wouldn't be good if we took all the wood veins. Wood generates fire in the 5 elements. If Tan Rong, the junior disciple of the fire vein, is willing, I think we can give her another chance. Chen Mobai had a good impression of Tan Rong, who took care of him when they were in the Fire True Hall. He was quite sorry that she failed to form a core after taking the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill last time. Even if all 10 wood element golden pills were distributed to the Wood clan members, the other 4 clans wouldn't dare say anything, but they would definitely have their own thoughts. Now that Chen Mobai is the leader of the 5 element sect, he should, as far as possible, give all his disciples hope for advancement. This is also one of the foundations of the immortal sect system. Having hope provides the motivation to strive and make progress, which in turn drives the development of the 5 element sect and even the entire eastern wilderness. Junior brother can make the decision, but we can't give unlimited opportunities to form a core. Zhou Shenking generally agreed with Chen Mobai's ideas, but with his mature perspective, he still offered some supplementary suggestions. The 5 element sect is still on the rise. After annexing the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, and with the alchemy master Qing Nu by its side, at least in the next few years, the number of cultivators who have reached the Foundation establishment stage will not surge to the point where there is a shortage of spiritual materials for core formation. Chen Mobai still has 5 water element golden pills stored away, but he can't find anyone to use them. However, as time goes on, they will eventually become like the immortal sects, with supply falling short of demand, so it is still necessary to make a limitation. If it's possible to exchange for 1 or 2 times, but not 3, then let's limit it to a maximum of 2 times per person within the sect for core formation elixir. Chen Mobai thought for a moment, and realized that Meng Hong had obtained the most core formation elixir within the sect, twice, so he would use him as the benchmark. Feasible? Zhou Shenking nodded after listening. This rule was only a framework, but it was still easy for nascent soul cultivators like them to avoid it. After all, they could purchase other core formation elixirs from channels outside the 5 element sect for their disciples. For example, Liu Wenbai, Chen Mobai's eldest disciple, has a bottle of heavenly yang fire liquid that Zhu Yun brought to open the Yellow Dragon Cave. It's currently in Chen Mobai's storage bag, waiting to be given to him when his eldest disciple forms his core. Besides the heavenly yang fire liquid, because Liu Wenbai used the water and wood technique to rotate between 2 phases, Chen Mobai also left Liu Wenbai a wood element golden elixir and a water element golden elixir. With these conditions combined, Liu Wenbai's chances of achieving the core formation are practically guaranteed. Since Master Tan of the Fire Vein can exchange for 1, then Zai Yunchen should give him 1 as well. Chen Mobai thought of the head of the sword training department again. He cultivated the Crimson Flame sword technique and was an older Foundation establishment cultivator who had made great contributions to the wood vein. Now that the sect's conditions had improved, they certainly couldn't forget him. Junior brother can make the decision. Joe Schenking nodded. In that case, 6 wood element golden core pills would be put on the market. He wondered how many people would be able to successfully form their cores. Of the remaining 4, one was reserved for Liu Wenbai, and the other was reserved by Joe Schenking for his grand disciple Mu Yuan. In other words, there are actually only 2 left. It all depends on who can cultivate to the peak of Foundation establishment. Being one step ahead might just be a step that changes one's destiny. Junior brother, when I go back to refine the tree seed, I may need junior nephew Zhu's help. After discussing the 2 matters, Joe Schenking, somewhat embarrassed, asked Chen Mobai for more people. Although he was also at the nascent soul stage, his expertise in spiritual plant cultivation and geomancy was far inferior to that of Zhu Ming, who had just formed her core. Therefore, when he planned to condense the longevity wood into a tree seed, he asked Zhu Ming for help. No problem, I'll have Minger put aside what she's doing when we get back. Chen Mobai nodded. Joe Schenking went back to refine the tree seeds, which greatly weakened the defenses of the Dongyi region. However, the situation has now completely stabilized. Among the 3 border regions of the eastern continent, the 5-element sect has become the dominant force. The White Crow ancestor is guarding the Golden Crow immortal city to the death, and he doesn't even go to the eastern land, for fear that the 5-element sect might suddenly attack. With the large teleportation array, it wouldn't be a big problem even if Joe Schenking wasn't stationed in Dongyi, because Chen Mobai was in Baiyuan City for a long time and could be teleported over directly if anything happened. So the 2 of them called Zhou Yi over, told him about the matter, and then returned to the eastern wilderness together. When Joe Schenking returned, he also brought Zhou Wangshan back with him. This time, the condensation of a 4th-order tree seed was unprecedented in the 5-element sect. It was hoped that he could observe from the side and gain some insights. As soon as the news spread, cultivators in the 5-element sect who had mastered wood attribute cultivation techniques quickly applied to return to Giant Wood Ridge, also wanting to observe from the sidelines. It was mainly Yi Yun and Yin Qingmei. Fu Zhangju was originally in Jumu Ridge. Chen Mobai thought for a moment and told Zhu Ming to bring Jiang Xingheng along when he notified her, since this little disciple was also cultivating the Longevity Sutra. He also sent a message to Yue Zhudao in the east, asking him to return via the teleportation array and not miss this opportunity. The 3 evergreen trees on Giant Wood Ridge are at the peak of the 4th tier. Originally, Chen Mobai planned to upgrade Giant Wood Ridge to a 5th-order spiritual vein, and then try to enlighten it using the technique of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. However, according to Granny Ming, if the longevity wood wants to be upgraded to the 5th rank, the longevity soil and the technique of pulling up seedlings to help them grow are not enough. It must be transformed into a natal spiritual plant by a cultivator who practices the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture and nurtured by the cultivator's true energy. As the everlasting tree ascends to a higher level, it will condense from a towering giant into a small branch as thick as an arm. This 5th-order spiritual wood is known as Azure Dragon Wood within the longevity sect. The highest level of the longevity puppet technique, the 5th-order longevity Azure Dragon, requires Azure Dragon Wood as its core to be crafted. Chen Mobai was quite looking forward to this. After all, he was now recognized as the #1 puppet master in the immortal sect. If he could refine a 5th-tier puppet here, even if it was a waste of materials, it would still be at least a 5th-tier skill. Moreover, puppets are something that can be passed down through generations. If I were to ascend to immortality someday, this could serve as one of the 5-element sect's foundations. In the event of a situation similar to the arrival of a Mingzun, it could be used to hold off the enemy and attempt to activate the teleportation array to escape. Unfortunately, Yin Qingmei's natal spiritual plant is the Jade Phoenix tree, which cannot be changed to a living tree. However, Chen Mobai had another idea. Could he use the Cantong Pact to combine the longevity wood with his own natal spiritual plant and achieve a similar effect? After he thought about it, he also tried it. This is indeed very simple, but the natal spiritual plant is only one of the conditions for the longevity wood to be upgraded to the azure dragon wood. The most crucial thing is the nourishment of the true energy cultivated by the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture. It's not that there's no solution. For example, they could use the same cultivation technique to extract Yin Qingmei's true energy. Although Yin Qingmei has a heavenly spiritual root, it will be at least 100 years before she can form a nascent soul. In that time, Chen Mobai estimates that he will have mastered many fifth-order techniques. Therefore, this idea can only be put on hold for now, and we'll have to wait and see in the future. Because the wood essence golden core was still in a sealed furnace and nurturing state, Chen Mobai took Qing Nu with him to Giant Wood Ridge to watch the condensation of the fourth-order tree species. The longevity scripture is a simplified cultivation method derived by the true Lord of One Yuan from the longevity scripture of the Azure Emperor. However, this ascended cultivator has only deduced many things and has not actually tried them. Therefore, whether this method of cultivating fourth-order tree seeds can be successful is still unknown. However, Chen Mobai was inclined to believe it would succeed. After all, the realm of an ascended cultivator was what it was. Under the tense gaze of many core formation cultivators from the Five Elements sect, Zhuo Ming remained calm and composed. Together with Zhou Shenking, he used the tree seed technique to cover the tallest everlasting tree in the center of Giant Tree Ridge. Although Zhuo Ming's cultivation level was insufficient, she was the one in charge this time. Zhou Shenking was mainly used to provide longevity true energy. According to her instructions, at the correct time points, the restriction on condensing the tree seed was applied and inserted into the correct part of the longevity tree trunk. The spiritual energy contained in a peak fourth-order spiritual plant is incredibly vast. Although it cannot compare with the great Tao tree in the divine tree secret realm, it still surpasses that of Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking. However, under the tree species restriction, this immortal tree did not resist at all, allowing Zhou Shenking and Zhu Ming to condense itself, shrinking step by step from towering to the sky, and finally condensing into a fist-sized ball of dark blue. Ha, good. The moment Zhou Shenking saw the fourth-order tree seed take shape, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, disregarding the consumption of his true energy, he directly drew talismans in the void. As the fourth-order heavenly wood talisman descended, the fist-sized tree seed quickly began to burst forth with a vast blue light. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, it grew at a considerable speed, transforming into a longevity tree that was only about 1/10 the size of its original form. This scene made Zhou Shenking somewhat embarrassed, because it meant that he had not fully unleashed the power of this peak fourth-tier tree species. It seems that senior brother has consumed a great deal of true energy while refining the tree seed. Seeing this, Chen Mobai spoke up to smooth things over for him, and Fu Zhangju and the others beside him nodded in agreement. Cough, I've been working non-stop for 10 days and 10 nights, so I'm a bit tired. Once I've recovered my energy, I'll practice properly again. Maybe I can complete the final part of the longevity scripture's nascent soul stage. Zhou Shenking readily agreed, and as he spoke, he waved his sleeve, retracting his domain into a deep blue tree seed, which he then stored in his storage bag. Senior brother, you've worked hard. It's not easy for all of us junior disciples to gather together. As the pioneer of the longevity scripture, why don't you share your insights? Seeing this rare opportunity, with so many core formation cultivators present at the wood vein, Chen Mobai wanted Zhou Shenking, a nascent soul cultivator, to give him a lesson. Junior brother, you truly are a great and virtuous teacher. In that case, I shall make a fool of myself. If it were an outsider, Zhou Shenking would definitely not give a lecture, but those present were all core formation cultivators from the wood vein of the Five Elements sect, the most direct lineage among direct lineages. So he overcame his mental hurdle, sat down on the ground, and began to explain his understanding of the longevity scripture by the deep pit of tree roots after the loss of the longevity wood. Zhou Shenqing is the only person who has cultivated the longevity scripture to the nascent soul stage. Although he has been unable to improve in recent years, he has revised this wood attribute cultivation method repeatedly under his superior guidance. Even Chen Mobai, with the vision of the immortal sect, finds it difficult to find any flaws. Because he was addressing core formation cultivators, Zhou Shenqing spoke about his own cultivation experiences during core formation and his insights on progressing from core formation to nascent soul. In the past, this kind of teaching and instruction only happened when the previous generation of cultivators was about to pass away, or when the next generation of cultivators was about to break through to a higher realm. However, under Chen Mobai's influence over the years, the upper-level cultivators of the Five Elements sect have begun to communicate more openly. This time, Zhou Shenqing brought out his most treasured secrets. Some of the core formation cultivators, including Fu Zhangju, were enlightened. Some suddenly realized the truth, and some lowered their heads and frowned. Even Chen Mobai felt he benefited greatly, learning about the cultivation journey of cultivators in the eastern wilderness from core formation to nascent soul formation. This would provide him with more reference points when guiding others in the future. After Zhou Shenqing finished speaking, Chen Mobai was also itching to give a lecture, so he went up on stage and gave a lecture as well. I'll briefly explain what you need to pay attention to when cultivating at the core formation stage. You might not notice these things, but they will have a significant impact on the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai's straightforward remark immediately commanded everyone's respect, and they began to listen to the lecture with utmost attention. After listening, as expected, several people turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that the sect leader was talking about them and using this method to wake them up. In fact, Chen Mobai only mentioned a dozen or so common rules summarized from the Nascent Soul Experience book of the Immortal sect. For him and Qing Nu, these were things they could find by searching online. But for the cultivators in the eastern wilderness, if they were not told, they probably would never know them in their entire lives. For example, the choice of a suitable location for forming an infant spirit, the combination of spiritual rice in daily diet, the timing of cultivation in accordance with the seasons, and taking breaks from cultivation periodically to relax one's essence, energy, and spirit. This short lesson made all the core formation cultivators present feel as if two nascent soul elders from their sects were imparting their insights on core formation. They felt valued and secretly remembered everything Chen Mobai said, determined to correct their various bad habits in cultivation in the future. After completing the tree seed condensation and the lectures, everyone stayed at Giant Tree Ridge for a period of time, exchanging experiences on cultivating the longevity scripture. Among them, Yin Qingmei gained the least because she practiced the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture. She looked distressed about this. The advantage of cultivating the nascent soul technique is a bright future, but the disadvantage is that she has to overcome many obstacles and difficulties on her own. Fortunately, the Longevity Sutra was passed down through generations, and Zhou Shenqing's experience was somewhat useful to her. In addition, Chen Mobai shared general experiences, so she also gained something. Yin Qingmei originally wanted to ask Chen Mobai for more knowledge in private, but unfortunately Chen Mobai was always with King Nu, so she didn't get the chance. After the tree seed was refined, the batch of wood element golden elixir in the pure yang cauldron was almost ready. 2 of the pills still contained trace amounts of erysipelas. After King Nu opened the furnace, she carefully examined the 10 pills again, took out 2 of them and put them aside. After being sealed in the furnace and nurtured, the toxicity of the pills decreased further, leaving only 0.2%. Chen Mobai picked it up and examined it, but he didn't see any difference between it and the perfect quality one. Moreover, this amount of poison is practically negligible for the cultivators here. Let's put them all together on the shelves and see how lucky everyone is. Chen Mobai thought about it and used this method. Within the entire 5 Elements sect, only Qing Nu could identify the trace amounts of toxicity in this elixir, making this the fairest method. Moreover, Qingnu, as an alchemist, also said that this trace amount of pill toxins would have virtually no impact on the formation of the core. However, out of personal motives, Chen Mobai still placed the 2 wood element golden elixir pills, which contained trace amounts of toxicity, in the first batch. In his view, the first batch of Foundation establishment cultivators who exchanged for the wood essence golden core had little hope of forming their own golden core. Not long after, Zhou Shenqing returned to Dongyi with the 4th-tier tree seed and Zhou Wangshan. Since his cultivation level couldn't be improved anyway, it didn't matter where he practiced with the tree seed. Yue Zhudao went with them, taking a large quantity of talisman paper and ink, and then returned to the eastern land via Dongyi. Chen Mobai also led Qingnu and the others back to Beiyuan City. Seeing that there was really no chance, Yin Qingmei had no choice but to take her leave and return to the Liujia Mountain Dojo. Jiang Zhengheng stayed behind and reported to Chen Mobai about his experiences in the mortal world during this time. After obtaining the seed of Dao Law, he did not go directly to Zhengcheng to plant it. Instead, he first traveled to various places in the 19 counties of the eastern wilderness to see if the various policies he had established to strengthen the country and benefit the people had been developed. He was very satisfied with the results. In recent years, under the peaceful environment and with the improvement of rice varieties by Zhuo Ming, ordinary people have no worries about food, and the population is increasing day by day. Now, if conditions permit, every household will have 3 or 4 children. In about 20 years, the total population of Donghuang will reach 50 million. This is an unprecedented achievement. Jiang Zhengheng learned from the books on holy kings he read when he was a child that, at its peak, the Eastern Imperial Court only had a population of several hundred million in the Eastern continent. He never imagined that the mortal dynasty he founded would achieve such success. Moreover, if the Eastern wilderness remains stable under the control of the 5-element sect in the foreseeable future, exceeding 100 million people will not be a problem. If the wilderness ruins can be reopened, Yunmeng Marsh can be included, and even the Eastern Wu and Eastern Yu regions can be incorporated into the territory of the Eastern Wilderness Dynasty, Jiang Zhengheng believes that he can restore the Eastern Imperial Court to its peak mortal population here. In a peaceful environment, the population will definitely explode exponentially, but if the number of people is too large, it must be controlled. Yu and Yuminger should discuss this matter. Chen Mobai knew that the immortal sect had started limiting birth rates due to the population explosion, and after several rounds of adjustments, they finally settled on a fixed population of 300 million. These populations, just like the number of nascent soul golden cores that Kaingsing mentioned to Chen Mobai, fall within the cyclical range of the earthly star. If it exceeds that, it will deplete our resources. In the eastern wilderness, the main considerations are land and food. The land is currently managed by Ayun. The grain is naturally handled by Zhuoming. After Jiang Zhengheng accepted the order, Chen Mobai also began to arrange for the wood origin golden elixir to be put on the shelves. Fire True Academy. Tan Rong, who serves as the principal here, opened the sect leader's decree sent from Beiyuan City with a puzzled yet respectful expression. After reading it, her breathing became rapid, and then she bowed deeply in the direction of Beiyuan City. The message was simple. It informed her that the sect had recently successfully refined a batch of wood element golden core pills, which would also aid fire attribute cultivators in their golden core formation, and that she was eligible to exchange for them. However, it also informed her that each 5-element sect cultivator was limited to exchanging for golden core elixirs only twice. If she exchanged for this wood element golden core pill, she would lose access to all other golden core elixirs from the 5-element sect. Faced with this, Tan Rong did not hesitate at all. She was acutely aware of how precious the opportunity to form a core was. If it weren't for the 5-element sect's rapid rise in power and the presence of a master alchemist like Qing Nu, she probably wouldn't have been able to obtain a single core formation elixir in her lifetime. Although the wood element golden core wasn't a perfect match for her attributes, Tan Rong felt she had to seize this opportunity. Even if she fails this time, it only means she can't change within the sect. Perhaps in the future, when the sect leader reaches the nascent soul stage, she can use her status as a 5-element sect cultivator to order other core formation elixirs from other immortal cities in the eastern lands. Apart from Tan Rong, Zai Yunqian did not hesitate at all and came to Baiyuan City the moment he received the news. This also allowed Chen Mobai to witness the decisiveness of the locals once again. Soon, news spread that the Spirit Treasure Pavilion in Baiyuan City had put 6 core formation elixirs back on sale. However, these items were only available to cultivators of the 5-element sect, so the other foundation establishment cultivators in Baiyuan City could only look on with envy and jealousy. Some people, not thinking clearly, tried to put up banners again, but were caught by Yi Yun, who was prepared, and were severely fined a large sum of spirit stones. A foundation establishment cultivator from the family behind the organization was even directly expelled from Baiyuan City. At least for now, the cultivation of core formation spiritual objects is not yet open to people outside the 5-element sect. Chu Zuoshu, Yisheaking, Ma Wunyang, Quan Shanlin, Zai Yunqian and the other 2 were the first to exchange for them. Tan Rong was the last to arrive. End of this chapter. Chapter 900, A Century of Infrastructure Development. Chapter 900, A Century of Infrastructure Development. Thank you for your guidance, sect leader. After bowing respectfully, Tan Rong left Baiyuan Mountain with the wood essence golden elixir. She was going back to the Fire True Hall to form her core, and she knew that she was able to get this opportunity entirely because of Chen Mobai's intervention, so she came over to express her gratitude. Chen Mobai then casually gave her some pointers on how to form her core. The news that all 6 wood element golden elixirs on the Lingbao Pavilion had been redeemed quickly spread, and almost everyone in the 5-element sect who was qualified began to cultivate in seclusion. They knew that the sect leader's wife's alchemy skills were unparalleled, and that each batch typically yielded 10 elixirs, so they still had a chance. That day, Luo Yixuan suddenly arrived in Baiyuan City. More than a decade has passed since she formed her core, and her cultivation has not improved as rapidly as it did at the beginning. After encountering a bottleneck, she thought of the origin of the sea control technique and wanted to go to the Eastern Barbarians to see the Wandering Mountain, where the ruins of the Sea Turning Gate remain. Remember that safety comes first. If you encounter a dangerous situation, do not be reckless and retreat immediately. Chen Mobai had no reason to stop this, since his disciples would never be able to grow under his protection. Moreover, the Dongyi region is now within the sphere of influence of their 5-element sect. The Wandering Mountain ruins are located at the border between their forces and the Bathing Sun Sea. As long as it is not the White Crow ancestor who takes action, Luo Yixuan and Granny Ming are basically safe with their strength. Take this token. It should be related to the ruins of the overturning sea gate. Also, remember to report to senior brother Zhou after you go to Dongyi. Chen Mobai took out the azure token he had obtained after killing Xuan Shu. Thank you, master. Luo Yixuan accepted the gift with both hands with a respectful expression, and then she asked about the problems she had encountered in her cultivation over the years. Because she was backed by mountains with abundant resources, possessed a 4th-order water vein, and had Granny Ming's constant guidance, her cultivation speed after forming her core was quite good. At least from the perspective of the Eastern Wilderness, she is a genuine genius. But everything is subject to comparison. Since Chen Mobai and Qing Nu became Taoist partners, she has frequently visited Yin Qingmei. Their cultivation grounds, Hanying Lake and Liujia Mountain, are both located in Han County, making communication very convenient. While exchanging cultivation experiences, Luo Yixuan discovered that her cultivation speed was far inferior to Yin Qingmei's. Yin Qingmei's spiritual power increased after 2 days of meditation, while Luo Yixuan's would require 3 days. This may seem insignificant in a short period of time, but when considered over a period of hundreds of years, it becomes a world of difference. Many cultivators are just a few hours too late to reach the threshold of breakthrough, and thus die in despair. This is the difference in talent, especially in the realm of cultivation. The further one progresses, the more obvious the gap in talent becomes. However, Luo Yixuan felt that it was not only due to her talent, but also because her cultivation technique was not as good as Yin Qingmei's. After all, the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture is a scripture for transforming into a deity, and it also has a natal spiritual plant to help regulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making it twice as effective with half the effort. So when she felt her cultivation progress gradually slowing down, Luo Yixuan decided to go to Dongyi to explore the ruins of Haimen. If she could find an opportunity, she might be able to bridge the gap in talent. She didn't hide this from Chen Mobai and told him the truth directly. Qingmei's cultivation is actually quite slow. Because the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture is an ancient method, its cultivation speed is far slower than that of the longevity and immortality scripture. Although her natal spiritual plant can help her regulate her spiritual energy and refine essence, she also needs to expend her mental energy to help the natal spiritual plant grow. The two are roughly balanced. With her heavenly spiritual root talent, if she had cultivated the longevity and immortality scripture, she would probably already be in the mid-stage of core formation by now. After hearing this, Chen Mobai shook his head and told Luo Yixuan the even more heartbreaking truth. That's the difference in talent. It has nothing to do with the cultivation method. Xuaner, you don't need to worry. You cultivate a water attribute technique. As long as your spiritual power increases, I will have Qing Nu refine some pills for you to support you until you reach the threshold of nascent soul. There will definitely be no problem. Chen Mobai comforted him, saying that most of the pill formulas from the Jellyfish Palace obtained from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace were for cultivators using water attribute techniques. As long as Qing Nu refines it, Chen Mobai can give Luo Yixuan 1 or 2 pills as a bonus. Thank you, Master. I'll go to Dongyi first and see if I can find a complete lineage for the sect. After hearing what Chen Mobai said, Luo Yixuan became even more determined to go to Dongyi to explore the Haimen ruins. As I said before, safety comes first. Please also take care of Xuaner, fellow Taoist. Chen Mobai gave another instruction, then waved to Granny Ming in Luo Yixuan's shadow, who immediately materialized and respectfully returned his greeting. Don't worry, Holy Son, as long as I'm here, she'll be here too. After Luo Yixuan left, King Nu took Yan Jinai, who had just taken over as the head of the alchemy department, to Wanhua Immortal City. She has now started to take Danxia Pavilion seriously. According to her plan, she intended to make this the largest chain pharmacy in the entire East Asia. However, she followed Chen Mobai's instructions and did not directly bring out all the pill formulas from the immortal sect that were beyond this world. Instead, she modified the pill formulas collected by the 5 Elements sect over the years with the knowledge of the immortal sect, based on local culture, and focused on integrating them into the local culture to make them easier for the locals to accept. In the Heavenly River realm, the acceptance of inexplicable pills is still not high. Although the 5 Elements sect can use its reputation to promote them forcefully, this can only be used in the eastern wilderness. If Danxia Pavilion wants to become the #1 chain pharmacy in Dongzhou or even Tianhe realm, it definitely needs to expand beyond its local area. In this case, it is very important to localize the pill formulas so that they are familiar to local cultivators. The 5 Elements sect has accumulated a fortune over the years through its own efforts, as well as through the acquisition of various sects, especially the merger of the 2 major alchemy sects, Huishan Valley and Xuanxiao Dao Palace, which has completely filled the gap in the number of pill formulas. Currently, there are a total of 136 different pill formulas in the Beiyuan City Library. Although Chen Mobai wanted all his disciples to be able to watch, he was worried that some reckless disciples might obtain the pill formulas and then concoct and consume them without proper knowledge, so he imposed restrictions. The rule stipulates that only disciples of the 5 Elements sect's alchemy department can use sect contributions to exchange for pill recipes, corresponding to their alchemy skill level. However, considering that many of these pill formulas were obtained from Huishan Valley, Chen Mobai made a supplementary provision. As long as the head of the alchemy department, or a core formation cultivator from one of the three great halls, is willing to sign a guarantee, alchemists affiliated with the Five Elements sect can also exchange for pill formulas. Yan Shayan was extremely grateful for this. Qingnu is currently improving these local pill formulas, while leading the Five Elements sect's alchemists to practice and experiment in the myriad transformations immortal city. In the process, she is also trying her best to guide and teach these disciples alchemy techniques. Now, the entire Five Elements sect, and even the major forces in the Eastern Wilderness, all know that sect leader Chen's partner is a master alchemist whom even Yan Shayan would bow down and seek his guidance. The title of the #1 alchemist in the Eastern Wilderness has already been bestowed upon Qingnu. Qingnu didn't care about this, but her days were visibly becoming more fulfilling. While Qingnu was busy, Chen Mobai was not idle either. He once again traveled alone across the entire Eastern Wilderness Plateau. When he entered the realm of Tengxianji in the past, he used the heavenly heart to perceive the hidden spiritual veins and lands in various parts of the plateau, similar to the Loquat Valley. He had never explored them before because he was busy with various things. Now that he has achieved the realm of responding to the spirit of the earth, he can go anywhere in the world. These unclaimed and undiscovered spiritual veins must all be assets of the Five Elements sect. After Chen Mobai stepped into them, the first thing he did was to set up the Five Elements sect's mark. In the process, he was also verifying his level as a fifth-order array master. The Eastern Wilderness is mainly composed of two types of terrain, plains and plateaus. On the plains, he had already planned a fifth-order mysterious Five Elements array. When the five immortal cities and all the major spiritual veins were fully integrated, that would be the time when Giant Wood Ridge would become a fifth-order spiritual vein. As the center of the Eastern Wilderness planned by Chen Mobai, Baiyuan City will also be the hub for governing the three border regions of the Eastern continent in the future, and even undeveloped treasure lands such as Yunming's Wilderness. Ideally, it should be upgraded to a fifth-order spiritual vein. The method is naturally the same. It just so happens that within the immortal sect, there is also a fifth-order positive and negative 9 palaces array that forms the Earth network. Chen Mobai plans to integrate the spiritual veins of the Eastern Wilderness Plateau with the 9 palaces array, and also reserve the spiritual veins of Baiyuan City to upgrade them to the fifth order. The 9 palaces formation requires 9 spiritual vein hubs, of which Baiyuan City and Wanhua Immortal City are located at the beginning and end, respectively, and this has already been determined. Then, 7 more immortal cities will need to be built. Chen Mobai is currently investigating the geographical locations of these 7 immortal cities. This matter was more difficult than Chen Mobai had imagined, because it actually involved knowledge of the celestial formation and earthly network of the immortal sect, which was not just within the scope of a fifth-order formation master. Moreover, when Chen Mobai set up this 9 palaces formation that encompasses the entire Eastern Wilderness Plateau, he also had to consider the plan to integrate it with the mysterious 5 elements formation on the plains. In addition to this, there were also the 3 great rivers that he had the 5 elements sect open up on the plateau, as well as the various water systems that spread across the Eastern Wilderness Plains, and even the major mountain ranges, the nearby Yunmeng Marsh, the boundless sand sea, the desolate ruins, and so on. All of these had to be taken into account so that they could be completely integrated in the future to generate the Earth network. Ideals are always beautiful, but reality is always difficult. Especially within the 5 Elements sect, there is a severe shortage of array masters. Even if he were to complete the planning of the Eastern Wilderness Earth network array by himself, it would be like a skilled cook trying to make a meal without rice. However, this is definitely a long-term plan, so there's no need to rush it for now. If all else fails, let Zhuo Ming take charge after she completes the major agricultural reform plan for the Eastern Wilderness. After all, Her talent in earth formations is no less than his. However, it's tiring to rely on just my precious apprentice alone, so we need to provide her with more help. After traversing the eastern wilderness plateau and returning to Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai first finalized the blueprints for upgrading the fifth-tier spiritual veins using the 9 palaces array. Next, he summoned the heads of various academies and Song Huang, who was overseeing the transformation of the Baiyuan City formation. Yishaoking was in charge of the 5 immortal cities of the eastern wilderness plain and the Xuanji 5 elements array. However, after obtaining the wood element golden core, he had applied for seclusion, so he was not called this time. Chen Mobai first inquired about the experiences of various universities in using the new teaching materials, and then he gave the latest instructions, asking the universities to guide students' interest in formations. The sect's infrastructure development for the next century will require a large number of array masters, so I plan to provide some policy support. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Lion Maozhai and the others immediately nodded respectfully. Because Tan Rong had also gone into seclusion to form her corps, the Huajian Academy sent the vice principal. However, everyone recorded Chen Mobai's words in detail and regarded them as gospel. Chen Mobai instructed each academy to hold an annual formation competition, then select the best performers to form a team, and finally hold a grand competition at the Changsheng Academy in Baiyuan City. The 5 Elements sect will reward the team of formation masters, who ultimately triumphs over the 6 major academies with treasures such as spirit stones, magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, and elixirs. However, considering the strong individualism in the eastern wilderness, and in order to select the true geniuses, Chen Mobai added an individual competition in addition to the team competition. Students who can outperform all the array masters from the 6 major academies in the individual competition and win can choose one of the 3 treasures for foundation establishment. If there is a truly exceptionally talented array master who wins the individual competition for 3 consecutive years, then they can assemble a set of the foundation establishment 3 treasures. Once the news of this array master competition gets out, it will probably immediately cause a wave of competition among the various university palaces. However, this might mean that there isn't enough qualified teachers. Apart from the Changsheng Academy, which is backed by Baiyuan City, all its teachers have now been upgraded to foundation establishment cultivators. In the other 5 academies, only key positions such as principal and vice principal are foundation establishment cultivators. Most of the teachers are just chi refining peak disciples or former disciples on a part-time basis. In response, Chen Mobai could only offer high sect contribution rewards to the foundation establishment cultivators of the array formation department, motivating them to take up positions and give lectures at various university palaces. However, this can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause, because lecturing also requires talent. Many highly skilled people, although they have a wealth of knowledge, do not know how to share it with others. Especially in the eastern wilderness, there has never been a habit of giving lectures. They have always been very protective of their knowledge. There is a severe lack of skills and awareness in this area. From now on, you should also go to various academies to give lectures on formations, focusing on the basics and trying to pique the students' interest. Fortunately, Song Huangda, being a member of the Xiaonanshan lineage and having been trained by Chen Mobai for several years, was quite capable in lecturing. Chen Mobai had him lead the formation department to hold the fort for the time being. Song Huangda nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Over the years, following Chen Mobai's instructions, he diligently practiced the art of array formations. He successfully set up a 3rd-tier array in the county he was once guarding, which, by the standards here, would qualify him as a 3rd-tier array master. Within the entire 5 Elements sect's array formation department, he was ranked among the top 5 in skill. With this level of skill, she would definitely be more than qualified to teach those chi cultivation students. However, this would make things much harder for Song Huangda, but he felt honored, since not everyone could be ordered around by the sect leader. After sharing their insights on the new teaching materials, The heads of each university palace hurriedly returned via teleportation arrays, eager to relay the news of the array master competition to their teachers as quickly as possible. If their own academy can win the championship, then the title of the #1 academy in the Eastern Wilderness will undoubtedly belong to them. This is also the best way to demonstrate one's abilities in front of Chen Mobai. In their first competition among the various university palaces, they all put in their best effort, eager to prove themselves. Not only them, but all the cultivators of the 5 Elements sect across the entire Eastern Wilderness are now full of hope for the future. They saw a path forward they had never taken before. Before Chen Mobai took over, if someone wanted to buy a pill to increase their cultivation, they could simply place an order at Huishan Valley or a sect pharmacy. Once they had enough orders for a whole batch, they could wait for the furnace to start refining it. If it's unconventional and you have a pill formula, you not only have to offer it up for someone to refine, but you also have to prepare all sorts of medicinal materials yourself. If the refining fails, you have to smile apologetically and reserve the alchemist's slot for the next batch. If successful, the alchemist will also receive a cut. Those with a better conscience will take 20–30%. Those who are more ruthless will follow the rules of the moral sect and take half. Currently, most common pills can be obtained from the 5 Elements sect's Spirit Treasure Pavilion, and for uncommon ones, as long as you provide enough spirit stones or equivalent medicinal resources, the Danxia Pavilion will also help you obtain them. If you present the pill formula and confirm its authenticity, you can even exchange it for other pill formulas of different grades that you need from the 5 Elements sect, or directly exchange it for spirit stone resources. Han Ronglu, as a first-level alchemist in the alchemy department of the 5 Elements sect, has been given a task today: to go to the mortal Great Zhao dynasty to appraise a pill formula. Although there is a difference between immortals and mortals, Zhang Zhengheng assisted King Zhao in creating a peaceful and prosperous era. Basically, all the high-ranking officials and nobles in the capital city knew about the 5 Elements immortal sect, and many of them even maintained contact with the immortal cultivators who had descended to the mortal world to assist him. After all, in the mortal world of the Eastern Wilderness, it is occasionally possible to encounter good things, such as century-old spiritual herbs, precious minerals, and so on. Especially for cultivators with little background, if they want to collect something in the mortal world and are outnumbered and outmatched, they will ask these mortal officials for help. Han Ronglu wasn't without a background. His older sister was Han Jiling, the third-generation top disciple of the Xiaonanchan lineage of the 5 Elements sect, whose background was incredibly powerful. However, he was proud and did not want anyone to know about his relationship with Han Jiling. So, through the cave dwelling in Beiyuan City left by his father Han Tingfeng, he entered the 5 Elements sect through the Longevity Academy, and then worked hard to cultivate and inherit his family's teachings and alchemy. He has achieved some success. Han Ronglu is now a member of the alchemy department. His cultivation level has just reached the qi refining stage. He was even selected by Yan Jinai to attend Qing Nu's lectures at Tianpeng Mountain because of his good alchemy skills. Han Ronglu was originally selected to participate in the large-scale pill refining in Wanhua Immortal City, but he declined because he had broken through to the qi refining perfection realm. Foundation building is definitely more important. When Han Ronglu first joined the company, Han Jiling had introduced him to various departments, so most of the higher-ups knew his identity. However, Han Ronglu could always see the confusion in their eyes. Compared to Han Jiling, the third-generation eldest disciple of Xiaonanchan, Han Ronglu's talent for cultivation was indeed rather ordinary. After the news spread that he was Han Jiling's younger brother, some people even mocked him behind his back, suspecting that he and Han Jiling might have the same father but different mothers. Han Ronglu kept this matter in mind, and it was because of this that Han Ronglu began to resent her identity as Han Jiling's younger brother. Because Han Ronglu enrolled through a third-tier cave dwelling, she was entitled to receive a foundation establishment pill for free after completing the qi refining stage. However, because Yan Jinai was busy in Wanhua Immortal City recently, working with Qing Nu to adjust various medicinal pools, the process and procedures were a bit slow. While waiting, Han Ronglu received this small task. It is said that in the Great Zhao dynasty, a prince obtained an ancient elixir formula and wanted to offer it to the immortal sect. Eventually, this task changed hands several times before finally ending up in Han Ronglu's hands. In fact, Han Ronglu already had a foundation establishment pill, which Han Xiaoling left for him. He really didn't want it, but in the end he couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, this is a foundation establishment pill. There's no need for me to make things difficult for myself. As an alchemist, Han Ronglu knew that the effects of the same pill could be stacked. Although the effect of the second pill was only half that of the first, if she used 2 foundation establishment pills, then achieving foundation establishment would be a certainty. So even though she had reached the peak of qi refining and had the foundation establishment pill given to her by Han Xiaoling, Han Ronglu was still waiting for her own pill. Upon arriving in Jingcheng, he wasted no time and went straight to the prince's residence. "Greetings, immortal. These are my soldiers. During a training exercise deep in the mountains, they discovered something in a cave." The speaker was Zhao Gui, the third son of King Zhao. He was handsome with gentle eyes, wearing a magnificent black robe and holding a jade slip in his hands. The slip looked very ancient and showed signs of age, as if it had been torn by the claws of a wild beast. Upon seeing this, Han Ronglu's previously nonchalant expression immediately vanished. He knew from his time at the Longevity Academy that the Eastern Wilderness only began to vigorously promote jade slips after the current sect leader, Chen, took over. Before sect leader Chen, cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness mostly used paper or wooden slips to pass on knowledge, which made them easy to damage if not properly preserved over a long period of time. What could be recorded on jade slips at that time must have been considered extremely precious by that cultivator. Han Ronglu looked solemn and took the jade slip in his hands, first examining its appearance. After reading it from top to bottom, he took a deep breath, channeled his divine sense, and began to examine the tiny characters on the jade slip. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This is actually a recipe for a pill made using the energy of a dragon vein. Fortunately, when he was at the Changsheng Academy, he was burdened by the title of Han Xiaoling's younger brother and studied quite hard. During a geomancy course, he heard the teacher talk about the dragon vein energy. But I've never heard of this stuff being used for alchemy before. Han Ronglu felt that it was probably due to his own limited knowledge. After reading it, he bowed to Zhao Gui in front of him, who immediately returned the bow with great respect, indicating that he dared not accept it. The pill formula recorded on this jade slip was indeed left by a cultivator, but I need to return to my sect and have my elders examine it to confirm its authenticity. Where is that cave? Han Ronglu felt that since this jade slip could be discovered, it couldn't possibly be the only thing there was. Of course I remember. I have already ordered my soldiers to seal off that mountain. If you wish to go, I will take you there now. After listening, Han Ronglu nodded slightly, thinking that Zhao Gui was quite a good person. However, when he followed Zhao Gui away from Jingcheng and arrived at the cave, he found that it had been occupied by other people. Zhao Gui's men were all driven out. "Immortal, I am truly sorry. Those are my father's black dragon guards." When Zhao Gui saw the people blocking the mountain range, his expression changed slightly. He smiled bitterly and said something to Han Ronglu. The latter snorted coldly and walked straight towards the hundreds of soldiers wearing black armor and riding black horses. "Immortal, immortal." When Zhao Gui saw this, he was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat and tried to pull him back. However, as soon as he touched Han Ronglu, he was struck by lightning and collapsed to the ground. "I am Han Ronglu from the 5 Elements sect. The things here are related to cultivators. You mortals cannot handle them. I will count to 3 and you must all leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for the consequences." Han Ronglu raised a flying sword with a cold smile, holding a defensive talisman in his hand, and walked towards the other side without stopping as he spoke. The leader of the Black Dragon guards on the opposite side hesitated for a moment. After a while, seeing Han Ronglu getting closer and closer, he raised his spear and gestured to the soldiers beside him. Then came the sound of horses shaking, and hundreds of people made way for Han Ronglu. This scene made Zhao Gui breathe a sigh of relief, and Han Ronglu also nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, in the eastern wilderness, their five-element sect is the king. Just as he stepped into the mountains, a golden light suddenly shone, its powerful and terrifying force causing Han Ronglu to show fear on his face. In that instant, he felt the same powerful spiritual energy as his sister, Han Jiling. This is a foundation establishment cultivator. Senior, spare my life, I am from the five-element sect. Before Han Ronglu could finish speaking, the golden light descended in front of him, transforming into an elderly cultivator with white hair. You must be senior sister Han's younger brother. The elderly man with white hair saw him and asked a question. Han Ronglu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Greetings, Uncle Master Duan. He recognized the visitor. It was Duan Shuyu, one of the third-generation disciples of Zion Enchen. Come with me, my master is inside. I recommend a good slice-of-life cultivation novel. End of this chapter. Chapter 901, Riding the Six Dragons to Rule the Heavens Scripture. Chapter 901, Riding the Six Dragons to Rule the Heavens Scripture. Han Ronglu followed Duan Shuyu into the cave, her heart filled with curiosity. He wondered what it was that could have prompted a core formation cultivator like Jiang Xingheng to personally descend upon the realm. The cave was simple and unremarkable, and they soon reached its end. But Duan Shuyu activated a talisman, and golden light enveloped the two of them, allowing them to pass through the mountain wall. Amidst the golden light, Han Ronglu felt a sudden sense of clarity, and before her appeared a much wider underground passage, with even bluestone slabs paving the ground. It was as bright as day here, because the walls were inlaid with large luminous pearls that emitted a soft glow, illuminating the winding and deep passageway. As he followed Duan Shuyu deeper and deeper, the surrounding air seemed to grow thinner and thinner, and there was a strange, oppressive force about it. Finally, they arrived at the center of a huge cave, which was clearly the core of the cave. In the center of the cave, there is a tall stone platform, on which sits an ancient, round cauldron, and inside the cauldron is a complete skeleton. Jiang Xingheng, with his refined and scholarly appearance, stood before the stone platform, holding a jade book in his hand, his brows furrowed. Master, he is a disciple of the sect. Duan Shuyu brought Han Ronglu to Jiang Xingheng, who immediately greeted him respectfully as teacher Jiang. Jiang Xingheng was the principal of Changsheng Academy when Han Ronglu was there. This is the place where a member of the royal bloodline of the Eastern Imperial Court passed away. At the last moment of his lifespan, he wanted to fuse the earth's spiritual veins to achieve the body of a human emperor. After failing, he turned into this skeleton. Jiang Xingheng nodded and pointed to the precious cauldron and the skeleton on the stone platform. Han Ronglu was shocked upon hearing this. He had heard his teachers talk about the Eastern Imperial Court more than once during his cultural classes at the academy. He knew that this was a superpower that ruled the Eastern continent in the previous era, and that even the current Holy Land had to bow down and submit to the Eastern Imperial Court. To cultivate the human emperor's body, in addition to the Earth's vein energy, one also needs to take a kind of hidden dragon pill made from dragon veins. However, at that time, the dragon veins in the eastern wilderness were scarce, so his failure was to be expected. Jiang Xingheng spoke again, and Han Ronglu immediately took out the jade slip that Zhao Gui had given him and respectfully handed it over. The recipe recorded above is the hidden dragon pill. Jiang Xingheng took it and examined it with his divine sense. He nodded and said, "After we return to the sect, I will record 1,000 contribution points for you. Do not tell anyone about this pill formula." The hidden dragon pill is only useful for those who cultivate the Eastern Imperial Court's techniques, but it just so happens to be able to help Jiang Xingheng resolve a matter that has been weighing on his mind. On the Eastern continent, the emergence of a unified mortal power like the Great Zhao dynasty has caused an unprecedented super dragon vein to take shape beneath the eastern wilderness. Although it has not yet developed sentience due to the passage of time, it is foreseeable that as long as the five-element sect exists, especially after the seed of Tao law is sown, this peaceful and prosperous era will last for a long time. After a dynasty has lasted 100 years, the dragon vein will be fully formed and will develop spirituality. At that time, it will trigger the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument of the Dayad sect to respond. Although they are not considered as deadly as demonic cultivators by the Holy Land, the existence of spirits in dragon veins has always been a taboo subject for the Holy Land. The Holy Land of the East does not wish for another Eastern imperial court to emerge. Absorbing the spiritual essence of the dragon vein is also the key to whether the 6 dragons riding the heaven scripture can be truly mastered. After the Eastern imperial court disintegrated, the spirituality of all the dragon veins on the eastern continent was also destroyed by the moral sect. It was Lu Zuolong who told Chen Mobai about this. It was for this reason that, after Chen Mobai established a unified dynasty, he also informed Jiang Xingheng, who was in charge in the mortal realm. The five-element sect certainly cannot confront the morality sect now, so they should try to avoid the dragon veins from becoming spirits. Originally, according to Chen Mobai's plan, they would extract the energy of the dragon veins to refine the earth vein pill. However, the pill formulas from the immortal sect are far too economical. Chen Mobai estimated with the Fangkun book that it would take 1,000 earth vein pills to just match the current growth rate of the eastern wilderness dragon vein in a year. Because the earth vein pill involves enhancing spiritual roots, it is too extraordinary in the heavenly river realm. Therefore, if too many are made, they can only be destroyed. Such waste is unacceptable to Chen Mobai and Qing Nu, who come from immortal sects. Since it would be several decades before the eastern wilderness dragon vein was fully formed, Chen Mobai wasn't in a hurry. If all else failed, he could use the dragon vein to forge artifacts. That's how the 4th-tier true dragon cauldron at Chicheng Mountain was crafted. Moreover, the dragon vein's energy was a perfect match for cultivating the dragon transformation scripture. If all else failed, he could simply practice the scripture himself. However, Jiang Xingheng was unaware of all this. So, after learning that the dragon vein's spiritualization would attract the attention of the moral sect, he had been trying to find ways to deplete the dragon vein's energy and prevent it from becoming a spirit. The hidden dragon pill we have now is very suitable. After storing everything in the cave dwelling in his storage bag, Jiang Xingheng led Duan Shuyu and Han Ronglu out. Notify the sect's spiritual vein and formation departments to come here and set up a formation barrier to prevent others from entering, Jiang Xingheng said to Duan Shuyu. The latter immediately nodded and then took out the Tangshan instrument to make the contact on the spot. As Yan County, where Baiyuan City is located, is a key area covered by Unicom's signal. There is a signal base station not far away, so you can use the Tangshan to make a call. After leaving Duan Shuyu here to finish things up, Jiang Xingheng led Han Ronglu toward the main city of the dynasty. Grandmaster Jiang, the jade slip containing the hidden dragon pill, was asked to be appraised by this nobleman. At this moment, Han Ronglu saw Zhao Gui not far away, and thinking that he also deserved some credit, couldn't help but speak up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingheng immediately waved to Zhao Gui, who then came over and bowed deeply, saying, "Your humble servant Zhao Gui greets Grand Tutor Jiang. Let's go back together. It's been a long time since we've seen His Majesty." As they spoke, Jiang Xingheng waved his sleeve, and a verdant green leaf fell to the ground like a flying boat. Zhao Gui, led by Han Ronglu, stood on it with trepidation. Jingcheng, the royal palace. The once vigorous and powerful King Zhao now has a full head of white hair. When he saw Jiang Xingheng, he personally led his ministers to greet him. After the formalities, only the two of them remained in the main hall. "Grand Tutor, it's been a long time. You haven't changed at all." When King Zhao saw Jiang Xingheng, whose appearance remained unchanged and showed no signs of aging, he sighed with emotion. "His Majesty is as radiant as ever." Jiang Xingheng exchanged a polite greeting, and then began to talk about his gains this time. Because the affairs of the Eastern Imperial Court were quite complicated, he did not tell King Zhao, only that it was indeed something left behind by cultivators, which might be useful to the Five Elements sect, so it needed to be taken back. Thank you for your hard work, Grand Tutor. King Zhao smiled upon hearing this. Among the mortal dynasties, he was the closest to the Five Elements sect. After all, he was the king, and whenever a problem arose in the eastern wilderness that the mortals could not solve, he would inform Jiang Xingheng immediately. This time, Zhao Gui's men had just taken the items out of the cave when King Zhao received the news, sent a large army to surround the place, and then notified Jiang Xingheng, because only he knew how terrifying cultivators were to mortals. If a cave dwelling left behind by a demonic cultivator were to fall into the hands of an ignorant mortal, it would truly bring endless trouble. Your Majesty, please wait. I will return to Baiyuan now. Jiang Xingheng got up to take his leave, but the king of Zhao escorted him to the gate. Grand Tutor, I see that my body is failing, but I still can't let go of this vast empire. I wonder if the immortal sect could bestow some longevity pills or cultivation techniques. Jiang Xingheng, who was about to leave, heard Zhao Wang's words and turned to look at him. The once resolute young man now had loose skin and faint age spots. Only his eyes still showed glimpses of his youthful charm. It is indeed a sign that his time is almost up. Your Majesty, illness and death are the natural laws of life. Even we cultivators will grow old and die one day. But the great Zhao dynasty you established is an immortal monument in the eastern wilderness. In a sense, your name is already an eternal part of it. Jiang Xingheng said something very tactfully, and the king of Zhao understood his meaning. He sighed, and his originally straight back instantly hunched over. Jiang Xingheng left behind a bottle of pills to regulate his vital energy, and then rode the green leaf flying boat away from the skies above Zhengcheng. After a while, when Jiang Xingheng had completely disappeared from the sky, King Zhao slowly turned around and returned to his throne in the main hall. After another incense sticks time, a tall, square-faced, black-robed cultivator silently entered. Master Mu, just as you predicted. King Zhao saw the black-robed cultivator and spoke with a sorrowful expression. The Five Elements sect only needs an obedient mortal dynasty. It doesn't matter who sits on the throne. If you die, your son will be even more obedient and naturally won't teach you the methods of cultivating immortality. The black-robed cultivator was named Mu Zai-Ocean. He was a demonic cultivator from Dongli. He followed a treasure map he had obtained during a tribulation and risked his life to travel across the eastern continent to the eastern wilderness, where he found the cave. There were also restrictions there, but after so many years they had long since broken down, so it was easy to get in. However, what Mu Zai-Ocean found inside was a great disappointment. Over the long years, all the elixirs and magical artifacts had weathered and were no longer usable. That precious cauldron is quite good, only it has dropped from the 4th rank to the 3rd rank, but to activate and control it, one needs the techniques of the Eastern Imperial Court. There is a cultivation method, though. It is recorded in that Jade book, which is the famous Riding the 6 Dragons to Rule the Heavens scripture. Although it's not the complete version, it still allows one to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. But he simply can't practice it, and he won't switch to this major. Because when the Eastern Imperial Court declined, the most ruthless force was the demonic path. The Holy Land at least had to maintain the order of the righteous path, which meant that the moral sect had to slay the dragon. The demonic path, however, sent out almost all of its elite forces to exterminate the bloodline of the Eastern Imperial Court, fearing that another human emperor would emerge in the future to suppress the heavens and the earth and make all demons and evil spirits bow down. However, Mu Zai-Ocean did not come away empty-handed. Among the remains in the cauldron was a strangely shaped jade pendant. It was impossible to discern its grade, but despite the passage of time, a faint halo still emanated from the jade pendant, revealing its mystery and extraordinary nature. He carefully used a puppet to remove the jade pendant and placed it in his storage bag, intending to have it appraised by an expert when he attended the exchange meeting soon. Originally, Mu Ocean also wanted to take the treasure cauldron, the jade book, and the remains with him. However, he quickly used his demonic secret techniques to sense that, beneath the land of the eastern wilderness, there was a vibrant dragon vein that was rapidly growing and taking shape. After leaving the cave and inquiring about the situation in the eastern wilderness, they quickly understood what was going on. He never imagined that there would be a cultivation sect that would go through such a thankless and arduous task of ruling over mortals. In Dongli, mortals have always been treated like livestock. The reason there are still mortals is simply because some sects need resources to cultivate their techniques and obtain magical artifacts. This is why the mortals of Dongli live scattered, because those who gather together are more likely to be captured by demonic cultivators to practice their magic. Although Mu Ocean knew that mortals lived in groups within the territories of righteous cultivators, he could hardly imagine a unified mortal dynasty like the Eastern Wilderness, which was on the verge of forming a dragon vein spirit. Because he knew that the Holy Land of the East was capable of slaying dragons. After sensing the existence of the dragon vein beneath the Eastern Wilderness, Mu Ocean had an idea. He was born into the most mysterious of the 18 sects of the demonic path, the Incarnation demonic sect. However, because of this lineage, he was hated by everyone in the demonic path. Therefore, he also had another disguised identity, a disciple of the corpse disintegration demonic sect. The moment he saw the king of Zhao, he felt that this man was meant to be his own incarnation. It just so happened that King Zhao also had a desire to seek immortality and longevity, so as soon as he came to him, he was hailed as a celestial being. When Mu Ocean passed on the 6 dragons riding the heaven scripture, which he had obtained from the cave, to King Zhao, the latter was even more excited. This technique can be practiced without spiritual roots. However, King Zhao still held a glimmer of hope for the 5 Elements sect, so he used the cave dwelling as a final test. He wondered if the 5 Elements sect obtained this technique and would pass it on to him, the ruler of the Eastern Wilderness. Mu Ocean did not stop him from doing so, because he knew that the 5 Elements sect would never allow mortals to ride the 6 dragons to heaven scripture when cultivating, as that would be to oppose all holy lands and even the demonic paths. The 3 most powerful forces in the Eastern continent would not allow a second Eastern imperial court to emerge. Even the slightest hint is unacceptable. As expected, Jiang Xingheng left without mentioning the matter at all. At this point, King Zhao was utterly disappointed with the 5 Elements sect. Please arrange the dragon's lair, Master Mu. From now on, everything for me is in your hands. King Zhao examined his body and found that even straightening up was extremely difficult. Finally, he made up his mind and no longer hesitated. Haha, don't worry, I will lead you on the path to immortality. Upon hearing this, Mu Ocean burst into laughter. After Jiang Xingheng returned to Beiyuan City, he received a call from Duan Shuyu using the Tongxiani, a type of telescope, who told him that King Zhao had suddenly passed away during the night, but fortunately, he had left a will, and his eldest son Zhao Gan would ascend the throne as the new King Zhao. Go back to the imperial court and stabilize the situation. Jiang Xingheng gave Duan Shuyu an instruction. The latter was a pillar general who had conquered half of the great Zhao dynasty and whose prestige in Zhengcheng was no less than that of the king of Zhao. Yes, master. After ending his call with Duan Shuyu, Jiang Xingheng immediately went up Beiyuan Mountain and handed over the 6 dragons riding the heaven scripture and the things he had obtained from the cave to Chen Mobai. As expected, there are many extraordinary people in the world. There are even cultivation methods that do not require spiritual roots. After reading the Jade Book, Chen Mobai couldn't help but marvel. However, this does not mean that it is better not to have a spiritual root. It simply means that the threshold has been lowered. With the assistance of a spiritual root, the efficiency of absorbing dragon vein energy will be better. Moreover, without spiritual roots, one must take the hidden dragon pill to even begin the path of cultivation, and this hidden dragon pill cannot be discontinued even afterward. Ultimately, this cultivation method simply replaces the essential step of absorbing and refining spiritual energy with spiritual roots, which was originally required for cultivators, with the hidden dragon pill. Even so, it's already incredibly impressive. Because in the heavenly river realm, or even the immortal sect, the other 5 elements cultivation methods cannot be practiced simply by sending spiritual energy into the body. Chen Mobai carefully read through the 6 dragons riding the heavens scripture, and couldn't help but sigh once again. It truly lives up to its reputation as the supreme technique of the Eastern Imperial Court that once suppressed the Eastern continent. After entering the practice with the hidden dragon elixir, the process from the 1st to the 6th level is a cycle of riding the 6 dragons. These are respectively hidden dragon, dragon appearing in the field, flying dragon in the sky, overbearing dragon, dragon without a leader, and hidden dragon. Once you reach the final stage of the hidden dragon realm and absorb the spirit of the dragon vein, this cultivation method will be truly mastered, and you might even be able to forge a dragon spirit root. This dragon spirit root, just like a real spirit root, can not only absorb various elements of spiritual energy, but also absorb the energy of the dragon veins beneath the earth. This dragon vein energy is not just from human dragon veins. It is from the dragon veins of all kinds of races, and it is all the energy that allows dragon spirit roots to grow. The reason why the emperor of the eastern lands was able to achieve great success with the 6 dragons riding the heaven scripture was that, in addition to the dragon veins of the eastern continent, there were also the dragon veins of the various demon clans and even the dragon veins deep in the sea, all of which were controlled by him alone. Only by forging the dragon spirit root can one truly master the essence of the 6 dragons riding the heaven scripture. No wonder, whenever a dragon vein spirit is born in the eastern continent, the moral sect will send people to slay the dragon. Although the 6 dragons riding the heavens manual that Jiang Xingheng obtained only covers the part that leads to the nascent soul stage, it briefly describes the state of perfect mastery of the technique in its general outline. Forging the dragon spirit root is equivalent to the foundation establishment stage, and after that, one still needs to condense the human emperor's body. The so-called human emperor's body is to forge the body with the energy of the dragon vein, creating a physique capable of bearing the true spirit and blood essence of dragons, thus preparing for the true mystery of this technique. 6 dragon incarnations. The so-called 6 dragon incarnations are the true spirits of the 6 major dragon categories: yellow dragon, azure dragon, red dragon, white dragon, black dragon, and jade dragon. The ultimate realm of the 6 dragons riding the heavens is to gather the true spirits of the 6 dragons into one, and to rule the heavens and earth with the 6 dragon forms. However, even during the heyday of the Eastern Imperial Court, they dared not provoke the 6 great dragon spirits at the same time, and in the heavenly river realm, it was impossible to find all of these 6 dragon spirits. The human emperor was able to achieve great divine power by taking the essence and blood of 6 creatures: the yellow dragon, the green dragon, the red serpent, the white dragon, the black dragon, and the colorful serpent. However, precisely because of this, his 6 dragon dharma forms were not perfect. In the end, when he fought against the 9-headed great sage, all 6 dragon incarnations were destroyed, and he died fighting to the death. If the human emperor could obtain the essence blood of the 6 great dragon spirits instead of substitutes, he might be able to accomplish an unprecedented feat in the heavenly river realm, or even unify the 5 continents and 4 seas and become the heavenly emperor. After reading the general outline of the 6 dragons riding the heavens scripture, Chen Mobai was even more amazed. However, in that instant, he also thought of how to use the methods of the immortal sect to perfect the 6 dragons riding the heavens scripture. It's very simple. Just use the dragon transformation scripture created by Patriarch Zhongli. If the human emperor had possessed the dragon transformation scripture, he could have sublimated the bloodlines of the 6 inferior dragon species into true dragon blood. However, Chen Mobai would definitely not pass on the dragon transformation scripture here, so it was just a thought in his mind. But he kept this matter in his heart, Because the human emperor was a true void refinement cultivator, meaning that even using the blood of 6 types of flawed dragon spirits, the 6 dragons riding the heaven scripture could enable someone to reach the void refinement stage. If it were the essence blood of 6 kinds of true dragons, even if one could not attain the Tao, it would at least allow one to achieve the great perfection of the void refinement realm. On the other side of the immortal sects, not a single person has yet truly achieved the refinement of emptiness realm. Although Chen Mobai's path has long been set, if he reaches the end of the pure Yang scroll and is unable to cultivate the void, he can still try the dragon transformation scripture. Furthermore, the Ascension sect also possesses various devouring serpents cultivated by the dragon tiger ancestor. With a bit of luck, one might even obtain the essence blood of several of these true dragons. His conditions were arguably better than those of all the previous emperors of the Eastern Imperial Court. The only problem is that one needs the spirit of a dragon vein to enter the riding the 6 dragons to rule the heavens scripture. There's no point in even thinking about the eastern wilderness. Once the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument of the moral sect senses it, the world traveler of this sect will have to personally take action to destroy the dragon spirit. If they arrive and find that the dragon vein spirit is gone, the moral sect will have reason to suspect that Chen Mobai, the lord of the eastern wilderness, has stolen the dragon vein spirit and refined it. As for the dragon veins on the immortal sect's side, there's no need to mention them. Dragon vein energy is a rare resource. Dragon vein spirits existed thousands of years ago, but after the heavenly curtain earthly network array was set up, all spiritual energy was controlled, and there was simply no space for dragon vein spirits to be born. Chen Mobai was not in a hurry. If it was not available in the eastern continent, it might be available in the other 4 continents and 4 seas of the heavenly river realm. Moreover, the war to establish the immortal sects is about to begin. The true dragon cauldron of the Wuki Dao Academy and the earth vein pill preserved by the Jumeng Dao Academy were both refined using the dragon veins of another world. Perhaps this war will bring similar good fortune. But even if he didn't have any, he wouldn't care. After all, the 6 dragons riding the heaven scripture in Chen Mobai's possession only reaches the nascent soul stage. The reason he was interested in this technique was because it could directly lead to the void refinement stage. The current incompleteness is not enough to entice him. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai sighed again at the closed nature of the inheritance in the heavenly river realm. These were all descendants of the last dynasty, yet they couldn't even obtain the complete 6 dragons riding the heaven scripture. The Eastern Imperial Court deserved to perish. However, it's also possible that Jiang Xingheng's cultivation level was too low, and he didn't search thoroughly enough. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately began to examine the precious cauldron and the skeleton that Jiang Xingheng had brought. He first looked at the precious cauldron, which was covered with dense inscriptions, seemingly some kind of ancient restriction. He wrote these down in a small book and compared them with various ancient scripts in the library of Beiyuan City, but none of them matched. Chen Mobai could only put it aside for the time being, and then examine the skeleton. With the simultaneous use of the insightful eye and the sound of the empty valley, he quickly discovered a very special energy remaining in the bones of the corpse's chest area. Chen Mobai reached out and took the bone in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this was actually a 4th-order fluctuation, and it was slowly dissipating. He immediately used the small book to deduce this speed, and found that the 4th-order energy fluctuation would completely disappear in about a year. The body must have existed for more than a year. Given how quickly it died, it should have dissipated completely long ago. That means that within a year, there was still a 4th-level item on the chest of the skeleton, and it was only after long-term exposure that this energy fluctuation remained. Is there anything else in that cave? Chen Mobai asked Jiang Xingheng, who hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. Someone entered that cave before you and took something from the chest of this skeleton. After Chen Mobai shared his analysis, Jiang Xingheng immediately apologized to him. This disciple is incompetent. Get up, Do you remember the location of that cave? Let's go take a look." Jiang Xingheng nodded, and Chen Mobai waved his sleeve. The colorful clouds had already carried the master and disciple away from Beiyuan City. When the two arrived, the cave had already been surrounded by disciples from the 5 Elements sects Array Department and Spirit Vein Department, who were setting up restrictions. Besides the 5 Elements sect members, there were also quite a few black dragon guards, but they all had white ribbons tied around their heads. King Zhao has passed away, and his eldest son Gan has succeeded him. After hearing what Jiang Xingheng said, Chen Mobai suddenly realized. He then used his powerful divine sense to scan the cave, making sure nothing was missed and without disturbing the disciples, before taking Jiang Xingheng back to Beiyuan City. This 6 dragons riding the heaven scripture should not be put in the library, nor should the formula for the hidden dragon pill. Although Chen Mobai wanted to share his knowledge, he also knew that these things might attract inquiries from the Holy Land, so he gave instructions to Jiang Xingheng. "Yes, master, the matter of the hidden dragon pill, as well as junior nephew Han's younger brother and Zhao Gui, know about it. I will go and emphasize it to them." Jiang Xingheng nodded in response. It just so happened that he also needed to return to the mortal realm to see if there were any abnormalities in the seed of Tao law that had been sown after the change of the throne. After Chen Mobai saw the disciple off, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the notes and found that there were 2 things that needed to be taken care of by the immortal sect. One is that the water element golden elixir is now available for exchange, and Yan Bingxuan is coming to Wangwu Cave Heaven. Another one is the wedding of Yi Yun and Jiang Yuyuan. End of this chapter. Chapter 902 discusses the divine transformation technique and the water spirit talisman. Chapter 902 discusses the divine transformation technique and the water spirit talisman. Night. After catching up, Chen Mobai gave Yan Bingxuan a water element golden elixir that he had prepared. This pill is a treasure of the Dance Weapon Academy. Take it together with the one you exchanged in the Immortal Affairs Hall, and with that Azure Ice Jade, you should be almost certain to form your core. Yan Bingxuan accepted the item with a surprised expression, but she didn't doubt Chen Mobai's words. After all, the 4 major academies were capable of refining the 5 elements golden elixir. It was only natural that they had such a treasure. The pills for forming the golden core are precious. Even if you are a nascent soul cultivator, you would probably have to pay a heavy price to obtain this water element golden core. Yan Bingxuan was deeply moved, feeling that Chen Mobai was truly good to her. "It's all worth it for you. Just keep this to yourself and don't tell anyone else," Chen Mobai said gently. After obtaining the core formation elixir, Yan Bingxuan stayed in Wangwu Cave Heaven for several more days, before reluctantly booking a ticket to Linwu Cave Heaven. When she reached the core formation stage, she naturally followed Yan Qiangzhi's successful path. With Chen Mobai's influence, she made a call to Jumeng Dao Academy and easily obtained a cave dwelling with a 4th-order water vein. "I will definitely succeed in forming my core." Before leaving, Yan Bingxuan said to Chen Mobai with a determined look on her face. Watching her departing figure, Chen Mobai sighed inwardly. He has decided to confront Yan Bingxuan after she completes her core cultivation. "Master, these are wedding gifts prepared for Vice Hall Master Yi. Which one do you think is suitable?" After seeing Yan Bingxuan off, Chen Mobai got into the car driven by Hua Zijing. Zhuang Jialan sat with him in the back seat and took out gift boxes for him to choose from. "Use this." After taking a look, Chen Mobai felt a little guilty about using Yi Yun's wedding to attract attention, so he took out a beauty-preserving bead and asked Zhuang Jialan to wrap it. "Yes, master." Zhuang Jialan respectfully accepted it with a nod. Next, Chen Mobai inquired about the work at the Zhengfa Hall. After briefly handling the accumulated administrative matters, Zhuang Jialan brought up another matter that required his attention. "Master, news came from the Mountain and Sea Academy 3 days ago that Principal Hao Cao failed to achieve nascent soul formation." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback and then sighed with regret. Is it really too difficult to form an infant with just one infant-nourishing pill? Chen Mobai, is Principal Hao Cao's injury serious? Zhuang Jialan, I called the Mountain and Sea Academy in the name of the Zhengfa Hall to express my condolences. Principal Hao Cao did not force his way through. After sensing the signs of failure, he quickly dissipated his true energy, and his injuries were not serious. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was relieved. Hao Cao is considered half a member of the Dance Weapon Academy, and he's not that old. He can treat this failure as gaining experience, and there will be other opportunities next time. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai took out his phone, edited a message of condolence, and sent it to Hao Cao. The latter was probably still recovering from his injuries, and he would be able to see it after he came out of seclusion. After thinking about it, he realized that Zhuang Jialan might not have all the information she had, so he called Pei Qingshuang again. She is Hao Cao's disciple, so she must know the details. The principal is fine, but he has lost some resources. As expected, Pei Qingshuang knew more. If the source was lost, it would be more troublesome to make up for it. However, the immortal sect was not like the heavenly river realm, so they had a way to deal with it. I've booked an appointment for the principal with Master Sanju, because our academy's counselor Nai also failed to achieve nascent soul, so the appointment is scheduled for next year. Pei Qingshuang then revealed something Chen Mobai didn't know. Nai Tinglan had also failed to achieve nascent soul formation. Because Jumeng Dao Academy's situation within the three main halls wasn't good, they had temporarily kept this news from them. However, after so many years of exchanging the infant care pill, except for Gongsun Jilu who was delayed due to work, the results for the others should be coming out soon. After the news of Hao Cao's defeat spread, Nai Tinglan will definitely attract more attention, and many people have probably already guessed it. Senior sister Wenren is planning to try nascent soul formation for the first time. I hope she can succeed smoothly and soon. At the end of the phone call, Pei Qingshuang revealed another piece of information. After ending the call, Chen Mobai thought for a moment and then called Wenren Zhuwei again. Oh, why did Master Chenyang suddenly decide to call me today? Could it be that your classmate is about to arrive at Linwu Cave Heaven? Wenren Zhuwei asked in a slightly teasing tone after answering the call. The last time Chen Mobai called her was to arrange the spiritual ground for Yan Bingxuan to form her core. Chen Mobai, she just left Wangwu Cave and should arrive at your place this afternoon. I'll have to trouble you to take care of her then. At Jumeng Dao Academy, Master Peach Blossom doesn't like to get involved in affairs, and since she is, after all, a spiritual plant in human form, as soon as Wenren Zhuwei completes her nascent soul stage, they will arrange for her to become the new headmaster. Therefore, it would be more convenient to contact Wenren Zhuwei directly for this kind of thing. I understand. After all, she is Qiangzhi's junior and your old classmate. I will personally greet her when she arrives. Wenren Zhuwei's words were much more interesting, which relieved Chen Mobai of so much pressure. I heard from senior sister Pei that you are preparing to form your nascent soul. Has your true energy already been condensed to a high level so quickly? After finishing talking about Yan Bingxuan, Chen Mobai shifted the topic to Wenren Zhuwei. When he first formed his nascent soul, Wenren Zhuwei was only at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Now, 8 years later, he dares to attempt to form his nascent soul, which shows that his Changchun True Qi has been refined to a high level. It's not that fast. I've only managed to condense 32 strands, which is just enough to meet the minimum requirements for nascent soul formation. I didn't expect to succeed the first time. I'm just treating it as an opportunity to gain experience. Facing Chen Mobai, Wenren Zhuwei did not hide anything and told him her plans. 32 strands of everlasting spring True Qi. I wonder what the limit of True Qi condensation is at the core formation stage of the everlasting spring technique. Chen Mobai was also very curious about this. Theoretically, the limit of his acquired pure yang body was 81, but after some manipulation, it became 108. Unfortunately, he never had a chance to show off this achievement, which he deeply regretted. The limit for me before the formation of the nascent soul stage in the Changchun Gong is 80 strands of Changchun true qi. Wenren Zuwei said, if you're willing to investigate, you can find out almost anything about this. 80 questions. That's about the same as the Pure Yang scroll I'm practicing. After hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded in understanding. 80 moves is my limit, not the limit of Changchun Kung Fu. But Wenren Zuwei then said something that surprised Chen Mobai. Could there be a physique similar to the innate Pure Yang body that can break through the limit of 80? He immediately continued to ask questions, and Wenren Zuwei hesitated for a moment before revealing a secret about Changchun Gong. The complete cultivation state of the everlasting spring technique requires simultaneous practice with 3 spiritual plants. I only have the Great Chun Divine Tree, so my limit is 80 everlasting spring true qi. If I could cultivate all 3 plants, the theoretical limit would be 240 everlasting spring true qi. After Wenren Zuwei finished speaking, Chen Mobai's initial desire to show off his 108 strands of pure Yang true energy immediately faded. It can only be said that the Changchun Gong truly lives up to its reputation as a lineage of immortals. If it were in its full potential, its foundation would be unimaginably solid. So how many strands of everlasting spring true qi do you plan to condense to form a nascent soul? Chen Mobai asked again. The shackles of true qi only exist at the core formation stage. After breaking through, it can be condensed infinitely. However, these core members of the Tao Academy all know that the foundation of true qi at the time of core formation determines the height of the nascent soul transformation. If possible, it is still necessary to condense true qi to its limit before attempting to form a nascent soul. I want to condense 80 Taos, but if the other world that opens up the war is very powerful, I may form my nascent soul ahead of time for the sake of the Tao Academy. Wenren Zhu spoke with some helplessness. Jumeng Tao Academy had used its own treasured resources to nurture her, so she could not disregard the future of the Academy for the sake of her own path. If a war were to actually break out with another world, the other 3 branches of the 4 major academies of the immortal sects would all have powerful nascent soul cultivators guarding them. If Jumeng were to be left out, even with the help of Wu Qi, he would easily find himself in a dangerous situation. After all, in the event of danger, Chen Mobai and Chengshuan would definitely prioritize looking after the people in their own academy. I have the Duluo fire in my hand. The reason I was able to quickly achieve perfect qi and form a nascent soul was because of this. I don't know if it will be useful to you. Chen Mobai thought for a moment and felt that Wenren Zuwei needed his help right now, so he said this. Useful, extremely useful. Upon hearing this, Wenren Zuwei immediately emphasized it repeatedly on the other end of the phone, her voice trembling slightly for the first time, revealing the fluctuation of her inner emotions. She already knew about the Duluo fire when Chen Mobai used it to defeat Nangong Xuanyu, and when she returned and checked the records of Jumeng Academy. This thing is a top-grade immortal fire for the 3 spiritual plants of the Changchun Gong, capable of helping them undergo a complete transformation. If Wenren Zuwei possessed the Daoshuai fire, she could utilize the characteristics of the everlasting spring technique to rapidly refine the essence of the Great Chun tree into her own everlasting spring true qi. For Pei Qingshuang, it would take some trial and error to get her body and bloodline used to the Daoshuai fire. But Wenren Zuwei was not afraid of death and could directly use the Daoshuai fire in the most intense way to get her body used to the burning sensation. Unfortunately, since Chen Mobai didn't say anything, she couldn't very well ask for it rashly. After all, she is forever a young girl with a reserved personality. Now that Chen Mobai had spoken up, she couldn't have been happier. So, will you come over here, or should I go over to you? Chen Mobai asked. Since both of us can use the void teleportation skill, it's convenient for us to meet. You're helping me, how can I let you make the trip? Just give me your location. Wenren Zuwei said in a light-hearted tone. Then come to my house, but don't just move in directly. Remember to knock on the door when you land there. Chen Mobai thought that he wanted to give Shi Wanyu and her daughter a proper status, so he decided to host guests at home and introduce his good friend Wenren Zhuwei to them. A short while later, Hua Zijing drove the car into the fourth courtyard of Wangwu Cave. Chen Mobai helped Zhuang Jialan out of the car and asked her to help Shi Wanyu prepare things for receiving guests, while Hua Zijing returned to the Zhengfa Hall to continue handling affairs. Once everything was ready, a silver light flashed at the entrance, and a young girl with bright eyes, white teeth, and gentle features, dressed in the blue robe of the Jumeng immortal, landed on the ground. Wenren Zhuwei smiled and raised her hand, gently tapping the doorbell lock at the main entrance. "Welcome." Chen Mobai personally led Shi Wanyu out to greet them, which made Wenren Zhuwei slightly puzzled. "This is my wife." Chen Mobai introduced Wenren Zhuwei to him, and the latter was immediately shocked upon hearing it. "This is your lover, so what is the identity of the one you arranged to achieve core formation at Jumeng Dao Academy?" Filled with doubts, Wenren Zhuwei, who always had high emotional intelligence, greeted Shi Wanyu, who was only at the qi refining stage, in a very generous manner. "This is my friend, Wenren Zhuwei, the vice principal of Jumeng Academy." Shi Wanyu was clearly a little nervous, because Chen Mobai rarely brought outsiders to his home. However, after the very polite Kingping Shangren last time, she was quite experienced and greeted Wenren Zhuwei with a polite expression as she entered the house. After entering, Chen Mobai took Wenren Zhuwei to the study for a meeting, while Shi Wanyu and Zhuang Jialan went to prepare lunch. "When did you get married?" When only the two of them were left, Wenren Zhuwei couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "It's been a while, but we haven't gotten our marriage certificate yet. Oh, and I have a daughter. She's quite cute, but she works during the day. If you're free in the evening, you can come over for dinner." Chen Mobai's frank and open speech made Wenren Zhuwei's eyes widen even more, and she couldn't help but shake her head repeatedly. "I thought you and Qiangzhi's student were a couple, but I never expected you to marry such an ordinary woman and have a daughter." Hearing what Wenren Zhuwei said, Chen Mobai felt a little embarrassed, because after he announced Shi Wanyu and her daughter's relationship, the person he felt most sorry for was Yan Bingxuan. "Don't tell Bingxuan about this. After all, she's about to form her core. I'll tell her myself after she comes out of seclusion." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Wenren Zhuwei knew that he and Yan Bingxuan must have had a relationship. However, for someone of his status to be able to so openly announce the existence of Shi Wanyu and her daughter shows a certain level of responsibility. "I'm very tight-lipped. I definitely won't tell." Wenren Zhuwei nodded immediately. The two had known each other for so long and had never broken any promises, so Chen Mobai trusted her completely. "This is a dual fire, but it's too much energy for you to handle. I gave senior sister Pei a wisp, so you can start with a wisp and try it out." The two then got down to business. Chen Mobai raised his hand, and the purple-blue divine flame immediately began to burn fiercely in his palm. When Wenren Zhuwei's gaze fell upon the dual fire, she felt her body's essence and spirit suddenly begin to tremble. This was the great Chun divine tree that she had studied with, and it had also sensed the Daoshui fire. However, since the great Chun was already at the 6th level, the Daoshui fire had little effect on it, so Wenren Zhuwei calmed down after only a short while. But this also confirmed for Wenren Zhuwei that the Daoshui fire would be of great use to her. "I'll try a strand first." Wenren Zhuwei immediately extended her right hand. Chen Mobai reached out and drew a wisp of light from the ball of Daoshui fire in his palm. It was like a stream of purple-blue light that landed on the former's fair and delicate palm. Soon, the same scene as Pei Qingshuang's appeared, and Wenren Zhuwei's palms began to tear open. However, compared to Pei Qingshuang, Wenren Zhuwei, who had mastered the everlasting spring skill, was far more powerful. The skin on my palm, which had just been burned, was quickly restored to its original state by a surge of vibrant green and white life. Within a few breaths, the skin on Wenren Zhuwei's palm went through a cycle of burning and healing more than 10 times. When it reached the 24th time, a bright and beautiful smile appeared on her face. She raised her right hand and held the wisp of Daoshui fire on the skin of her palm. And at this moment, the purple-blue divine flames no longer caused her any harm. Another characteristic of the everlasting spring skill is that it can be immune to or adapt to the power that has caused death or injury to the cultivator. The level of the dual fire is too high, and my cultivation level is too low, so it will take 24 times for my palm to barely adapt. Wenren Zuwei spoke, then pushed the Daoshui fire towards her wrist, and soon the scene of her skin being torn open reappeared. As expected of the everlasting spring Kung Fu, Chen Mobai was also genuinely amazed. Among the 7 nascent soul cultivation techniques of the immortal sect, the everlasting spring technique was undoubtedly the best in terms of defense. If a cultivator suffers physical death due to the power of the same level, they will immediately become immune upon resurrection. Higher level ones require more attempts. The level of immunity is something cultivators can control themselves, since some powers may be beneficial to them, such as the dual fire. What Wenren Zuwei wanted was not to become immune to the Daoshui fire, but to allow her body to adapt to this wisp of fifth-order immortal fire. If you give me the dual fire, will it have any impact on those above? While Wenren Zuwei continued to adapt to the Daoshui fire using the Changchun Gong, she also pointed in the direction of the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain in a somewhat cryptic manner. I have already reported this matter to Ancestor Kaingsing. It is only natural for you to form your nascent soul. The Daoshui fire is just to advance the process. Moreover, with war imminent, the more upper-level forces of the immortal sect, the better. Chen Mobai's words made Wenren Zuwei nod slightly. Among the 4 major academies of the immortal sects, the Jumeng lineage is the only one that has not achieved the nascent soul stage in the mortal world, so when facing the highest levels, they can only speculate. Next, the two talked about some things related to spiritual practice. The main purpose was to exchange their respective methods of transforming into divine beings. Chen Mobai wanted to learn more about the Changchun Gong, so that if King Nu's spiritual root reached the required level in the future, she could switch to cultivating it. After all, Qing Nu's current cultivation of the Black Emperor Abyss scripture can only reach the nascent soul stage. If she wants to advance further in the future, he thinks the everlasting spring technique is quite suitable. Although I am reluctant to admit it, the complete 6 imperial scripture is the #1 nascent soul transformation technique of the immortal sect. If one can master all 6 parts at the core formation stage, then one can condense 360 streams of 6 imperial true qi, which can be called the foundation of a true immortal. Since we've started discussing the great art of transformation, we can't leave out the 6 imperial scriptures. The Changchun Patriarch of Jumeng Dao Academy once fought against the founder of Kunpeng Dao Academy, the Longzhuo Patriarch. Although he relied on the profoundness of the Changchun technique to remain undefeated, he actually admitted in his later years that he was inferior to the other in skill. However, when the 2 ancestors fought, the Great Chun Divine Tree was only at the 5th level. If De Chun had been at the 6th level back then, Ancestor Changchun would definitely have been able to defeat Ancestor Longzhuo and the Spirit Venerable. However, among the 7 great nascent soul cultivation techniques, the 6 imperial scripture has the best foundation, which is universally acknowledged. Compared to this, Chen Mobai's Pure Yang scroll seems rather inferior. That's not quite right. The void refining realm, which is above the nascent soul stage, emphasizes purity. Putting aside everything else, the Pure Yang scroll is definitely the most promising technique for breaking through the nascent soul stage among the 7 great nascent soul cultivation methods of the immortal sect. After hearing Chen Mobai's self-deprecating humor, Wenren Zhu immediately began to recount what she had seen in the notes of the Changchun ancestor. Oh, is that so? Chen Mobai was greatly surprised. He knew that the Pure Yang scroll cultivation method brought by Ancestor Yunya emphasized a balanced and stable approach. Precisely because of this, although combat skills were average and cultivation was slow, as long as enough accumulation was made, the bottleneck would naturally loosen and breakthroughs would be smooth. However, after the Yuan Yang ancestor attained enlightenment, the revised Pure Yang scroll was adapted to match the Yuan Yang sword technique. In addition, since he himself had the immortal fire spirit root, the steady and stable Taoist charm was overshadowed, and it became more inclined towards refining demons and fighting magic. Although it was covered up, the essence of the pure Yang scroll is still there. It was precisely because of this that Chen Mobai was able to cultivate and break through realms very smoothly with sufficient resources. According to the notes left by ancestor Changchun, the pure Yang scroll was the first choice for those ascetic cultivators in the deep cosmos in the past. Many people used it to cultivate their primordial spirit, or even to achieve the Tao fruit through the void refinement. The only drawback is that it is not good for combat. However, ancestor Yuanyang knew this in advance and made up for it after revision. But it was precisely because of this that ancestor Yuanyang was unable to successfully refine the void refinement. It can only be said that every sip and every bite is determined by fate. After hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately felt that he should study the pure Yang scroll ancient method more in the future. Fighting and killing are nothing compared to cultivating and breaking through realms. Although the 7 major cultivation techniques of the immortal sect are called transformation to deity, they actually all have paths beyond the transformation to deity level. However, because no one has ever passed through this place on Earth origin star, it is called the divine transformation technique. Moreover, the realms beyond the nascent soul stage require not only cultivation techniques, but also personal comprehension. The original intention of bringing the 7 heavenly books was to allow cultivators at the nascent soul stage to comprehend the Tao fruits that suited them. After explaining the nascent soul cultivation technique, Chen Mobai also shared some of his insights from the 7 great heavenly books. Wenren Zuwei has not yet tried to comprehend the 7 heavenly books, because she knows that they are extremely profound and plans to wait until she has formed her nascent soul before attempting to do so. After listening to Chen Mobai's experience, he nodded repeatedly. I don't aspire to comprehend so much. I only hope to gain some understanding of the purple and green and birth and death texts related to Changchun Gong. Your requirements are quite high. Upon hearing Wenren Zui's words, Chen Mobai smiled and replied without any politeness, which made the latter chuckle softly as well. By the way, there's something I'd like to ask you, and I hope you can keep it a secret for me. After a burst of laughter and chatter, Chen Mobai suddenly became slightly serious and said something. Oh, please go ahead. Wenren Zuwei also became serious and nodded, promising not to tell any third party. This is a 5th-tier treasure bead I obtained from opening a void blind box. Because it's so precious, I didn't dare ask anyone else for help. Over the years, I've explored it myself and discovered that the bead actually contains a complete innate water element essence. I was thinking about whether I could extract it and refine it into a water element talisman similar to a wood element talisman. In this way, the immortal sect can also inherit a foundational tradition that can create heavenly water element roots out of thin air. If your Jumeng Dao Academy has students with heavenly earth element roots in the future, they can directly use wood and water element talismans to cultivate the everlasting spring technique, ensuring that this technique will never be lost. Before taking out the Taiyuan blue pearl, Chen Mobai set up a barrier to isolate it, and then said something that made Wenren Zuwei's breathing quicken and her delicate body tremble violently. Master Chunyang, you truly have a grand vision. After a long while, Wenren Zuwei finally calmed down her violently fluctuating emotions. If Jumeng Dao Academy could produce practitioners of the everlasting spring technique generation after generation, it would mean that their lineage of nascent soul cultivators would not be interrupted. They had been thinking about this for thousands of years, but they never expected that the way to achieve it would be so easily placed in front of her. There can only be one person in each generation of Changchun Gong. The next generation can only be achieved by my passing away. However, the master's idea has a basis for being realized. As she spoke, Wenren Zuwei stretched out her snow-white left hand and pressed it against her beautifully curved waist and abdomen. Soon, a deep blue light flashed, and she had taken out the most precious 5th-order wood spirit talisman of the immortal sect. The talisman looked extremely ordinary, similar to the wooden spirit talisman that Chen Mobai had used before, but the runes engraved on it were golden lines, containing extremely profound traces of time. Our Jumeng Dao Academy has the heritage of wood spirit talismans, earth spirit talismans, and water spirit talismans. It's just a pity that after thousands of years, we have only managed to create this wood spirit talisman. Because the creation of the three great spirit talismans requires the heartwood of a sixth-order cedar tree. Only in this way can it bear the innate essence and even be preserved eternally without being depleted. If you are willing to promise to lend us the water spirit talisman after I pass away, in the absence of any practitioners of the everlasting spring technique at our Jumeng Dao Academy, I am willing to help you coordinate with the great Chun tree to obtain its heartwood to make talismans. Wenren Zuwei's words made Chen Mobai agree without any hesitation. Besides his truly broad vision, he also believed that Wenren Zuwei would definitely live a long time. Even if she stops at the nascent soul stage, she will still have a lifespan of at least nearly 1,000 years. With so much time, he would probably have already reached the nascent soul stage. At that time, what difference would it make if this mere water spirit talisman were given to the Jumeng Dao Academy? Anyway, Qingnu herself has the heavenly water spiritual root, so she doesn't need to use it. Thank you, Master. However, there is one more thing if you want to refine the water spirit talisman. That is, you need a 5th-level talisman maker. At this moment, Wenren Zuwei reminded her again. End of this chapter.